Chapter 298. Su-Len put all the gold and mithril he had mined in Orlando's treasury into his storage space, and then gave a dozen barrels of vodka and rum to the Grey Dwarves as a reward. The Grey Dwarves, who had long been drooling over the vodka, cheered. Seeing this situation, Su-Len directly announced that a banquet would be held, and there would be enough alcohol. Hearing this, all the Grey Dwarves put down their work and began to prepare. In fact, they didn't need to prepare much, as long as there was alcohol at the banquet. The Grey Dwarves were still very satisfied with their current life. In the past, 80% of the minerals they mined had to be handed over to the king, which was why Su-Len could easily win back then. It was because of the ruthless exploitation. Otherwise, with the Grey Dwarves' stone-like temper, they would definitely fight to the end. Su-Len was now considering sending these Grey Dwarves to the blacksmith or the army. As for the mining, he was going to leave it to the kobolds. Previously, the Grey Dwarves were mining because of the lack of ore production. Now that the ore production had increased, the production of weapons and equipment had not kept up. This was one of the reasons why Su-Len came here. Kobold miners were extremely cheap compared to dwarf miners. They didn't need to be paid, as long as they had food. Of course, the efficiency of kobolds was also far lower than that of Grey Dwarves, but this was still acceptable. The banquet in Orlando was very lively. The Grey Dwarves were not obedient babies. After drinking, these guys made a lot of noise and almost tore down the banquet hall. Fortunately, the vodka was very strong. After messing around for a while, the alcohol kicked in and all of them passed out. What a bunch of careless people. Su-Len put down his glass and shook his head. He had already made up his mind that he would never let these Grey Dwarves keep watch at night or take on any guard work in the future. It was just a banquet, yet these Duergars didn't even leave a single guard behind. They all ran over to drink, and they were all so drunk that they looked like ghosts. If they ran into an enemy, they would be easily dealt with. "Sir, the guards have been arranged." A drow came over and said. "Thank you for your hard work," Su-Len said with a nod. These drows were specially called by Su-Len when he returned to the northern city. After arranging the guards, Su-Len left Orlando with the mithril and gold. When they returned to northern Battlefront City, a few dark clouds floated in the sky. Northern Battlefront City was located in the north, so the rain was not as plentiful as in the south. It rarely rained here. However, looking at the range of the dark clouds, it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, bean-sized raindrops fell. Then, the sky was like a leaky pot, with heavy rain pouring down. Faced with this kind of weather, they naturally couldn't continue with the construction. All the construction sites stopped to rest. The rain had delayed the construction period, but there was also another problem. Many of the houses where the refugee serfs lived had some slight leaks. This was something that couldn't be helped. The technological level of this era was limited. Back then, those camps were built in a hurry, and they didn't plan to live there for long periods of time. It was normal for rain to leak. Fortunately, they didn't use a thatched roof. Otherwise, it would be raining heavily outside and drizzling inside. It was fine in the city. When Su-Len was building, he had already requested that all the houses use tiles. Although the cost was high, there wouldn't be any leaks. The whole world seemed to be hung with a curtain of water, and water soon appeared on the ground. Fortunately, the drainage system of northern Battlefront City was very good. The rainwater flowed out of the city through the drainage system, and the roads in the city didn't have any major problems. Part of the roads in northern Battlefront City were paved with stones, and the other part was paved with stone slabs. Although the surface of the stones wasn't as good as stone slabs, after repeated compaction, the stones wouldn't create a muddy hole. When he was in the southern city of Kalen, Su-Len hated rain the most. This was because Kalen was just like other cities in this era. There were very few drainage canals in the city, and most of the roads were made of mud. When it rained, the whole city became a swamp. Moreover, the sewage in the city flowed freely. Some dead rats or what looked like excrement floated on the water surface from time to time. The best business in Kalen City was selling cloaks and boots. Northern Battlefront City didn't have such a situation now, but it was still a little troublesome. More than 50,000 people lived in the camp, and the living conditions were not good. Now that it was raining, these people might get sick. These people were brought here by Su Lin all the way from the northern provinces. If they got sick, it would be troublesome. Those who were strong could probably survive, but those who were weak couldn't. All the basic officials in northern Battlefront City were dispatched to arrange food and hot water for these people. The weather in the northern wastelands was bad. Fortunately, the harvest altar improved the weather a little. Otherwise, many people would get sick just from the climate. It was a little troublesome without a priest. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the whole world was lit up. It looked like the end of the world. The downpour lasted for a whole day. If a house was made of wood or straw, it would have become a funnel by now. Right now, the most popular place in the city was the tavern. Mercenaries from the caravans, soldiers from northern Battlefront City, and some people who had some spare cash all went to the tavern to drink. They didn't have to work in this kind of situation. Hathaway frowned as she looked at the rain outside. If the wizard tower is built, it can forcefully change the weather nearby with the help of the wizard tower and the magic circle. Su Lin shook his head and hugged Hathaway in his arms. It's better not to use this kind of spell casually. The harvest altar is here. Although the rain is a little heavy, it won't cause a flood. With this rain, we don't need to irrigate the fields. Forcefully changing the weather is not a problem for now, but there will be side effects. Wizard spells sometimes depended on the right time and place. For example, right now, if they cast a flood spell, it would not only consume a lot of energy, but it would also be very powerful. If they cast a fireball spell, its power would be greatly reduced, and it would be more difficult to cast. Most of the time, wizards would take advantage of the situation. Hathaway nodded and shifted her body to make herself more comfortable. By the way, how are you going to deal with the church? When you officially establish the country, this problem can no longer be avoided. The church will definitely notice this place, and at that time, they will definitely request to preach. The influence of the gods must be controlled within a certain range. Otherwise, the kingdom of St. Wilco is the best example. Sullen's expression became a little serious. I'll be careful. Su Lin also knew that the kingdom of St. Wilco was a religious kingdom. The whole kingdom believed in the sun god. In this kingdom, the king had to believe in the sun god to be qualified to inherit the throne. Similarly, he had to go to the church in person to be crowned. Only with the approval of the church could he be the legitimate king. Even the citizens of this kingdom were required to believe in the sun god. It could be said that in this kingdom, the clergy had the highest status. The royals and nobles could only be ranked behind them. In this kingdom, other than paying all kinds of taxes, there was also a tithe, which was that everyone had to pay 10% of their income to the church. The kingdom of St. Wilco was not like this. When the kingdom was first established, the sun god's church provided help, so the kingdom of St. Wilco only allowed the sun god's church to preach. Although the church was strong in the beginning, the king still had the final say. However, after some things, the church took over the power and finally became the kingdom of St. Wilco. The actions of the sun god's church had also alerted the other kingdoms. Although they did not dare to completely offend the church, they began to restrict the church. At the same time, no kingdom would allow a church to preach anymore. This was also a way for the churches to restrict each other. The rainstorm lasted for a day before stopping. There was no serious waterlogging in the northern city, but some problems were exposed. Su Lin had already sent people to fix it. There were even more problems in the third phase of the construction. After all, the drainage system in the outer city had not been built. After a day and a night, the soil was very soft and could not be used for construction. After the rain cleared up, Su Lin mobilized people to repair and clean up the city. At the same time, he also repaired the damaged houses. After the rainstorm, the sky was clear. There would not be any more rainstorms in the northern wilderness for a while. The two rivers outside the city had become turbulent. Some of the hydraulic machines on the banks also had problems, which also needed to be repaired. Although there was the harvest altar and the northern city had good weather, there were still a lot of troublesome things. There were a lot of things to do in the city's construction. Fortunately, it was not like when there was nothing left. Because of the rainstorm, the northern city's construction was delayed for 4 days. In order to speed up the construction, Su Lin also joined in. On a whim, he used spells on the workers and slaves to speed up the construction. For example, he cast group haste on everyone to increase the workers' working speed. He also cast army spirit on the workers to boost their morale and improve their strength and stamina. He also put the workers in a state of excitement to reduce their laziness and increase their work efficiency. After these spells were created, Su Lin was the first to cast them on the workers and slaves to make them work faster. But so far, the effect was very good. The construction progress was increased by 1/3. Of course, there were side effects, which was that the consumption of food increased. After all, energy was conserved. The faster the work was done, the more food they would eat. Su Lin did not care about the consumption of food. Now that there was enough food in the northern city, it was worth it to consume some food to speed up the progress. Chapter 299. As a supernatural world, the gods were not imaginary, but real existences. Although the world had many restrictions on them, their influence was very great. Sulin's North Town could not ignore the church. Even in the modern society where the gods did not appear in Sulin's previous life, the church could be widely spread, let alone in this supernatural world. In fact, the people at the bottom also needed a spiritual support. Many churches promoted that devout believers could enter the kingdom of God after death, and then live a happy life without disease, pain, poverty, or sadness. This was also true. So many people would believe in the gods. In this world, there were no people who did not believe in the gods. After death, their souls would be used as bricks to build a wall, but those who did not believe in the gods would fall into the abyss after death. Without the protection of the gods, many souls would be stolen by creatures living in the lower planes. The result would not be better than building a wall. In comparison, becoming a petitioner after death was a very good choice. To become a petitioner, one must be a devout believer of the gods. Only then could the soul become a petitioner in the kingdom of the gods after death. The petitioners would continue to live in the kingdom of God. Under normal circumstances, they would exist like the kingdom of God. As long as the kingdom of God existed, they would always live. If the kingdom of God was destroyed, these petitioners would disappear completely. In this world, the gods were very troublesome. They had great power and almost eternal life. He did not have the strength to challenge the authority of the gods now. While the construction of North Town City was in full swing, there was a vast plain in the middle of the continent. It was also a place where the power of the gods was very complicated. Almost all the gods had built temples here. Of course, the evil gods were very secretive about it. For example, the goddess of wealth, the Lord of Dawn, the goddess of Gaia, the god of war, and many other churches had temples. The god of rogues, the Lord of shadows, and even some demons from the abyss, as well as evil gods hiding in unknown corners, etc. At this time, many churches had sent messengers to North Town. In addition to participating in the construction, Su Lin now took time to train the Cryopteris. After more than half a year of growth, these Cryopteris needed formal training. Because Su Lin was the master of all the Cryopteris, training with his help was twice the result with half the effort. Just as Su Lin was preparing for training, an unexpected and yet expected visitor came here. A new caravan came to the city. It was a very special caravan. All the carriages in the caravan had the emblem of the god of wisdom. At the same time, this caravan had a team of 12 temple knights. The temple knights were the private armed forces of the church, and one had to be at least at the level of a knight to join. Above them were the Knights of Divine Grace, the Knights of God, and so on. When Su Lin heard that the caravan with the emblem of the God of Wisdom had come to the city, he immediately put down his work and rushed out of the city with his men. The God of Wisdom was an ancient and powerful god. It could be said that he was an ancient god that had been living since the age of the new gods. As one of the most powerful churches on the continent, the God of Wisdom, who had great divine power, was not someone that Su Lin could offend now. The emblem of the God of Wisdom was a kind old man. His churches were all over the continent, and he belonged to the neutral camp. When Su Lin arrived at the city gate, Many people had already gathered. The guards of North Town City were maintaining order. Because a pass was required to enter North Town City, the caravan was arranged to rest in the camp on the right side of the city gate. There were many humans who believed in the God of Wisdom, including scholars, nobles, and even wizards. "My lord." When the guards saw Su Lin arrive, he immediately stepped forward and bowed. Su Lin nodded at him and let him continue with his work. Su Lin was very satisfied with the guard. He did not let them go just because they were from a church. When they arrived at the camp, a tall woman with blonde curly hair wearing a silver-white robe without any embellishments came up. The God of Wisdom did not like luxury, so his priests were usually very simple. This was the complete opposite of the priests of the Goddess of Wealth. The clothes of the priests of the Goddess of Wealth were absolutely luxurious. Embroidery of gold thread on the clothes was just a basic operation. Su Lun once saw a priest of the Goddess of Wealth wearing 8 valuable gemstone rings on his hand, and he also had a lot of gold jewelry ornaments on his body. The whole person looked bejeweled, revealing the aura of a god. The priest of the God of Wisdom came in front of Su Lin and smiled at Su Lin. She then bowed and said, "My lord, I bring the goodwill of the God of Wisdom." Su Lin nodded, but he did not let his guard down. He looked at the messenger in front of him and nodded slightly. Then he said, "Welcome to the northern wasteland. May I know why you are here this time?" The priest smiled. She was not dissatisfied with Su Lin's attitude. The light of wisdom shrouds the entire world. "I am here to spread wisdom." Su Lin nodded. As expected, she was here to spread the religion. Since he was already mentally prepared, Su Lin did not dwell on it anymore. The tall woman looked around and sized up the city in front of her. She smiled and said, "My lord, you are really amazing. It only took you a year to build such a huge city in the northern wasteland. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it." Speaking of this, she smiled and said, "Such a magnificent and prosperous city can even be ranked as the most prosperous place in the continent." "You flatter me, priestess. This city was not built by me alone," Su Lin said politely. "You are a guest from afar. Please follow me into the city, priestess." "My pleasure." The priest smiled and nodded. Then she rode on the horse that was brought over by a temple knight. Su Lin waved his hand and a servant came over with a Pegasus. Su Lin jumped on the horse without hesitation. "This is a Pegasus?" Seeing Su Lin's mount, a look of surprise flashed across the priest's eyes, and his gaze on Su Lin became much more solemn. As a priest of the gods, she naturally knew the value of a Pegasus. She also knew how difficult it was to obtain a Pegasus as a mount. Even the leader of the Temple Knights did not have this qualification. However, this young noble lord in front of her actually had a Pegasus as a mount. She immediately put away her disdainful thoughts. No matter why this Pegasus became his mount, this lord's strength was completely worthy of her respect. "Please." Su Lun made a gesture of invitation. Of course, he noticed the change in the expression of the senior priest of the God of Wisdom. This was also the reason why he deliberately brought Pegasus here to show his strength. As a high-tiered cleric of the Wisdom Church, her strength had also reached Tier 4. Her status in many countries was quite high, so she naturally received a lot of respect. As long as it wasn't an enemy church, nobody would dare to offend a high-tiered cleric and the god behind her. The priest's smile became more sincere. She lightly knocked on the horse's belly and followed Su Lin into the city. At the same time, she observed the surrounding environment. Behind him, there were a few low-level priests and 12 temple knights in fine armor. Almost all churches had considerable wealth. On one hand, it was the accumulation of wealth over a long period of time. On the other hand, it was the worship of the believers. Therefore, most of the temple knights had first-rate equipment. Some rich churches would even equip the temple knights with magic equipment. Su Lin only took a glance and could tell that these equipment were all rare-grade equipment that had been enchanted. After entering the northern city, the speed of the group was not fast. The priest of the Church of Wisdom had been observing everything around her. None of the priests of the Church of Wisdom were idiots. On the contrary, all of them were extremely smart people. After all, As a church with wisdom in its name, this was their trademark. Just like the goddess of wealth's wealth, the god of war's strength, and so on. The Church of Wisdom had many clergies. The most important clergy was wisdom. Basically, all intelligent life needed wisdom. This also made the Church of Wisdom a powerful god. In addition to wisdom, he also controlled prophecy, books, history, knowledge, civilization, prosperity, and more than a dozen other clergies. This god also dabbled in magic and other fields. This old god was not powerful when he was first born, but as time went by, the power of the Church of Wisdom became stronger and stronger. At first, because there was not much wisdom in the barbaric era, people believed in strength more. But later, wisdom began to gain the upper hand. Now, it completely suppressed strength. The representative of the god of war was still a mid-level divine power. This was the best proof. When Su Lin first heard of this knowledge, he was also quite surprised, because he had never thought that relying only on wisdom could bring about such a big change. It allowed a god with little knowledge to rush into the realm of great divine power step by step. If it were not for his low starting point, it was very likely that he would have become the first god to enter the realm of great divine power in hundreds of years. Neat rows of brick and tile houses could be seen. Straight drainage ditches. The layout of the streets was simple and clear, with shops, taverns, and blacksmiths. There were also purpose-built public toilets. This place was not as dirty and messy as other towns. There was not even any garbage on the road. Everything here was clean and tidy. Because of this, other people even believed that Su Lin had misophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. "Your Excellency really surprises me." The priest of the Church of Wisdom looked at Su Lin in surprise. This lord gave her a completely different feeling from the others in this world. Chapter 300. This priest of the God of Wisdom had been to many places and seen countless nobles. Many territories were much bigger and more prosperous than Northtown City, but none of them were like Northtown City. Although this territory didn't look as prosperous as those famous big cities, it was full of life and energy. Other than that, Northern Battlefront City gave her the impression that it was clean and tidy. Moreover, the workers here were not like those in other cities. They were thin and weak, and their expressions were miserable and apathetic. Although the workers here had a lot of work, they were all strong and healthy. Their complexions were rosy, and they were all serious in their work. This was completely inconceivable to her. What happened next surprised her even more. She actually saw drows, half-elves, centaurs, and gray dwarves. These races could live together peacefully in Northtown City. What's that? Just as she was thinking about the residents of this place, a cry of surprise came from behind her. What happened? The priest of the God of Wisdom frowned slightly. A low-level priest behind her knocked on the horse's belly and caught up to her. "Sir, look at that building." The priest pointed at a tall and majestic gate not far away. It was the wonder of Northtown City, the Arc de Triomphe. "That gate is a magic building?" The priest of the God of Wisdom could tell at a glance that the building was extraordinary. "It is indeed a magic building." Su Lin nodded. He then pointed at the Arc de Triomphe and said, "This is the Arc de Triomphe. It was built to celebrate the victory of Northtown City over the Orc army. The purpose is to commemorate this glorious war and the heroes who died in it." As he spoke, the group approached the Arc de Triomphe. Su Lin purposely slowed down his footsteps so that the high-level priest and his entourage could take a closer look. "I really didn't expect that I would actually see such a grand and epic building here." Looking at the building up close, everyone was even more amazed by its majesty. The exquisite statues and the reliefs were like those of an epic. Everything showed how much effort the Northern Citadel had put into the building. Su Lin led the group through the Arc de Triomphe. The priest was very interested in this building. She asked questions about the building several times, but Su Lin pretended not to understand or ignored her. Su Lin wouldn't tell anyone about such confidential things. After confirming that she couldn't get more information from Su Lin, the priest of the God of Wisdom could only give up. Soon, the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. They naturally saw the harvest altar in the inner city. Compared to the Arc de Triomphe, the harvest altar didn't have as many beautiful carvings, but it didn't pale in comparison. However, Sulan didn't intend to take them there. They could only endure their curiosity. The priest of the God of Wisdom was getting more and more curious about North Town City. When she first came here, she only thought that North Town City was developing well and had great potential. Now, she completely changed her mind. It wasn't just good. As long as things continued to develop like this, North Town City would become a prosperous place. Please come in. Sulan jumped off his horse and made an inviting gesture. He led the group into the Lord's mansion. Everyone took a seat in the living room. Hathaway, who received the news, also came in wearing a wizard robe. Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to meet you. The priest of the God of Wisdom stood up and bowed slightly to show her respect. A grand wizard would be respected wherever he went. As for a legendary wizard, they were like strategic nuclear weapons in his previous world. After all, if a legendary spellcaster was given the chance, it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy a city. Compared to them, legendary warriors were treated much worse. After all, legendary warriors didn't have that kind of strategic deterrence. Hathaway smiled and nodded. She bowed to the priest as well. Welcome, emissary of the God of Wisdom. North Town City is proud of you. After a round of pleasantries, they sat down again. Sulan looked around and said, Your Excellency must be tired from the journey. Do you need us to arrange a place for you to rest? The priest of the God of Wisdom smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness. However, as a servant of the God of Wisdom, traveling isn't considered tiring. We can talk first. Right, let me introduce myself. My name is Vina. You can call me Vina. I'm here with good intentions and to spread the glory of wisdom, Vina continued. Wei Na continued, Your Excellency Su Lun built a city in this barren land. Your strength and courage are amazing. Many great nobles can't afford to develop a city bit by bit under such conditions. It's a miracle that you can develop this place to such an extent. The Church of the God of Wisdom is very optimistic about your development, so we want to build a wisdom temple in your territory. Build a temple and spread the faith. Su Len smiled and said, The God of Wisdom is a neutral God. I have no reason to reject the kindness of a powerful God. Vina stood up and bowed slightly to Sulan. Thank you for your support, my lord. She then smiled and said, Don't worry, my lord. We will follow the rules of North Town City and work together to develop North Town City well. Sulan nodded. He didn't take Vina's promise too seriously. This world was different from his previous one. In his previous world, there was a set of rules that allowed most people to live in a relatively fair environment. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. The Church of Wisdom was very polite now. Once Su Len lost control of North Town City, it was hard to say what they would do. Your Excellency, we still lack manpower, craftsmen, and resources. The Church of Wisdom has great influence. We can help you with migration and opening up new channels. We can provide you with sufficient funds and even management personnel. Vina waved at a low-level priest behind her. Then, the priest handed a sheepskin scroll to Sulan. As long as you are willing to accept, we can provide it for you for free. We also promise that we will not interfere with the management of your territory. Vina looked at Sulan with confidence. She believed that no one would reject the generous conditions offered by the Church of Wisdom. However, she didn't expect that Sulan would reject them so decisively after a few seconds of silence. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't accept your and the Church of Wisdom's good intentions. The Church of Wisdom? What did you say? Vina, who was about to speak, opened her mouth wide. She looked at Sulan in disbelief. The Church of Wisdom was one of the most powerful churches in the continent. They had manpower, resources, financial resources, and all kinds of soft power. They weren't any worse than a powerful empire. With the full support of such a powerful force, North Town City would rise even faster. However, there was also a problem. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, especially for a huge force like the Church of Wisdom. They didn't ask for anything now because they had a bigger goal. A huge force like this wouldn't care about temporary gains and losses. They were more focused on the bigger picture, especially for the Church of Wisdom. The Church of Wisdom was famous for their wisdom. They were good at scheming and scheming. When dealing with them, although it seemed like you were taking advantage of them, the Church of Wisdom was always the one who benefited the most in the end. Fortunately, the Church of Wisdom had a good reputation. Although they took the most benefits, they would leave some for others. At least, they didn't take everything. Otherwise, Su Lin would have rejected them even if he had to risk offending them. Although these churches were huge and seemed like they couldn't withstand a single blow from Northtown City, there were many benefits involved. They also had to face many enemies. If they really wanted to fight, the forces they could deploy wouldn't be much stronger than Northtown City. Otherwise, they would have to face the invasion of other churches or forces. More importantly, from the Harvest Altar to the Triumphal Arch, to the Secret Realm and the underground world in Northtown City, the value of any one of these secrets was immeasurable. They couldn't let other forces know about them. Therefore, no matter how generous the Church of Wisdom's conditions were, he couldn't agree. The control of the city had to be firmly in his hands. If he let the Church of Wisdom participate in the management of the city and open up the authority, they might discover the city's secrets. Do you know how much benefits the conditions you rejected just now represent? After a moment of silence, Venus still looked like she couldn't accept it. What kind of joke was this? The Church of Wisdom actually rejected the offer of money. Su Lin nodded. He didn't care about Reverend Vena's reluctant expression. He continued, although I won't accept the Church of Wisdom's help, it won't affect their preaching here. I can set aside an area for the Church of Wisdom to build a temple. However, you'll have to find your own materials and manpower to build the temple. As you can see, there are still many places in Northtown City that are under construction. Vena frowned. This was completely different from what she had expected. In her opinion, Su Lin, as the Lord, should be grateful for the Church of Wisdom's strong support. However, this script seemed to be completely different. If Excellency Vena is willing to accept, I can get someone to bring over the city's planning blueprint. There are many empty spaces on it for you to choose from, Su Lin said with a smile. Then we'll have to trouble you, Excellency Su Lin. However, you don't have to give us the land. We'll buy it ourselves, Vena said with a playful tone after taking a deep look at Su Lin. Chapter 301. Soon, the servants brought over a sand table map of the entire northern battlefront city. That sand table had been made by Hathaway after precise calculations, and its precision was very high. There were all kinds of buildings scattered all over the sand table. The city was divided into countless squares by the markets. The entire city looked like a chessboard. This Lord Su Lin really has some kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. What kind of city would plan the layout of the entire city so neatly? It's like a chessboard? Wei Na thought to herself as she looked at the chessboard-like sand table in front of her. These empty spaces were all reserved in advance. Miss Wei Na, take a look and see which ones you like. You can choose the most straightforward one. Su Lin came to the sand table and pointed at a few empty spaces on the sand table. The empty spaces on the sand table were all reserved by Su Lin on purpose. They were all in the outer city of the third phase of construction. In other words, the construction around those areas had yet to begin. Su Lin didn't plan to let the church build temples in the inner city. The power of a temple was almost equivalent to half of a wizard tower, and it was supported by the gods. Before the gods fell, the temple was equivalent to an impregnable fortress. Even someone as powerful as Su Lin would not feel at ease if such a powerful force was placed in the inner city. Su Lin wouldn't allow the temple's power to enter the core area under his control. If possible, he would even refuse to let all the temples in. However, once he did that, he would become the target of public criticism. He wouldn't be able to handle the pressure that he would face. These places. Wei Na was slightly stunned when she saw the empty spaces on the sand table. All the empty spaces were actually in the outer city. This made her slightly stunned, but she didn't give up on the idea. This was because building the Wisdom Temple here was her mission. If she didn't complete the mission, her position in the church would drop. Are you not satisfied with these places? Su Lin stepped forward and asked. In fact, these lands are very valuable investments. Although these lands are in the outer city, there are a lot of people in the surrounding areas. Moreover, these locations are all located in the bustling areas. Here, and here. These few pieces of land are around a few places. The people who live here are natural believers. Wei Na looked at the few pieces of land that Su Lin had pointed out. She had to admit that Su Lin was right. Those few pieces of land were indeed very good. There were also many residents living in the surroundings. It was indeed a very good place to preach. Therefore, even though it was the land of the outer city, Wei Na still agreed after some consideration. Moreover, Wei Na discovered that the commoners in northern Battlefront City weren't ordinary commoners. Many commoners owned farmland. This showed that the commoners still had hope of raising their social status. Of course, what Wei Na didn't know was that the citizens of northern Garrison City were loyal to their lord before they had faith. After looking around for a while, Wei Na chose a piece of land that hadn't been developed yet. Su Lin asked someone to stick a triangular flag in the empty space, indicating that this piece of land had already been occupied. Su Lin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Miss Wei Na, there's something I need the Wisdom Shrine's help with." "What is it that can make you personally ask for it?" Wei Na looked at Su Lin with interest. She was extremely pleased. Just a moment ago, this man had ruthlessly rejected all of her conditions, causing her to lose face. Now, it was finally his turn to bow his head to her. That feeling was indescribably satisfying. There are too many illiterate people in my territory. Moreover, many of the basic officials are illiterate as well. This makes their work very difficult. They often make some low-level mistakes in their work. Therefore, I established a training school to train these basic officials. However, Northern Battlefront City is developing too quickly. There aren't enough teachers to train them. Therefore, I hope you can provide some scholars to teach them, Su Lin explained. Of course, there's no need to teach them advanced knowledge. I just need them to learn how to read and write. If one were to ask which organization in this world had the highest literacy rate and the least illiterate people, then it would be the Wisdom Shrine and the Wizard Organization. These two organizations were very knowledgeable. The Wisdom Shrine wasn't too bad. They didn't have high requirements for ordinary people, but the knowledge of the wizards was astonishing. Even a beginner wizard had to master at least 4 languages, such as the Elven language, Byron language, Nesser language, and the Continent Common language. As for the more advanced ones, being proficient in more than 10 languages was only average. I see. I can promise you that. Wei Na agreed very quickly. Thank you for your generosity. Su Lin bowed seriously. This time, he was sincerely grateful. After coming to this world, Su Lin realized how strict the nobles of this world were when it came to knowledge. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for ordinary people to learn. Now that Wei Na agreed so easily, it could be said that she was giving Su Lin a lot of face. Although Su Lin didn't plan to let the Wisdom Shrine's people enter the city and become the city's administrators, it was still good to borrow their strength to nurture talents. Meanwhile, Wei Na was also scheming in her heart. Although she couldn't plant people in the city, it wasn't a bad idea to arrange people to impart knowledge to the grassroots officials. Most importantly, after imparting knowledge to these people, although they wouldn't have the status of master and disciple, there would still be some incense. This way, the grassroots officials would naturally have a good impression of the Wisdom Church. No need to thank me. From now on, we are also a member of the Northern City. It's only right for us to contribute to the Northern City. Wei Na quickly found her position. She didn't feel that she was superior just because of Sullen's request. Welcome to the Northern City. Su Lin was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile. After a discussion with Su Lin, Wei Na of the Wisdom Shrine led a group of people out of the Lord's Manor. They were arranged to stay in a courtyard in the southwest of the inner city. This courtyard was specially built by Su Lin to receive VIPs. Even though there was a shortage of housing in the city, no one was allowed to stay here. Wei Na and the others were quickly arranged to stay. The Wisdom Shrine had brought over 40 people this time. Apart from the paladins and priests, there were also many servants. The food for these people was provided by the northern city. Of course, these things were charged. After all, as the wealthy Wisdom Shrine, it would be a waste if they didn't make some money. Wei Na was still very surprised by Northgard City. Just a moment ago, she had seen a group of barbarian warriors pass by in a hurry. Their robust bodies, excellent weapons, and the countless scars on their bodies all indicated how powerful these barbarian warriors were. Even she felt a vague sense of threat when she approached those barbarian warriors. What powerful warriors! Wei Na watched the group of barbarian warriors leave and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. There weren't many such powerful warriors even among the paladins of the paladins. Just a moment ago, she encountered an entire group of them. Moreover, when they entered the city, Lord Sulen had his army stand guard on both sides of the city's roads. Just from their equipment and discipline, these soldiers could all be considered elites. Even the trump card army of the kingdom's capital wasn't as powerful. With such a group of powerful warriors, it was no wonder that Sulen could establish such a prosperous city in the northern wastelands in just over a year. Sulen arranged for this group of people to stay in the southwest of the city. At the same time, he arranged for the drows to keep an eye on them. Sulen didn't let his guard down against the people of the Wisdom Shrine. There were many secrets in the northern city. He didn't want these people to run around and discover anything. In addition, Sulen also sent more people to the Triumphal Arch, the Harvest Altar, the Teleportation Circle, and other places. Without Sulen's permission, no one was allowed to approach these areas. The people of the Wisdom Shrine didn't try to secretly send people to these areas. After discussing with Sulen, she sent 6 scholars of the Wisdom Shrine to Sulen the next day to report. Sulen conducted a simple test on the knowledge of these scholars. He found that these people's standards weren't bad, much better than what he had requested. Without any delay, Sulen directly brought these people to the basic officer training school in the northern city. There were 6 teachers in the school now. The teaching materials they taught were specially written by Sulen. Although they weren't very profound, they were still good for basic education. Sulen looked at the 6 scholars in front of him and said with a serious expression, "These are the teaching materials you need to teach in the future. Take a look at them first. I hope you can teach the knowledge in the materials to the best of your ability. Of course, you can also teach some other knowledge, but I don't want you to mix in your own knowledge. If this happens, you will be fired immediately. I will also propose a serious negotiation with Miss Vina." The scholars looked at each other. One of the leaders stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Sulen. Miss Vina has already told us to listen to everything you say." "That's good. I hope we can work well together," Sulen said with a smile. "As for your work here, I have already arranged. Mr. Sulen, we don't need to be paid." "Miss Vina has already told us," the leader said. "That won't do. As long as you work here, you will be paid. You can't reject it." Sulen interrupted him and continued, "This is the rule of the northern city. If you think there is a problem, I will communicate with Miss Vina separately." Sulen didn't want to owe the Wisdom Shrine any more favors. It was just some money. He wouldn't be stingy. Chapter 302. No matter which world it was, a debt of gratitude was the hardest to repay. Fortunately, the debt with the Wisdom Church wasn't that big, so Sulen wasn't too worried. After the training school for grassroots officials was doubled in size, the number of students that could be taught directly doubled. These scholars who came here quickly adapted to the teaching methods here and then began to train more grassroots officials. North Town had increased by nearly 100,000 people in a short period of time, which led to a large shortage of officials. With the help of these people, the shortage of officials could be partially filled. Su Luan specially wrote a booklet about the working methods of grassroots officials in Northern Town, which summarized the common problems encountered by grassroots officials. There were more than 50 articles in the booklet. Although it was impossible to cover all grassroots problems, it could cover some of them. Su Len gave the most standard solutions to these most common and easiest problems. Although these solutions weren't the best, they were the most suitable for North Town City's current situation. Although this method made the grassroots officials rigid, it also reduced the chances of them slacking off and being perfunctory. As long as they didn't follow the solution, they would be punished. Of course, this situation was also because the quality of the grassroots officials was too poor, and they didn't have enough people. When the number and quality of the grassroots officials gradually increased, Su Lun would gradually change it. After seeing that the people from the Wisdom Church didn't do anything out of line, Su Lun gradually relaxed. However, he didn't relax his monitoring of them. Su Lun, after the Wisdom Church came, the other churches shouldn't be far away. Hathaway said, "Indeed, I think it won't be long before the other churches send messengers." Su Lun nodded. Hathaway got up and poured a cup of black tea. Then she added a piece of rock sugar and stirred it. She continued, "But this is also an opportunity. With the arrival of the Wisdom Church, the other churches will definitely come. Although the arrival of these churches will be troublesome, it will also bring opportunities. At the same time, the arrival of these churches can prevent the Wisdom Church from dominating. We can use them to maintain a balance between the other churches. This isn't easy to control. If things go out of hand, the consequences won't be good." Su Lun said with a smile. "Will you go out of hand? Besides, what can they do even if they lose? Do they dare to make a move?" Hathaway suddenly said in a domineering manner. Indeed, the current strength of the Northern Citadel was far from comparable to the church, but it was not weak either. Moreover, the Northern Citadel had a legendary master, close to 10 level 4 transcendence, and more than 100 level 3 transcendence. Such strength was not considered weak no matter where it was. Sullen's power was still increasing rapidly, and so was Hathaway's power. It was just like how Hathaway became a grand wizard in just a year when she was just a beginner wizard. If other wizards knew about this, they would die of jealousy. Su Lun quickly made a decision: give up some of the benefits and let the churches fight among themselves. We will be the judges. No matter which church is the strongest, we will support the weak to suppress the strong. The arrival of the priest of the God of Wisdom also gave Su Lun a sense of urgency. When the elemental tide came again, a glorious era had begun. As the elemental tide became stronger and stronger, it would also become easier to advance in strength. Su Lun had to make himself stronger as soon as possible. As the Northern Citadel grew stronger, it would attract the attention of many old powerful factions. There was nothing he could do about it. When the Northern Citadel was still weak, those factions would ignore him. However, once the Northern Citadel grew to a certain level, they would naturally pay attention to him. If Su Lun, Chris, Hathaway, and Alex all became legendary in the Northern Citadel, then he would not have to worry about the church's revenge even if he rejected them. 4 legendary contenders and 3 legendary-level spellcasters. This was the top force on this continent. If Su Lun broke through to the advanced legendary level, he would not have to look at other people's faces at all. Just like the Red Dragon Queen in the south, everyone knew that she was an evil dragon, but who would dare to slay a dragon? Even the God of Light, who hated evil the most, had to accept it. Otherwise, what could he do? Send a god's avatar down? Not to mention that an avatar would not be able to defeat an ancient red dragon who was also a legendary wizard. Even a god's avatar might not be able to defeat such an existence. Although a god's avatar was powerful, once he died, he would really die. No god would leave his god's kingdom for such a thing. Although the gods were powerful in the state of saint, it did not mean that they were immortal. In this state, although the gods were still powerful, after killing the gods, they could directly snatch the godhead of the gods. It must be known that in history, such things had happened before. There were more than 1 or 2 masters who coveted the authority of a god. Although the risk was high, once they succeeded, they could reach the sky in 1 step. Therefore, if a god did not have to do this, under normal circumstances, a god's avatar would not descend. Once a god's avatar was discovered, not only those masters who wanted to become gods, but also the churches of the god's enemies would send a large number of people to encircle and annihilate them. The most common way for a god to descend was through possession or an avatar. Possession was a way to respond to a believer and descend on a special believer. However, this way, the believer would be equivalent to death. Descent of an avatar was a god using part of his divinity and divine power to create an avatar. The advantage of this was that even if the avatar died, only a part of the divinity and divine power would be lost. There was almost no damage to the original body. Bang! Once again he was hit by a stick. Su Lin rubbed the place where he was hit. He was practicing combat spellcasting. This talent could be said to be one of the talents that wizards had to master. The method of standing spellcasting had been eliminated during the period of the Arcane Empire. In a fierce battle, the enemy would not give you a chance to cast spells. "Boss, why don't we take a break?" Johnson stopped attacking and said. In order to practice combat spellcasting, Su Lin let Johnson, Boulder, and several warriors of the Formation Breaker attack him together. He was not allowed to counterattack and could only passively defend. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to successfully cast spells. "Continue." Su Lin shook his head and said, "The training effect is not very good." Boulder said again and again, and the weapon in his hand suddenly launched an attack. Su Lin quickly blocked with his shield. The others took a look and then gathered again. Although Sullen's strength was already at the legendary level, he could only let go, so the whole situation was restrained. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of weapons colliding, Su Lin once again blocked the wave of attacks. "Come on, where's your spell? Using spells to attack us? You're a dud." Boulder next to him attacked and constantly harassed Su Lin with words, which made the veins on Sullen's forehead twitch a few times. However, he could only endure for now. This was what he asked for. Those spells that were learned through skill points did not need to be constantly learned to cast spells and could be easily cast. However, those spells that were learned through him were different. He could only learn them bit by bit. After Sullen's subprofession as a wizard, he had mastered too many spells. If he used skill points to learn all of them, even if he reached level 100, he would not have enough skill points. It should be known that there were hundreds of spells that wizards commonly used. Including some rare and not commonly used spells, there were thousands of spells. If he used skill points to learn all of them, how long would it take him to learn all of them? As for the taunting and harassment of enemies during battle, it was a common thing. This was also because Sullen's previous opponents were very strong, so he did not use these tricks. In fact, as a warrior, taunting skills were very important. If he could taunt the enemy until they lost their mind in battle, it would be best. Of course, if the taunting level was too high, it would be easy to be killed. It was said that there were some taunting masters who could seduce people with just a few gestures. Boulder and Johnson, one on the left and one on the right, quickly waved their weapons and did not give Su Lin any chance to breathe. They kept taunting him. As warriors who were closest to the legendary level, their attacks were not to be underestimated. Su Lin could only keep dodging. "Come on. Do you only know how to dodge? A legendary warrior who only knows how to dodge? Oh, I'm dying of laughter. You are a disgrace to the legendary warriors." Sullen's face was pale. Although this was what he asked for, the feeling of being taunted and not being able to fight back was really too sullen. He forced himself to focus and quickly cast a spell. Just as he was halfway through casting the spell, a wooden stick swept over again and directly interrupted Sullen's casting. During the battle, Su Lin only defended and did not attack. Johnson and Boulder were satisfied. They completely treated Su Lin as a punching bag. The rhythm of their movements was very satisfying. After all, there were not many opportunities to beat up a legendary figure. The two idiots, Boulder and Johnson, did not know that they had been recorded in Sullen's little notebook. Su Lin secretly decided that he would definitely take good care of these two guys in the future and let them feel the care of the Lord. A wizard must always stay calm and learn to ignore the taunts of the enemy. Many wizards will deliberately provoke their opponents during battle, and then use this to see through your weakness and defeat you, Su Lin said in his heart. He forced himself to suppress his anger and continued to fight. Chapter 303. After the Church of Wisdom obtained the right to use the land in the outer city, they also began to build. The Church of Wisdom had more manpower than Su Lin. architects, engineers, sculptors, painters, and other talented people came to build the temple. Su Lin was drooling. The foundation of a large church was too strong. Although these people didn't have much strength, their design of the Church of Wisdom made Su Lin look at it with new eyes. Next, the Church of Wisdom's caravan began to migrate a group of craftsmen to start the construction of the Church of Wisdom. At this time, another church's caravan came to Northern Town. This time, there were more people. From the god of war, the god of light, the goddess of earth, the goddess of nature, and so on, 6 or 7 churches came one after another. Su Lin communicated with these temples separately and then signed an agreement similar to that of the Wisdom Temple with them. He also divided a piece of land of similar size in the outer city for these churches to build temples. At the same time, Su Lin received about 400,000 kinar from selling the land. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough to alleviate his current financial crisis. With these churches' construction, the population of Northern Town City began to increase again. A Church of Wisdom wasn't an ordinary building. Building a Church of Wisdom required a lot of manpower and resources. With these churches' construction, the population of Northern Town City increased by another 20,000 to 30,000 people. Although this population was temporary and most of them would leave after the construction of the Church of Wisdom, their arrival also made the market prosperous. Although the population of Northern Town City wasn't small, there weren't many people with spending power. Most of the people here were serfs and refugees. According to Sulin's previous regulations, they needed to work hard for 3 to 5 years before they could become free people. In the past, there were many caravans that came here, but because of the war between the surrounding countries and the orcs, the trade routes of the caravans had been blocked. Fortunately, the orcs that invaded Florence had been defeated, and the caravans of the southern countries and Florence had begun to slowly recover. With the arrival of these churches, Northern Town City gradually returned to its previous prosperous state. The city walls of Northern Town City were more than half built. Su Lin took some time to cast mud to stone to strengthen the walls. At the same time, the moat outside the city began to be excavated. According to Sulin's city plan, the moat would be directly from the Red Sand River. At the same time, this moat would be connected to the moat in the inner city. After the moat was completed, it would connect the inner city to the outer city and become a transportation channel in North Town City. The widest part of the moat was 30 meters, the narrowest part was 10 meters, and the depth was 3 to 5 meters. Now, the moat in the inner city served as the waterway for transporting stones, bricks, and other miscellaneous items. The main body of the Wisdom Temple was also built with white marble. The entire temple was tall and majestic, with an extraordinary aura. The entire architectural style was similar to the Gothic style, but the details were more exquisite. During the construction of the temple, more than 30 priests were dispatched to help. If it weren't for their divine spells, it would have taken at least a few years to complete the construction of this magnificent building. What surprised Su Lin was the temple of the War God Church. The War God Church had chosen to build it next to the Wisdom Temple. The two temples stood opposite each other. The architectural style was different from the Wisdom Temple. The War God Church was built with Doric pillars. The entire temple was made of granite. There were 19 stone pillars with a diameter of 2 meters and a height of 12 meters on both sides of the temple. Although the temple wasn't as exquisite as the Wisdom Temple, it was still magnificent. The 8 stone pillars at the entrance were carved with statues. These statues were the messengers of the war god. On the walls of the temple, there were scenes of the War God Church fighting. However, the War God Church was built here to compete with the Wisdom Temple. After all, these two churches were known to be at odds with each other. If the war god wanted to increase his divine power, the best way was through war. If the entire continent fell into chaos, he would be able to become a great divine power in a few years. As for the wisdom god, because he had wisdom, civilization, and prosperity priesthood, he had to spread wisdom, develop civilization, and make the country prosperous. This was the complete opposite of the war god. Now that both temples were built here, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Of course, it wasn't just the war god and wisdom god who had conflicts. The other gods were the same. However, These churches were more restrained, so there weren't any unmanageable situations. While the temples were being built, Su Lin returned to the mystery realm through the teleportation circle. After greeting Tower Spirit One, Su Lin went directly to the farm. When he arrived, there were already 2 harpies working here. After a month of growth, the magic crystals on the backs of the crystal beasts had begun to fall off. The sizes of the magic crystals that fell off the back of the crystal beasts weren't very different. This should have been designed by the ancient arcanists in advance. Su Lin picked up a crystal. These magic crystals were very hard. They could be used to make energy channels after some simple polishing. Soon, nearly 300 magic crystals were all collected. Su Lin informed the 2 iron golems to bring these magic crystals over and transport them away. At the same time, he checked the health of these crystal beasts. These crystal beasts were the key to the restoration of the mystery realm. There couldn't be any problems. After checking, these crystal beasts were living quite well. A few of them had obviously gained weight. After checking on the crystal beasts, Su Lin returned to the control room. At this time, Tower Spirit One was directing a few iron golems to build energy channels. Many of the energy channels in the mystery realm had been damaged. Now they needed to be repaired. Su Lin planned to rebuild the ecological park in this mystery realm. The previous ecological park had been severely damaged. The magical beasts that lived in it had died long ago. Su Lin needed to capture them again. In addition to these, he also needed to plant various magical plants in the ecological park. The environment in the ecological park was closer to the natural environment. The quality of the plants was generally much better than the large-scale magical plants in the plantation. The only disadvantage was that there were fewer of them. It wasn't easy to rebuild the ecological park. The environment in the ecological park was different from the outside world. Therefore, an environmental regulator was needed. Originally, there was such a device in the mystery realm. However, because of the passage of time, this environmental regulator had rusted into a pile of scrap metal. This kind of device was in Tower Spirit One's database. However, it wasn't easy to make. A large number of runes had to be engraved, so Hathaway was needed to help. In addition to this device, building the ecological park also required many runic matrices and energy channels to transmit energy. The cost of the entire ecological park was about 1.3 million kina. However, many of the raw materials were produced in Sullen's territory. They only needed to be processed. The overall cost wasn't high. The only thing that gave Su Lin a headache was the various magical beasts. They could only be captured in the outside world. Rubbing his temples, Su Lin went to the plantation area to check it out. The plantation area wasn't far from here. As soon as he entered, Su Lin felt a rich elemental energy. The plantation area was one of the areas with the richest elemental energy in the entire mystery realm. When Su Lin arrived, he saw a few harpies planting a magical plant called stargrass. Stargrass wasn't a high-level magical plant, but it was a very indispensable plant. It only had one function, and that was to be used as a stabilizer in potion experiments. The raw materials of many magical potions were very unstable. During the production process, stargrass had to be added to stabilize the potion. Hathaway's laboratory had a high demand for this kind of potion. The whole plantation was 30 meters long and 18 meters wide. There was a magic circle set up in the plantation, surrounded by a circle of marble. The effect of this magic circle was to change the environment of the plantation and maintain the environment of the plantation to be suitable for the growth of stargrass as much as possible. There was a tall steel golem next to it that was carrying something. 2 harpies were planting in the plantation. Su Lin walked in and took a look, then went to check the other plantation. At present, there weren't many types of magical plants planted in the plantation. Among them, there were mandala flowers, golden silk grass, explosive chili, sunflower, cold moon grass, magical algae, Moore's coffee, thorny flower, lightning grass, and more than 10 other types. These plants were all commonly used magical plants. Sunflower, for example, was the main material for making purification potions. It had a wide range of uses. It was very effective against undead creatures or some negative energy creatures. A standard bottle of purification potion could easily purify a zombie or ghost completely. Magical algae was the main material for making underwater breathing potions. After using the underwater breathing potion, humans could breathe underwater and survive. One bottle could last for 6 hours. Although the effects of these potions could be seen through spells, when in the wilderness, it was often necessary to conserve as much strength as possible. As for the magical plants that could be used to make the azure potion, some of them were also planted here. However, these plants needed a long time to grow, so they were still in the seedling stage. Hathaway opened a magic shop in the northern part of the town. It sold some magical potions and rare-grade equipment. The prices of the goods were not cheap, but many caravans and mercenaries bought some potions here. The most popular ones were healing potions and evolving potions. Healing potions could quickly heal wounds, while purifying potions could clean up unclean things. The chances of encountering undead creatures in the wastelands were still quite high. Some people who died in accidents were never properly buried, so it wasn't uncommon for them to be resurrected as undead. Therefore, whether it was a caravan or a mercenary, they would buy a few types of potions. These low-level potions were not expensive, and they were easy to make. The cost was 5 kinar, and the price was 2 kinar. It was a huge profit. Chapter 304. Boom! There was a loud noise and a heat wave. Boulder's strong body was sent flying into the air and landed heavily on the sand. Johnson and the other formation breaker soldiers couldn't help but swallow their saliva. "Oh, sorry, Boulder. I didn't control the direction well. Are you okay?" Su Len said apologetically, but his face didn't show any signs of regret. Just this morning, he finally succeeded in casting a spell in battle. After some practice, he learned the talent of combat casting. Ding! Congratulations, host. After a long period of practice, you have obtained some information about the talent, combat casting. Ding! Talent, combat casting experience is full. You have mastered the talent, combat casting. Su Len moved his wrist. The difficulty of mastering a spellcaster's talent was much more difficult than other talents. Fortunately, he wasn't weak to begin with. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to master this talent. But since he mastered this talent, he needed to think about the next step carefully. These days, he was full of anger from being ridiculed. He only defended and didn't attack. Now that he learned combat casting, he was ready to continue practicing. "Boss, now that you've mastered battle casting, is this the end of the practice?" Johnson asked cautiously. "How can I stop? I just learned it. I'm not familiar with it at all. Let's continue training." Su Len said righteously. What a... Hurry up and continue training." Su Len urged. Then, Su Len used all kinds of spells in the name of training to teach these two guys a lesson. His wizard level wasn't high, so he couldn't cast powerful spells. But the power of these spells was just right. It wouldn't hurt them, but it would make them suffer. A missile. Burning hand. Fireball. Stun. Su Len blocked the attacks while quickly dodging. He raised his finger and gathered the energy in his body. He cast one spell after another, greeting the two barbarians. Su Len only let go of the two punching bags when the energy in his body was almost depleted. There were many spell-casting abilities that wizards needed to master. For example, the most basic, proficient spellcasting. Only by mastering this ability could one cast spells quickly and not be easily interrupted. Then, they also needed to learn spell-casting exemption. Spell-casting exemption was also very important. For example, without this ability, casting acid arrow would require the poison arrow frog's acid, casting grease would require a small piece of magic grease, and casting burning hand would require magic powder. Low-level spells were still okay, as the prices of these things weren't too high. However, when it came to high-level spells, the price of many of the casting materials was very painful. Therefore, this specialty was basically a must-learn. Combat spellcasting was a specialty that wizards had to master in actual combat. Once they mastered this talent, they would be able to break away from the state of standing and casting spells. Other abilities like instant spell casting, silent spell casting, and spell delay were all required after learning combat spell casting. A qualified wizard needed to master at least a dozen types of spell casting abilities. There were also legendary spell silent spell casting and legendary spell instant spell casting. These were talents that even legendary wizards might not be able to master. In addition to these, there were a lot of spell casting abilities like maximal spell, spell upgrade, spell specialization, spell penetration, natural spell casting, empower spell casting, and so on. To measure the strength of a wizard, other than looking at the knowledge and spells they mastered, they also looked at the spell casting abilities they mastered. Su Lin would need to slowly master these spell casting abilities in the future. Just as he was training his spell casting abilities, on the road not far from the northern town, a convoy was slowly approaching. There were more than 20 carriages in the convoy. There were more than 200 well-equipped knights in iron armor outside the convoy. There were also more than 200 elite soldiers in armor and holding weapons behind the convoy. Such a convoy could be seen at a glance that it wasn't a caravan. In the middle of the convoy, there was a carriage inlaid with a noble badge. If someone who had studied noble badges saw it, they would recognize it at a glance. It was the emblem of the Florentine royal family. That's right. This group of people were the messengers that set off from the Florentine royal city to the northern town to sign the agreement with Su Lin. At the front of the convoy, a few soldiers from the northern town city were leading the way on horseback. As early as 3 days ago, the messengers from Florence had already come to the northern town city to report. These soldiers from the northern town city were specially sent by Su Lin. Otherwise, with such an army approaching, it would be very likely, no, it should be 100% that the patrols would think it was an invasion. In the evening, the messengers from Florence arrived at the inner city of the northern town city. The knights and elite soldiers were arranged to stay in the barracks, and the carriage carrying the messengers and the guards of the messengers directly drove to the Lord's mansion. The carriage of the messengers from Florence was very special. It was made of chorus wood. This wood was very tough, and after being made with special techniques, it was as hard as steel. It also had a special fragrance. Not only could it get rid of mosquitoes, but it could also make people feel comfortable. It was a very precious wood. The 4 horses pulling the carriage were also very tall. They were not inferior to the horses raised by the centaurs at all. The 4 horses were snow white without any other colors. The carriage was almost like a small room, with an area of about 20 square meters. There was a griffin inlaid on the outside of the carriage. In front of the griffin was a sword and a shield. There was a circle of thorny flowers around the emblem. Only the royals of Florence could use this emblem. It was obvious that the person sitting in the carriage was a member of the royal family. There was also a special shock-absorbing device at the bottom of the carriage. With these shock-absorbing devices, the inside of the carriage was like walking on flat ground. The shaking was very small. Roughly calculating, a carriage like this cost about 5,000 to 6,000 kiner. Normal nobles could not afford it. Even Su Lin did not have such a luxurious carriage. In fact, he did not have a carriage at all. Su Lin usually rode a horse when he went out. Now that he had a Pegasus, riding a Pegasus was much more awesome than a carriage. Although Su Lin was very rich, he rarely spent money on it. Although he also enjoyed life, such as using velvet blankets and liking all kinds of delicious food, he invested more of his wealth in the construction of the city. Now there were so many projects such as wizard towers, secret realms, and city construction. Su Lin did not have enough money to spend it all. In fact, Su Lin's approach was not like the old nobles of this world at all. The nobles of this world and the nobles of the previous world were simply carved out of the same mold. Whether they had money or not, they all valued their face more than anything else. Things like clothes and carriages were definitely the best. As for the real situation, it was up to each person to see what was right. A crisp sound of horse hooves came from a distance, and a luxurious carriage stopped in front of the Lord's mansion. A cute maid of 14 or 15 years old opened the curtain and jumped out of the carriage. The maid was wearing a beautiful maid's dress, a string of pearl hairpins on her head, and a pair of exquisite bracelets on her white jade-like wrists. After getting out of the carriage, she looked around with two beautiful big eyes, and then placed a brocade stool in front of the carriage with the coachman. "Your Royal Highness, we have arrived." At this time, a pair of white and delicate fingers stretched out from the luxurious carriage. There was a pair of black lace gloves on the hands. These lace gloves were a specialty of Autumnfall City, a half-elf city near the Elven Forest. Although it was just a pair of gloves, it was very expensive. The maid stepped forward and carefully held the hands of the princess. The princess of the Kingdom of Florence stepped out of the carriage. When the curvaceous figure of the princess of the Kingdom of Florence appeared outside the carriage, the eyes of the people around her were involuntarily attracted by her noble and elegant temperament. Her long golden hair was very delicate, and her face was slightly powdered. Her face was like white jade, her eyes were like stars, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Although there was a translucent veil on her face, it could still be seen that she was an outstanding beauty. She was wearing a princess dress with a corset and breast augmentation. There was a pure white tube top at the neckline. It was both conservative and sexy, outlining her pair of towering peaks perfectly. Her slender waist looked even more slender under the effect of the corset. Her curvaceous figure, slender figure, and perky peaches perfectly revealed her advantages. Her sky-blue eyes were very pure. After getting out of the carriage, the princess looked around as if she was looking around. Soon, her eyes fell on Sulen, who came out to greet her. But soon, her eyes looked at Alex beside Sulen. As a high-level harpy, Alex's appearance was also top-notch. He was even better than the princess. As soon as the princess got out of the carriage, she felt the pressure. The momentum that she had maintained before also weakened a little in an instant. Fortunately, she adjusted quickly, smiled at everyone, and then recovered again. After receiving the news from the messenger, Sulen returned to the Lord's mansion and changed into a noble suit. This noble suit was made for him by Angie and Angela. His two half-elf maids were very capable now. The size of the sewn noble suit fit him perfectly, and it perfectly set off his temperament. After changing into the formal attire, Alex happened to arrive at the northern town. So Sulen took Alex to greet the emissary of Florence. Chapter 305. Sulen moved his wrists in discomfort. Due to the fact that this form-fitting dress was tailored to fit the body, it was uncomfortable even though he looked dashing in it. Sulen was also dizzy from learning those troublesome aristocratic etiquette. Fortunately, he had gone through some training and could imitate it quite well. However, after seeing the starry eyes of the two half-elf maids, Sulen suddenly felt that this dress was not that unbearable after all. Sulen brought Alex to the door to welcome the messenger of the Florentine kingdom. However, when he saw the graceful figure of the messenger, he was indeed stunned for a moment. What surprised him even more was that the Florentine royal family actually sent a princess as a messenger. They must have prepared a sugar-coated bullet. Beautiful, dignified, noble, and charming. Such a style perfectly interpreted the grace and luxury of a princess. With a curvy figure, a slightly tender face, and the aristocratic etiquette that had been integrated into her bones, Sulen could not help but be amazed by the great aristocratic family that had been passed down for hundreds of years. If she were to be compared with Chris, Hathaway, Alex, and even Karina Grace, this princess would not have an advantage in terms of looks. However, her temperament and overall image were not inferior. Of course, this was due to her long-term aristocratic upbringing and etiquette. On the other hand, Chris and Hathaway rarely put in the effort to do these things. Putting everything else aside, Alex was the most beautiful one. Of course, this was only Sulen's subjective judgment. Hathaway's temperament was more intellectual, while Chris's was sexy and charming. After reciting the aristocratic etiquette in his heart, Sulen stepped forward with a smile and reached out to gently hold Princess Phyllis's delicate little hand. Then, he kissed her hand according to the aristocratic etiquette that he had just learned. "Your Highness, I'm deeply fascinated by your charm." Sulen's elegant and gentlemanly movements were perfect. These etiquette were requested by an etiquette officer he had specially invited. In fact, in Sullen's opinion, these etiquettes were completely superfluous. However, you have no choice but to learn. After all, when the dukedom is officially established, if there are any problems with etiquette, you will become the joke of the entire continent. Country bumpkins and barbarians were already considered good. Su Lun didn't want to become a laughingstock, so even if he didn't like it, he could only accept it. Unless one day they were strong enough to ignore these rules, they could only obey. Looking at the maids of the Lord's mansion, they were all looking straight ahead with no expression on their faces. It was all the work of the etiquette officer. Only Hathaway and a few other girls in Northern Town City were not restricted by this. After all, wizards were spellcasters, so they did not need to follow these rules. Wizards were not interested in doing these things. Mr. Su Len, it's an honor to be welcomed by you, Princess Phyllis said with a smile. You should know that there are many people in the royal city who idolize you. Really? That's a great honor. Su Len held Princess Phyllis's little hand and walked into the Lord's mansion together. Bright lights, a spacious hall, elegant crystal chandeliers, delicious food, mellow wine, and beautiful music. Su Len had prepared a grand welcome banquet. The main characters of the banquet were Su Len and Phyllis. Phyllis knew very well why her father sent her to sign the agreement with Su Len. In addition to forming a political alliance, another reason was to form a marriage alliance. An alliance agreement that was as useless as a piece of paper was not enough to make both sides trust each other. The best way to form an alliance, other than sharing common interests, was to form a marriage alliance. At first, Phyllis didn't have much expectations for this political marriage alliance. However, as a princess of the royal family, she had to protect the interests of the royal family. Therefore, although she was very unwilling, she had to obey the arrangement and come to Northtown. In her impression, this remote town in the northern wastelands should be the kind of place where the roads were muddy, there was a foul stench everywhere, the food was coarse and difficult to eat, and the behavior was rough. She could only spend her future in this kind of place. However, to her surprise, after arriving here, she found that Northtown was completely different from what she had imagined. This place was even cleaner and tidier than the capital. Although it wasn't as prosperous as the capital, this place had only been built a year ago. It had only taken a year to develop to such an extent. If it was given a few more years, she felt that it might even surpass the capital. More importantly, her marriage partner was also unexpected. He wasn't the boorish barbarian she had imagined, but rather a handsome gentleman. This made Princess Phyllis, who had been worried that she would be banished, very happy. As a princess, although she could enjoy all kinds of luxurious life that ordinary people couldn't imagine, most of them were used for political marriages. They had no right to choose their own marriage partners. Even if the other party was an old man with one foot in the coffin, they couldn't refuse. Now that she saw Su Len, she felt that she was simply too lucky to have met such a powerful, handsome, and gentlemanly noble. As a princess, she knew her fate. Since she couldn't change it, she would fight for the best conditions. Obviously, she was lucky this time and made the right bet. Such a good resource, she must seize it. If she failed, she would be sent to another place for political marriages. She didn't know what kind of people she would meet. Next time, she wouldn't have such a good opportunity. The lights flickered. Su Len and Phyllis sat in the study and had a simple discussion about the alliance documents. In fact, most of the main conditions had been decided long ago. This time, the discussion was only about some unimportant details. But why was Princess Phyllis's expression so strange? It seemed that she was a little infatuated. Under the light, Phyllis looked at Su Len with stars in her eyes. She also nodded and agreed to the conditions that Su Len had just mentioned. Soon, the agreement was finalized, and Su Len signed it. Phyllis gently put down the file and looked up at Su Len. Her eyes were a little complicated. There was surprise, excitement, and curiosity. On the way here, she had collected a lot of information about the northern wilderness. She had a preliminary estimate about this place. Not everyone could develop the northern wilderness to such an extent. In just over a year, he had developed from nothing to the point where he was about to establish a duchy. It was impossible to predict how far he would go in the future. The agreement is signed. Let's celebrate. While Phyllis was still thinking, Su Lin stood up and took out a bottle of top-grade rum from the wine cabinet beside him. He poured it into 2 glasses. The amber liquid swirled back and forth in the glasses. Handing one of the glasses to Phyllis, Su Lin raised his slender, white and calloused fingers. He picked up the glass and swirled it a few times under the dim magic light. The rum in the glass was clear and transparent. Under the light, it shone with a mysterious fluorescence. The smell of the wine was strong and fragrant. Then he drank it up. Phyllis picked up the glass with her white, jade-like fingers, but she didn't drink it. She gazed at Su Lin with a complicated look. There was eagerness and expectation in her eyes. She hoped that Su Lin would be obsessed with her, but she was also a little hesitant and didn't know what to do. Su Lin naturally knew the purpose of Phyllis's visit. He was very clear that the Florentine royal family wanted to form an alliance with him through marriage. They wanted to use this method to pull him onto their chariot. To be honest, they were very familiar with this method of marriage in Florence. Otherwise, how could the Duchy of Florence become the Kingdom of Florence? That was why so many nobles in the Kingdom of Florence had the right of succession to the throne. Although this right of succession might not be used for 100 years. Originally, he refused this marriage. After all, who knew what the princess would be like? But today, he had completely forgotten about this matter. This marriage was really a good idea. What did you say? I'm lusting after her body? Ah, this is obviously love. Phyllis put down the glass and looked up at Su Lin. It's really incredible. You've built a city here in only 1 year. I'm looking forward to seeing you continue to create miracles. It's nothing. I'm just lucky. Su Lin smiled. I don't believe in luck. Phyllis turned around, got up from the stool, and suddenly got close to Su Lin. Su Lin could not help sniffing her tall and slender figure and her outstanding advantages. When she suddenly got close to him, Su Lin could not help but sniff a few times. Phyllis pretended that she didn't notice it. She was still close to Su Lin. Although she was very tall, she was still much shorter than Su Lin. From this position, he could see her smooth shoulders, delicate collarbones, and 2 mounds. You're mine. Phyllis suddenly put her arms around Su Lin's neck. I should be the one saying that. Su Lin didn't hesitate to put his arms around her slender waist. Then, he turned around and pressed Phyllis against the desk. At the same time, his other hand gently kneaded her smooth shoulders and then moved down little by little. Phyllis's beautiful face flushed and became shy. Although as the princess of the marriage alliance, she had been taught in advance by her nanny. But this was the first time that she had used a real gun. Even her theoretical knowledge couldn't compare with Su Lin's, who was a seasoned spear master. However, a newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. Facing a spear master, she didn't want to be outdone and kept resisting. Facing this little white rabbit, Su Lin didn't hit her vital points. Instead, he showed his exquisite skills. After seeing Phyllis's face turn red, he shot out his spear like a dragon and went straight to the root of the problem. Chapter 306. Light and Slow Twirling. Under Su Lin's superb zither skills, Phyllis began to sing brilliantly. She had already changed out of her beautiful court dress, which was very troublesome when she was singing. Su Lin's fair and slender hands played continuously like a brilliant zither player. He was also like an elf, performing a magnificent movement with Phyllis. In the end, Phyllis fell down like a swan with broken wings. It was completely over. The 2 maids guarding outside the door blushed. After a while, they quietly closed the door and walked out quickly. At the same time, they blocked the corridor. Su Lin woke up early when the sky was just beginning to brighten. Looking at the messy bed, Su Lin tiptoed out of bed and stretched. Su Lin felt refreshed. Although he didn't do it, he didn't indulge too much, considering that Phyllis was just an ordinary person. However, Phyllis was different. She was a newborn calf who wanted to challenge the dignity of a tiger. In the end, Su Len whipped her with his spear skills that had already reached the master level. It would take at least 2 days for her to recover. She would just obediently rest on the bed today. As soon as Su Len got out of bed, the bedroom door was pushed open. 2 half-elf maids with dark circles under their eyes walked in resentfully. Angela glanced at Phyllis, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and then glared at Su Len, looking like a wronged daughter-in-law. As for Anna, she also pouted and didn't say anything. Her expression was obviously saying that she was angry and couldn't be appeased. Looking at the two of them, Su Len smiled in his heart. He then reached out and carried the two of them. "2 little vixens, I'll deal with you tonight." Then he slapped their perky little buttocks and began to wash up and get dressed. After washing up and eating breakfast, Su Len asked the 2 maids to prepare breakfast for Phyllis and wait for her to wake up. Then he directly left the Lord's mansion. After patrolling around the city, Su Len came to Hathaway's lab. At this time, Hathaway's lab had changed a lot. The lab was several times bigger than before. A group of 11 to 12 years old children were learning theoretical knowledge in the lab. These children were the first batch of wizard apprentices trained in the North Town. Su Len was very concerned about these wizard apprentices. After all, only a few of them were selected out of the hundreds of thousands of people in the North Town. Even if these apprentices couldn't become wizards in the future, they could still make some low-level potions and make some money. Hathaway didn't teach these children how to meditate. If they wanted to meditate, they needed to learn a few meditation runes, which these children were now learning. "Hathaway, have you deciphered the scroll from last time?" Su Len came to Hathaway's side and asked. The scroll he was asking about was the one he found in the ruins of the secret realm. It was one of the few well-preserved things in the secret realm. One could imagine the value of this scroll if it was still intact after such a long time. "Almost, but I already know the name of the spell recorded in this scroll." Hathaway shook her head. Wizards like to use their own secret language. No matter if they were arcanists or wizards, they were all very knowledgeable. Generally, after becoming a level 3 transcendent, both arcanists and wizards would have mastered at least a dozen languages. At this time, they liked to create their own secret language. Some words that looked like waves or staves were actually the secret language of wizards. It wasn't easy to decipher this secret language, but if you looked in the right direction, you could decipher it with some time. The scroll that Su Len and Hathaway got was recorded in a secret language. However, although they couldn't understand the secret language, they could still recognize the changes in the runes, which made it a lot easier to decipher. "What's the name?" "That spell is so well preserved. It can't be a legendary spell, can it?" Su Len asked. "It's not legendary. This spell is only level 5. Hathaway shook her head. Su Len was greatly disappointed. "It's only a 5th circle spell. Why are you looking down on level 6? Hathaway glanced at Su Len and said, "A level 5 spell is also very strong, and this is not an ordinary level 5 spell. No matter how extraordinary it is, it's still a level 5 spell. How can it be more powerful than a level 7 spell?" Su Len said casually. "This spell is called Bigby's Palm of Protection." Hathaway's faint voice came. "Even if it's Bigby's Palm of Protection?" "What did you say?" "Say it again." Su Len suddenly reacted. "The spell recorded on it is Bigby's Palm of Protection." Hathaway emphasized. "I didn't expect it to be the Bigby series of spells." Su Len said in surprise. In the vast sea of spells that wizards had, there were countless spells that had appeared since the birth of magic. However, among these spells, there were a few that were very famous. For example, the Melf series of spells. This series of spells was very weak, and the spell level was not high, but it was very famous. Melf's Minute Meteor and Melf's Strong Acid Arrow. Although these 2 spells were not very powerful, they were known as low-level god-slaying spells. Of course, it was a bit exaggerated to say that they could slay a god. At least no one had succeeded in using this spell. A god's body was surrounded by a special energy field. As long as this energy field existed, ordinary low-level and mid-level spells and rare weapons could not hurt the god. However, these 2 spells could. Although the power of these 2 spells was not great, they had other characteristics. After these two spells were cast, the Minute Meteor and Strong Acid Arrow were regarded as +5 rare weapons. In other words, they were equivalent to legendary weapons. Although the attack was shockingly low, this kind of spell could just break through the energy field around the god's body and hurt the god himself. Legendary weapons were not cabbages. Each one was very rare. Only legendary weapons could break through the protection of the god's force field. In this way, it provided a theoretical possibility that if enough people learned Melf's Minute Meteor, then it was possible to kill the god. Of course, this was only theoretical. After all, it was not easy to find enough people to ambush a god who was alone. Bigby's 5 consecutive palms was also a similar spell, and the Bigby's 5 consecutive palm spells were from the 5th circle to the 9th circle. Bigby's Palm of Protection, Bigby's Flying Palm, Bigby's Capturing Palm, Bigby's Vajra Palm, and Bigby's Crushing Palm. These 5 spells didn't rely on magic resistance when they were judged. Therefore, high magic resistance had no effect in front of these spells. If this set of spells was used well, it could be tried as a close combat mage. Even a legendary warrior would not have any advantage in close combat. When he learned that this spell scroll recorded the Bigby series of spells, Su Lin was overjoyed. This spell was a rare spell, but it was not easy to learn. Su Lin could not learn it at his current wizard level. After a while, Su Lin left here and went to the wizard tower. More than 5,000 workers were working hard at the wizard construction site. After a few months of construction, the underground floors of the wizard tower had been completed. Now they were building the upper floor. Half of the steel and all the obsidian produced in Northern Town during this period of time were invested in the wizard tower. Even Alex, Karina, and Grace were now helping here. A lot of obsidian mined from the underground world needed to be processed. Then these obsidian were fused with stone to mud, and then turned into big blocks with mud to rock. Finally, they needed to cast hardening spells. The whole project was very big. If it were not for the large number of spellcasters in Northern Town, such a wizard tower would take at least a few times more time to build. The steel rods were erected one by one and then wrapped in obsidian. The entire process was done with great familiarity. According to this progress, the main body of the wizard tower would be almost finished by the end of this year to the beginning of next year. However, only the main body was built. It was still far from the completion of the wizard tower. A lot of runes still needed to be engraved in various parts of the wizard tower, and at the same time, energy channels needed to be laid. The most important device of the wizard tower was also the core of the wizard tower, the elemental pool. The operation of the wizard tower was completely dependent on the elemental pool. Only a wizard tower with an elemental pool could be considered a real wizard tower. Those without an elemental pool could only be called a wizard tower at best. In addition to the elemental pool, a wizard tower also needed a tower spirit. Su Lin had already prepared the legendary soul crystal to make a tower spirit, but Hathaway was only a rank 4 wizard. If she wanted to make a legendary tower spirit, only a legendary wizard could do it. Therefore, this soul crystal could only be stored for now. As for asking other legendary wizards to make a tower spirit, this was something very few people would do. This was because if the legendary wizard left a back door when making the tower spirit, he could control the tower spirit at any time. Once the tower spirit was used to control the wizard tower would become someone else's. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would ask others to make a tower spirit. The original owner of the tower spirit in Sullen's secret realm had died thousands of years ago. Even if he left a backdoor program, it would be useless. The tower spirit recorded the soul waves. Everyone's soul waves were different and had a unique frequency. Once a person entered the river Styx or the capital of the death god, their soul would be broken down and only the core of their soul would be left. The soul that had been reassembled was completely different from the previous soul, so this backdoor was completely useless. Even if the original owner's soul was reincarnated, it would not be able to open this backdoor program. Chapter 307. In order to speed up the construction of the wizard tower, Hathaway planned to make some golems to help. She had already learned how to make clay golems, rock golems, and stone golems. She hadn't learned how to make a steel golem because the structure was too complicated. However, she had a copy of the steel golem production technique in the secret realm. There used to be 5 golem teams in the secret realm, but due to various reasons, they were all destroyed in Sullen's hands. The steel golems in the secret realm were all repaired later. Although Hathaway didn't know how to make steel golems, she could still repair them. That was why there were more than a dozen repaired steel golems in the secret realm. She was planning to craft a rock golem or a gargoyle golem. However, Northern Garrison City didn't have the materials required to craft a golem. Intermediate soul crystals were enough to craft a clay golem, but advanced soul crystals were required to craft a rock golem, obsidian golem, granite golem, and steel golem. Su Len got a lot of soul crystals from the necromancer he killed last time, but most of them were intermediate soul crystals. They could only be used to make clay golems. He had already used a few advanced soul crystals. If he wanted to get a lot of high-quality soul crystals, the best way was to go to the lower planes. Whether it was the bottomless abyss or the legendary undead world, they all produced high-quality soul crystals. However, they needed to be transported across planes, which Su Len didn't have the ability to do. If he wanted to get some advanced soul crystals, the best way was to try his luck at trade fairs. Wizards often held secret trade fairs. There were always a lot of good things in these trade fairs. Things that couldn't be sold in normal magic shops would appear in these trade fairs. Su Len had only heard about them from Hathaway before. Now, he was going to see it for himself. Northern Town City was located in the northern wasteland. This place used to be a gathering place for monsters, so there were no secret trade fairs here. The closest wizard gathering to Northern Town City was near Cult City. Hathaway used to be a wandering wizard. In order to trade for all kinds of magic materials, she had spent some time in these wizard gatherings. Naturally, she knew about these gatherings. Su Len and Hathaway were going to Cult City to participate in the wizard gathering. Northern Town City also needed to be prepared. After Su Len and Hathaway left, Su Len was going to leave Northern Town City to Alex. Karina and Grace would assist him. The army of Northern Town City would all be under Alex's command. If he couldn't make a decision, he would talk to Su Len or use the communication stone. However, the stone was very expensive and had a limited use, so he had to use it sparingly. It could only be used a limited number of times. After everything was settled, Su Len and Hathaway left the city in a low-key manner. The two then rode their Pegasus towards Cult City. The Pegasus was not only fast, but it also had the ability to fly. A journey that would normally take a week was completed in a day. The two descended from the sky when they were about 10 miles away from the city. Their target was not the city. Instead, it was a small town outside the city. Most wizards didn't like to live in cities. There were too many people in cities, and they didn't like to be disturbed. There was also the danger of wizards doing experiments. It was not suitable to live in a densely populated area. Therefore, the wizard gathering was held in this small town outside the city. There was a forest outside the town. The whole town was covered in a large concealment circle. From the outside, it looked like this place was shrouded in fog all year round. Normal people would get lost if they went in. If they were lucky, they would find their way out. If they were unlucky, they would be trapped inside and die. In the afternoon, a group of handsome white horses galloped from afar. The horses were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the forest. Su Len and Hathaway jumped off their horses. Before entering the wizard gathering, the two put on a mask to hide their identity and put on a large cloak. After making sure no one would notice anything from the outside, Hathaway took out a badge and entered first. Su Len led the Pegasus and followed closely behind. After passing through a few concealment circles that normal people couldn't detect, the two soon appeared on a deserted street. Of course, this deserted street was only compared to the bustling city outside. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred wizards on this street. Of course, most of them were wizard apprentices. The width of the street was about 10 meters. There were shops on both sides. Many people wearing wizard robes were going in and out of these shops. There was even a market not far away. It was full of stalls. Sulin followed behind Hathaway. He was now a level 2 wizard, a level 4 wizard. After entering the town, there were some wizards guarding the entrance. After paying some kinnar and telling them the rules of the town, the two entered. Although this town didn't seem to have a large population, the buildings on both sides of the street were 2 to 3 stories high. Not only were there all kinds of shops, but there were also inns and taverns. It could be said that this was a bustling town. First, they found an inn and left the Pegasus there. Then, they began to walk around. The two came to a shop and began to look for things to buy. These shops had a wide range of business. Not only did they sell things, but they also bought all kinds of raw materials. The price of raw materials was not high, but the price of all kinds of potions and magic items was not cheap. The high-grade soul crystals Sulin wanted to buy were rare. They went to a few shops and only bought 3 of them. The two were not in a hurry because there was going to be a large-scale auction here. This town would hold a large-scale auction at a fixed time every year. At that time, there would be a lot of good things. Of course, there would be high-grade soul crystals, but the price would be higher. If one wanted to participate in the auction, they would need a lot of money. Sulin originally had a lot of kinnar, but now that most of the kinnar had been invested, he didn't have enough kinnar to participate in this large-scale auction. Sulin planned to take out some things to sell. He had a lot of magic crystals in his hands, and these crystals were worth a lot. Soon, the two arrived in front of a shop. This shop was the largest in the area, and there were many wizards coming and going. It seemed to be a good place to sell. They looked up at the sign. The sign said, Blood Rose Alchemy Workshop. Without hesitation, the two walked in. The shop was quite big, about 200 to 300 square meters. There were 4 or 5 wizard apprentices in uniform greeting customers, pointing at the goods on the shelves and introducing them to the customers. As soon as the two walked in, an apprentice came up to them with a big smile and was about to greet them. Stand down. I'll take care of this wizard myself. A wizard was sitting in the corner of the hall, flipping through a scroll. When he heard the noise, he turned his head to look. At first glance, the middle-aged wizard's face changed drastically. He then put away the scroll and walked over to Hathaway. He gave a wizard salute and respectfully said, Great wizard, I don't know what you want. Would you like to come to our 3rd floor for a detailed discussion? Okay, Hathaway nodded and said calmly. Then, under the guidance of the middle-aged wizard, the group quickly came to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the alchemy workshop was divided into a few small rooms. The decorations inside were much more luxurious, but most of the wizards did not care about these luxuries. There was a young and beautiful female apprentice in each room. When they saw the middle-aged wizard and his group come up, they immediately brought some food and drinks. After they sat down, the middle-aged wizard immediately greeted them with a smile. Please have a taste, sir. This food is made by the halfling human chef we hired. It's very delicious. Forget about tasting the delicacies. Let's see if you have the materials I want to buy. Hathaway shook her head and said. Then she made a gesture to Sulin. Sulin took out a parchment scroll from his storage space and handed it to the middle-aged wizard. Since you said so, let's take a look at the list first. The middle-aged wizard was not angry. He took the parchment scroll and opened it to check. Hathaway and Sulin did not touch the food on the table. It was necessary to be vigilant in a place like this. Although the probability of them tampering with the food was very low, it was better not to touch it in order to prevent accidents. After a while, the middle-aged wizard's face became strange. Hathaway and Sulin were not surprised. They knew very well what was written on the parchment scroll. It was not easy to find these materials. The materials you are looking for are indeed rare. The middle-aged wizard smiled bitterly and said, Apart from a few pieces of high-grade soul crystals, we can't do anything about the adamantine, mithril, and legendary elemental cores. Once metals like mithril and adamantine are discovered, they'll be sold immediately. Unless you're lucky, you won't be able to buy them at all. As for legendary elemental cores, only legendary wizards can have them. You have high-grade soul crystals? Hathaway's eyes lit up. That's right. We still have 4 high-grade soul crystals in the store, but the price is not a problem. Sir, what I mean is that we only accept high-grade items in exchange. The middle-aged wizard shook his head and said. Hathaway and Sulin looked at each other, then took out a magic crystal and placed it on the table. Magic crystal in exchange for high-grade soul crystals. Seeing Hathaway take out the magic crystal, the middle-aged wizard quickly took it and appraised it. After a while, he looked up and said, low-grade magic crystal in exchange. Chapter 308. Afterward, the middle-aged wizard put the crystal back and snapped his fingers. A flash of light appeared and disappeared. Moments later, someone knocked on the door of the room. Afterward, a wizard walked in and handed a brocade box to the middle-aged wizard. Sir, this is the advanced soul crystal that we have in our store. The middle-aged wizard opened the brocade box and saw a purple crystal the size of an egg sitting quietly inside. Hathaway reached out and picked up the crystal. Afterward, she began to inspect it. Soon, Hathaway finished her inspection. This was indeed an advanced soul crystal. Since there was no problem with the goods, the next step was to discuss the price. Sir, if you want to use magic crystals to exchange for high-grade soul crystals, you will need at least 30 magic crystals of this size to exchange for 1 high-grade soul crystal. The middle-aged wizard pointed at the magic crystal on the side. Impossible. This price is too ridiculous. Sulin rejected without even thinking. Although a soul crystal is precious, its value is not as high as 30 magic crystals. Sir, you should be well aware of the preciousness of high-grade soul crystals. These low-grade magic energy crystals aren't bad, but they aren't too rare. If you want to exchange them for high-grade soul crystals, you'll have to raise the price. The middle-aged adept explained with a smile. Even so, this price is already more than double. We will not accept this price. Sulin shook his head. All right then. How many do you think are suitable? The middle-aged magus carefully observed the expressions on their faces, trying to figure out what was going on. Unfortunately, both of them were wearing masks and cloaks, so he couldn't see any abnormalities. This made the middle-aged magus feel a little disappointed, and he muttered to himself. Judging from their size, they should be a man and a woman. Judging from their voices, they should be quite young. It's just a little strange that there are not many great wizard-level witches, and there are only a few of them in the vicinity of the Kingdom of Florence. Besides, there are not many young ones. Could it be that they just advanced? I haven't heard of any wizard organization that has advanced recently. Could it be a wandering wizard or a traveler from somewhere else? The male sorcerer beside her is a grade 2 sorcerer. Could he be the sorcerer's boy toy? I'm so lucky to have a great adept as my mistress. Wouldn't it be easier for me to advance in the future? Sulin didn't know that the middle-aged man in front of him had already identified him as a man who lived off a woman. If he knew, he would definitely teach him a lesson personally. I think 20 mana crystals for 1 advanced soul crystal is very suitable. Sulin thought for a moment and said, according to this price, the soul crystals would be purchased at a premium of 1/3. I'm sorry, but we can't accept this price. The middle-aged magus shook his head. After that, Sulin's group and the middle-aged adept went back and forth over the price. Finally, they reached a price that both parties could barely accept. 23 magic crystals for a high-grade soul crystal, which was a 50% premium. After confirming the price, the two sides began to trade. Sulin took out 92 magic crystals of similar size from his storage space and gave them to the middle-aged wizard. He then put away 4 high-grade soul crystals. Seeing Sulin take out so many magic crystals at once, the middle-aged wizard was also secretly shocked. They couldn't have found a magic crystal mine, could they? After completing the trade, Sulin's group didn't stay any longer and immediately left the shop. After taking out such a large amount of mana crystals for the trade, both of them became more vigilant. Humans would die in pursuit of wealth, and birds would die in pursuit of food. This was a famous saying in both his previous life and this world. As long as there were enough benefits, he didn't think that no one would dare to do anything to him, a rank 4 great wizard and a rank 2 wizard. Even though the shops here were very trustworthy, if the person who leaked the money was not a member of the nearby Magus organization, it was very likely that he was a wandering Magus or someone who came from another region to explore. He still had to be careful to avoid being tricked. Hence, after completing the trade, the two of them didn't stay any longer. They pretended to continue looking for items while being cautious to see if anyone was spying on them. After making sure that no one was following them, Su Len and Hathaway continued to walk to the other shops. However, what happened next made him very disappointed. After entering a few shops, he couldn't find the materials that Hathaway needed. It wasn't that these shops didn't have anything good. Some of the magic materials that the shops actively recommended were very rare. Hathaway was also tempted, but unfortunately, they didn't have enough to trade. In the Magus world, although Kinnar could be used, many high-grade items couldn't be bought with Kinnar. They could only be exchanged with other materials. Kinnar could only buy some low-grade magic materials and magic items. He still wanted to see if he could exchange the remaining items in his storage space for a legendary elemental core. The most important material in the Arcane Garden was the legendary elemental core. With this, Su Len could start building the Sky Garden. Looks like we can only wait for the auction. After walking around all the shops, the two of them stood at the end of the street and shook their heads helplessly. The auction in the Magus town would be held in 3 days. Su Len and Hathaway naturally didn't plan to wait here for 3 days. After finding the auction and buying a voucher, Su Len and Hathaway took the Pegasus from the inn and left the Magus town together. The Pegasus' speed was very fast. At about 10 o'clock at night, the two of them would arrive at North Town City. In the next 2 days, Hathaway began to prepare to make a rock puppet, and Su Len prepared all kinds of magic materials. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, after Su Len had arranged everything, he took Hathaway and rode the Pegasus straight to the Magus town. After arriving at the Magus town, the number of magi in the town had more than doubled compared to the last time they were here. It seemed like any Magus with a little bit of status wouldn't want to miss this annual auction. At the entrance of the Magus town, there were also extra people. As soon as they walked into the Magus town, the whole street was full of magi in all kinds of clothes. There were many people in strange clothes, and there were even more who wore cloaks like Su Len and Hathaway. The two of them didn't stop outside. After settling the Pegasus in the inn, they directly took the auction voucher and went to the huge castle at the end of the street. In front of the castle's gate, a few magi were buying admission vouchers. There was a layer of water blue light at the gate. Hathaway took out the voucher and injected a little bit of magic into it. A blue light shot out from the voucher, and the water blue light immediately opened up a 2-meter wide passage. The two of them didn't stop and walked in. As soon as they entered, the energy barrier behind them returned to its original state. After entering the castle, they realized that the castle was bigger than it looked from the outside. The whole hall was more than 1,000 square meters. At the front of the hall, there was a wide platform. At this time, there was nothing on the platform. There were all kinds of tables and chairs neatly arranged in the hall, and there were some magi already sitting on the seats. The magi in this hall were all rank 1 and rank 2 magi. There were about 200 to 300 people in total. On the second floor of the hall, there were individual private rooms. These private rooms were only for advanced magi, and of course, they had to pay more. Under the guidance of a staff member, the two of them came to a private room on the second floor. After waiting quietly for more than an hour, there were about 400 to 500 rank 1 and rank 2 magi in the hall downstairs. A few bell rings sounded, and the auction officially began. Su Len and Hathaway sat in the private room and quietly looked at the platform in the hall. On the platform, a middle-aged magus in a silver magus robe was holding a green magus magic staff and briefly introducing it. Thorny magic staff. This is a magic staff made with great care by Master Ollivander. The main material of the magic staff is magic willow. This material is very suitable for the transmission of magic. The material is also very tough. After being made into a magic staff by Master Ollivander, it can increase the casting speed and reduce the casting difficulty. It can also slightly increase the power of spells. In addition, this magic staff also contains a defensive spell called Thorny Shield. It can be released instantly without any preparation. The starting price of this magic staff is 100,000 kinar worth of magic materials. Intermediate magic materials cost 1.5 times the price. Advanced magic materials don't need to go over the price. Every increase is 5,000 kinar worth of magic materials. The magus in charge of the auction was a rank 3 magus. Although he was a little far away, his voice could be heard clearly throughout the hall. He was very proficient in sound amplification. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately raised their paddle. Then, the price of this thorny magic staff, which Su Len thought could only be considered decent, quickly rose to 130,000 kinar worth of magic materials. Although this magic staff had many functions, such as reducing the casting difficulty, reducing the consumption of magic, and increasing the power of spells, these effects were just barely satisfactory. The magus who made this magic staff wanted to take care of everything, but in the end, it didn't meet his expectations in all aspects. The following auctions were also carried out in a lukewarm manner. During this time, some decent items appeared. For example, there was a dragon skin robe. The magic light on it had already reached rank 3. It was a very good robe. Su Len only called out the price once, and the price exceeded 200,000 kinar worth of magic materials. He could only give up. In the end, this dragon skin robe was sold for 280,000 kinar worth of magic materials. This price had actually exceeded the value of the item itself. Of course, it was normal for the price to be higher in an auction. Other than these equipment, the most popular items in the auction were various potions. For example, the Azure Potion, which could increase the efficiency of meditation, was very popular. Every time it appeared, it would be highly sought after. Chapter 309. The organizer of the auction was obviously very experienced. Every once in a while, they would take out a more precious item for auction and then attract the attention of the public. But more often than not, the items auctioned were not very good. Although some materials were rare, as long as one had enough money, they could also be bought in large stores. Therefore, in the auction house, the competition was not too fierce. Only rare items that occasionally appeared would cause intense bidding. As the items appeared one by one, time passed little by little. Several heavyweight items appeared in the auction and instantly set off a bidding frenzy. Several treasures appeared in a row, and the competition was fierce. Soon, the atmosphere of the entire auction became extremely hot. A piece of mithril, 832 grams, a rare metal material. The starting price is 350,000 kinar, a high-level magic material. Note that it is a high-level magic material. The price increase should not be less than 10,000. A piece of silver-white metal with a strange light appeared on the auction stage. The metal was slightly bigger than a fist, but the surface was like a layer of scales. When he heard the words, mithril, Sullen's body suddenly tightened, and his eyes stared at the piece of metal. Mithril, one of the most precious magic metals, was an important material for building a floating space city. It could be said that you could never have enough of it. He did not expect to see a piece of it here. 380,000, 400,000, 500,000. Mithril was really famous. Before Su Luen could bid, many people had already bid one after another. Soon, the price exceeded 500,000. Su Luen hesitated several times and finally gave up bidding. He didn't have many things that could be exchanged. Once he bid for this piece of mithril, he wouldn't be able to get the legendary rank elemental crystal core. And this piece of mithril was not too big. It was not enough for a floating space tower, let alone a floating space city. Su Len also produced mithril in the silver mine in the underground world. Although the amount was not much, it was more than enough to build a floating space tower. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Su Len decided to give up. After a while, the price of this piece of mithril rose to 1 million, which made Su Len, who was still a little unwilling, give up completely. Since he had already decided, Su Lin no longer hesitated and looked at those people fighting for it with a relaxed face. There are so many rich people. Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head. At first, he thought that he was quite rich, but after coming here he realized that there were many rich people among the wizards. In the end, the price of the mithril rose to 1.23 million kinar worth of high-grade magic material. The auction continued. Except for lunchtime, the auction continued. Finally, at around 4 p.m., the item that Su Lin had been waiting for appeared. A legendary level Earth Elemental Crystal Core in perfect condition. A high-grade magic item or magic material worth 350,000 kinar. Every bid must be increased by at least 10,000. As his voice fell, an earthy yellow elemental core that looked like a crystal ball appeared on the auction stage. 360,000. 380,000. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd couldn't wait to start bidding. This time, Su Lin was not in a hurry to make a bid. He was determined to get this item, so he would let those people fight for it first. When the price was high enough, he would call out a bid. Soon, the price of this elemental crystal core had risen to 950,000. After reaching this price, the number of people participating in the bidding decreased a lot. Finally, when the price reached 1,060,000, several people who were originally following closely behind hesitated and chose to give up. 1,100,000. Su Lin tapped lightly on the crystal mirror in front of him. The mirror flashed a few times and a price was called. 1,120,000. That person seemed to need this item very much, and hesitated for a moment before bidding again. 1,150,000. Su Lin immediately increased the price. 1,160,000. This time, after a while, that person called out a bid again. Su Lin smiled slightly, and called out a bid of 1,170,000 again. On the auction stage, the middle-aged wizard who was hosting the auction called out the price twice as usual. When he was about to call out the price for the third time to confirm the success of the auction, suddenly, another cold voice called out. 1,200,000. Su Lin was slightly stunned, and so was the middle-aged wizard who was hosting the auction. However, he immediately reacted and shouted excitedly. 1,200,000 going once. 1,200,000 going twice. 1,210,000. Su Lin shouted without hesitation. 1,220,000. This person calmly raised the price again, as if money was nothing to him. This made Su Lin's expression change. Once this happened, both parties would definitely fight to the death in the end. Both parties were in the VIP room on the second floor, which meant that the other party was at least a high-grade wizard. After hesitating for a moment, Su Lin's expression changed. He made up his mind and directly called out a price that shocked all the wizards present. 1,500,000. As soon as this price was called out, the auction house was in an uproar. The other wizards all looked at the VIP room on the second floor with strange expressions. This price had actually far exceeded the price of a legendary elemental core. The auctioneer's face lit up with joy. It was very likely that this was the highest price in this auction. Su Lin's face was expressionless as he stared at the other VIP room. The auctioneer began to call out the price again. Soon, the two bids were called out, but there was still no sound from the VIP room. The middle-aged auctioneer was a little disappointed. He called out the price again and directly dropped the hammer. After paying a huge price, Su Lin finally got this elemental core. After this climax, the auction quickly came to an end. The final item was only sold for 1,400,000 kinars. After the auction ended, Su Lin was led to the back of the hall by a beautiful wizard apprentice to carry out the transaction. Your Excellency, the legendary elemental core you bought is a high-grade magic item or magic material worth 1,500,000 kinar. You need to give it to us for evaluation. A wizard said with a smile on his face. Okay. Hathaway nodded and said. She then took out a portal bag and put it on the table. The wizard snapped his fingers, and a light flashed. Soon, a wizard about 60 years old walked in. "This is the chief appraiser of our auction house, Mr. Bacon. He will evaluate the items you have provided." The wizard explained and then handed the portal bag to him for evaluation. Next, the wizard named Bacon began to take out the items in the portal bag one by one to evaluate them. 6 bottles of Azure Potion, high quality, 15,000 Kinara bottle. 2 bottles of Purple Light Potion, high quality, 20,000 Kinara bottle. 4 bottles of Moonshine Potion, high quality, 13,000 Kinara bottle. 3 pieces of your own leather armor, grade 3 magic item, 35,000 Kinara bottle. The appraiser named Bacon was indeed very good. He did not underestimate the price at all. He set the price according to the retail price. Sulin nodded and accepted the price. Soon, all the items were evaluated. In the end, all the items added up to a total of 1,070,000 Kinar. "Sir, the price of these items did not reach 1,500,000 Kinar." After confirming the price of all the items, the wizard said with a gloomy face, "It's not over yet." Sulin took a step forward and took out a white ring from his pocket. He then put it on the table and said, "Add this." It was the bone control ring that Sulin got from the necromancer. This is a high-grade magic ring. The wizard's heart skipped a beat when he saw the items on the table. He then carefully picked up the ring and reluctantly handed it to Bacon for evaluation. Among all the magic items, rings and other accessories were the most expensive. This was because compared to magic staffs, robes, magic books, or scrolls, rings and necklaces were too small. It was very difficult to engrave complex runes on such small objects. Think about the artificial micro-engraving technology. Engraving on a ring required tens or even hundreds of complex runes. Then, these runes would form a rune circle. Only then would it be considered a success. If there was a single mistake, the ring would be useless. Therefore, the price of a high-grade magic accessory was more than twice the price of other magic items of the same grade. Good stuff. Wizard Bacon looked at the ring for a while. He then put down his crystal glasses and couldn't help but praise. "It's been a long time since I've seen such exquisite craftsmanship. This should be something that only a master alchemist could make. The only pity is that this ring can only be made by a necromancer. If it was a common magic ring, it would cost at least 600,000 or 700,000. But now, I can only estimate it at 500,000. Do you too accept this price?" "Yes." Hathaway nodded and said, "Then we'll pick out the extra 70,000 Kinar worth of goods. Also, this legendary earth elemental crystal core is yours." The wizard on the side said, "You don't have to pick out the stuff. Just exchange it for 70,000 Kinar worth of materials." Hathaway said as she took the legendary earth elemental crystal core and inspected it. "That works too. What materials do you need?" The wizard asked with a face full of joy. "It's all on this list." Hathaway handed over a list of materials that were not available in the northern town. The auction had just ended, and they had collected a large amount of magic materials. The materials on the list were not too rare, so it didn't take long for them to collect all of them. After checking all kinds of goods, both sides were very satisfied. Sulin and Hathaway took the things and left the auction house. They didn't stay for long. They went back to the inn and left the wizard town with the Pegasus. Chapter 310. The two left the wizard town and stopped hiding. Sulin got on the horse and carried Hathaway in his arms. He rode the Pegasus and soared into the sky. The Pegasus neighed and galloped forward. Damn it, that's a Pegasus. Why do they have such a thing? Chase them? What's there to chase? Do you think you can catch up with a Pegasus? Just as Sulin and Vivian left quickly on the Pegasus, 3 people in black wizard robes suddenly ran out from the woods below and looked at the figures disappearing into the sky. Sulin didn't know that there were a few wizards ambushing him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. According to the speed of the Pegasus, the wizard's flying spells were far from being able to catch up with it. Unless they had flying magic items, such as magic carpets or airships. Flying items were not common in this world because wizards preferred to use teleportation spells instead of flying slowly when traveling long distances. The Pegasus carried the two of them across the sky like a shooting star. Finally, 2 hours later, they arrived at the northern town city. Letting the Pegasus rest and play by itself, Su Lin excitedly carried Hathaway back to the bedroom in the Lord's castle. Then, he pulled Phyllis and the two little maids over to play a Russian roulette game. Early the next morning, Su Lin got up feeling refreshed. Although it cost a lot to attend the auction this time, he got all the things he wanted and bought them. In addition to the elemental crystal cores to build the arcane garden, he also got 7 advanced soul crystals. Hathaway planned to build 2 gargoyle magic statues with these soul crystals, and the rest was to build the iron magic statue. The gargoyle magic statue belonged to the advanced rock magic statue. Its craftsmanship was higher than the previous rock magic statue. These gargoyle magic statues could also fly. Although their strength was slightly inferior to the rock magic statue, it was already very exaggerated compared to humans. The gargoyle statue was made entirely of obsidian. Although the cost of manufacturing such a statue was several times higher than that of a rock statue, its physical defense and magical defense were much higher. Whether it was used for combat or carrying bricks, it was a good choice. The wizard tower was over 100 meters tall. With these 2 gargoyles, the speed of transporting materials was much faster. In fact, normal wizard towers didn't need to be this tall, but Su Lin wanted to build a floating city. As the control center of the floating city, a wizard tower had to be tall enough. Hathaway picked out 2 batches of the best obsidian and sent them to her laboratory. At the same time, she gathered the last remaining craftsmen in Northern Citadel and had them carve according to the blueprint. The structure of the gargoyle stone golem was more complicated, and the craftsmanship required was much higher than that of the rock golem. However, Hathaway had already done her research. Although the production progress was a little slow, there were no problems. Su Lin came here to check a few times and found no problems, so he was relieved. At the same time, he began to prepare for the arcane garden. The arcane garden was also known as the Sky Garden. It was a spectacular building that was built with a combination of fountains, flower beds, terraced platforms, and complex runic circles. Su Lin had been studying the construction process for a long time. This building required a large amount of pure white marble and granite. Fortunately, there were enough rocks in the Sierra de Lotus. He just had to let the workers dig. In addition to the marble and granite, the arcane garden also required a lot of magic crystals. Magic crystals were used to make energy channels. There were not many magic crystals left in Northern Citadel after the trade between the Arcane Mirror and the Wizard Town. They would have to wait for the Crystal Beast's magic crystals to mature next month. The fountains in the garden were even easier to make. Sullen's Earth Spring was too easy to make. There were a lot of runic circles in the arcane garden, and they needed to be made slowly. The only way to build the arcane garden was to use Earth Elemental Crystal Cores. Only Earth Elemental Crystal Cores could make the soil suitable for the growth of magic plants. Other fire, water, and wind elements were not suitable. Elemental crystal cores were very rare in the main material world. They were only produced in large quantities in the elemental plane. Intermediate and low-level elemental crystal cores could be obtained by killing giant wind elementals. However, not every elemental creature could drop an elemental crystal core. In the 4 major elemental planes, the giant elemental creatures could only be regarded as small fish, and the elemental elders were the mini-bosses. The more powerful ones were the demigod-level elemental jinns like the wind jinn. The wishing spell in the sorcerers was to summon the elemental jinn and then fulfill it. There were also 4 elemental gods living in the depths of the elemental plane. They were the real big bosses. Before the era of the Arcane Empire, the demons of the bottomless abyss wanted to conquer the multiverse. As a result, as soon as they came out of the abyss, they bumped into the oldest elemental gods. Then, these elemental gods brought a large number of elemental creatures and directly smashed the demon army. No one knew how many elemental creatures there were in the elemental plane. It was said that after elemental creatures died in other planes, they would be resurrected in the elemental plane. However, their past memories would certainly not be retained. Unless they were at the level of the elemental elders, they would not have any memories. Sulen took the earth elemental crystal core and studied it. It was a piece of earthy yellow crystal. The core was not circular. Its surface had many flat surfaces, and the overall appearance was close to a circle. This thing had many uses. It could affect the size of the gravity within a range, and it could make the land in an area fertile. At the same time, the energy consumed in the earth elemental crystal core would slowly be absorbed from the surrounding air. In theory, as long as the consumption was not excessive, the energy of this earth elemental crystal core would not be exhausted. In the future, if he wanted to build a floating space city, he must use earth elemental crystal cores above the legendary level to create gravity for the floating space city. This way, after the floating space city entered the astral plane, the things inside would not float up. In addition to gravity, the floating space city would face many other difficulties, such as air circulation, water circulation, and other basic problems. However, it was still early to study these. After all, even the problem of the floating space city's energy core had not been solved. Even if the other problems were solved, it would be useless. Sulen was not in a hurry to build the arcane garden. The third phase of North Town City's construction was not over yet, and he could not transfer too many people for the time being. Even if he wanted to build the arcane garden, he would have to wait until the third phase of the construction was completed. He could only ask people to prepare the materials in advance while he led people to speed up the construction at the construction site. The third wall of North Town City was a huge project. Sulen was now very envious of the strength of the temples. These churches that came to North Town City each had more than 10 spellcasters. With so many spellcasters casting mud to rock, the construction speed could not be faster. In less than a month, these churches had finished building their respective shrines. All that was left was for the craftsmen to carve and decorate. These craftsmen's carving skills were basically at the master level. Although the shrines had different styles, they all revealed a lofty and dignified aura. As for asking the spellcasters of these churches to help build the city walls, Sulen did not have that much influence. Moreover, this method would easily make the priests angry. Building temples was to serve the gods. This was fine, but what was the point of building a city wall? Unless Sulen wanted to fall out with those churches, he could only give up on this idea. After staying in North Town City for a few days, Sulen went to Mirror Lake City for an inspection. The construction of Mirror Lake City was also in progress, but the housing inside was already completed. The planning of Mirror Lake City was in fact a replica of North Town City. The city was divided into markets, and these markets were for residential housing. Now, there were more than 20,000 people living here. In addition to the housing, the market, business district, production district, city square, and city hall of Mirror Lake City had not been built yet. The original order was to build the housing first to solve the housing problem. As for food, Mirror Lake City still needed North Town City's support for food. Of course, meat was not needed. This place was close to Mirror Lake, so there was an abundance of fish. Akam, the city lord of Mirror Lake City, had done a good job. Next, Mirror Lake City would need to build roads, city hall, business district, production district, and other areas. At the same time, they would need to cultivate more land outside the city. Mirror Lake City needed to feed itself as soon as possible. Sulen did not develop Mirror Lake City to create a burden for himself. There were still many kobolds, gnomes, gnolls, and other monsters around Mirror Lake City, so the army would clear them out every day. At the same time, they would capture the slaves to build the city. Compared to North Town City, Akam was much crueler to the monsters. Some monster slaves died almost every day. Knock knock knock. There was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Come in. Sulen put down the document and looked up. Sir, there are monsters in Mirror Lake. 2 fishing boats were attacked. The messenger reported. Monsters? Akam's expression changed. He immediately stood up and said, My lord, the fishing boats were attacked by monsters. I must go and take care of it. Let's go together. Sulen stood up and walked out. Then the group hurried to Mirror Lake. Are there monsters in Mirror Lake often? Sulin asked as he walked. Occam said, last month, we found a water monster, but when we wanted to surround and kill it, the water monster left again. We searched for a long time, but we couldn't find the water monster. But for the construction of the territory, we had to let it go for now. I didn't expect it to appear again this month. Mirror Lake is too big. How are you going to find it with your small fishing boats? Sulin shook his head. Mirror Lake was much bigger than Mirror Lake City. On Sulin's map, Mirror Lake covered an area of 20 square kilometers. It was too easy to hide a few monsters in such a big lake. Chapter 311. Mirror Lake was located in the south of Mirror Lake City. The water was clear and there were plenty of fish. It was one of the most important sources of food for Mirror Lake City. Sulin and Occam soon arrived at the dock. The dock wasn't big. The ground was wet. Many workers were moving the fish. The air was filled with the smell of fish. Seeing Sulin and Occam arrive, the manager of the dock immediately ran over. Your Excellency, Lord City Lord, welcome. The steward bowed respectfully. All right, let's not talk about the formalities. Let's talk about the water monster first, Sulin said, waving his hand. The steward stood up after saluting and said, yesterday afternoon, we found that 2 fishing boats didn't return on time, so we sent people to search. Today, we found some ship fragments in the fishing area and some scales of water monsters. Then, the manager handed over a palm-sized dark green scale. Sulin took it and examined it. The scale was very tough and slippery. It was very slippery. It was very similar to the water monster Sulin killed in the Red Sand River. Do you know where the water monster is? Sulin threw the scale to Occam and asked. Sorry, we only know the general area where the water monster is active. Sulin said, all right, arrange a boat for me. I'll take care of the water monster myself. Because the water monster lived in a special environment, it was very difficult to rely on a large number of people to besiege it. If there were too many people, it would directly dive into the water. Judging from the habits of this water monster and its preference for sneak attacks, it would definitely not come out if there were too many people. In the Mirror Lake City, only Sulin had the confidence to kill the water monster alone. My lord, it's too dangerous. Let me go. Occam stopped Sulin. All right, it's just a water monster. It's not my match. I haven't been active for a while. Sulin patted his shoulder and said firmly. Then please let me go with you, Occam said after seeing that he couldn't stop Sulin. I agree. Hurry up and prepare the ship. Sulin waved his hand. Occam's strength was at the rank 3 Transcendent Realm. Even if he encountered a water monster on water, he would still have the strength to protect himself. Furthermore, he would need someone who could sail the boat to help him. Soon, the boat was ready. It was a small sailboat, 6 meters long and 3 meters wide. It only needed 3 to 5 people to operate. It was a fishing boat used by Mirror Lake City to catch and transport fish. After Sulin and Zhang Heng boarded the boat, Occam and the guide skillfully untied the ropes and raised the sails. Sulin snapped his fingers and summoned a breeze to blow the sailboat away from the port. Mirror Lake covered a large area, so it wasn't easy to find the water monster. Fortunately, Sulin had a strategic map with him, so he could mark out all the enemies around. With Sulin's wind elemental, the sailboat moved very quickly. The boat was like an arrow released from a bow, quickly sailing past the water surface. Soon, the boat arrived at the area where the water monster appeared. Sulin opened the strategic map and started looking for the location of the water monster. Soon, a large number of light spots that represented living creatures appeared on the map. However, most of these light spots were fish. The water monster didn't appear. It wasn't easy to find the water monster among so many light spots. My lord, this is the location where the water monster appears, the guide said. Let's cruise around here a few times and see if we can lure the water monster out, Occam said after glancing at Sulin. Under the control of the 2 people, the boat moved back and forth on the water surface. However, after a while, the water monster still didn't appear. Make some noise, Sulen said. Suluan said, and Occam nodded. Then he and the guide began to beat the water surface to make sounds. The fish in the lake quickly fled in all directions. Sulen's strategic map quickly reduced the number of light spots by more than half. As time passed, in a dark underwater cave, a figure the size of a small mountain was sleeping. At that moment, a pair of cold and evil eyes that looked like two lanterns suddenly opened in the dark cave. The body that looked like a small mountain moved slowly. The mud and sand under the water suddenly rolled and turned murky. A huge black shadow swam out of the cave. A few thick tentacles swayed gently. Then, the black shadow instantly accelerated and rushed forward. After a few times, the surrounding water was no longer dark. The huge black shadow also became clear. Sulen stood on the sailboat and carefully checked the strategic map. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that a light spot on the map was rapidly approaching. In just a few breaths, the black spot was less than 100 meters away from the boat. Sulen narrowed the strategic map to the upper left corner of his eye and shouted at Occam and the guide. "It's coming. You guys go back to the cabin. The water monster is coming." When the guide heard that the water monster was coming, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He threw away his tools and rushed to the cabin to hide. Occam, on the other hand, took out his weapon and was eager to fight. "Don't attack on the boat. Don't let the water monster crash the boat. If that happens, we'll have to swim back," Sulen warned Occam. At the same time, Sulen circulated the energy in his body. Suddenly, an undercurrent appeared under the water surface. Then, the undercurrent suddenly exploded and pushed the water monster that couldn't dodge in time out of the water surface. A water monster that was more than 10 meters tall, like a small mountain, appeared on the surface of the water. The body of the water monster was similar to a human and had 4 limbs like a human. However, the front of the limbs was something like a fish's fin. There were also 8 octopus-like tentacles on the back of the water monster. Its body was covered in a layer of dark green scales. Roar! A sharp roar was heard. Sulen suddenly felt a wave of soul fluctuation. A soul thorn formed completely by soul power rushed towards Sulen. The soul ring on Sulen's hand flashed with a white light, and an energy barrier appeared in front of him. After the soul thorn hit the barrier, circles of ripples appeared and then disappeared. Following the water monster's roar, a strange energy wave spread out. Sulen was suddenly frightened, but it disappeared very quickly. On the boat, Occam's face was a little pale. However, his eyes were still firm and fearless when he looked at the water monster. The guide, on the other hand, couldn't stand it. He fainted in the cabin. "This is the aura of fear." Sulen frowned. This water monster had a domain-type ability. This ability was very similar to the dragon's aura. It didn't consume any energy, and there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. With this ability, there was basically no need to worry about being surrounded by an army. As long as the aura of fear was activated, those who weren't strong enough and didn't have a strong will wouldn't even have the courage to face it. Of course, this water monster's aura of fear was a little weaker than an adult dragon's aura. However, it was enough to deal with ordinary people. A legendary-level water monster. Sulen took a deep breath. He looked at the water monster with a much more serious expression. Mystic Ice Slash. The purple dragon halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next second, 3 cold ice blades flew out from his weapon. Wherever the ice blades passed, the water instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of the water monster. The tentacles on the back of the water monster waved. A powerful water column suddenly appeared and hit the 3 ice blades. The ice blades collided with the water column and were frozen into ice pillars. Water walking. Underwater breathing. 2 beams of light flashed past Sulen's body. After using water breathing, Sulen directly jumped off the ship and rushed toward the water monster. Roar. A sharp roar sounded. The water monster floating on the water roared and quickly waved its fin-like arms. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a dark green water arrow. The surrounding air was filled with a rotten and sour smell. Under the spray of the acid and poison arrows, The surrounding water surface had already turned dark green. Some of the fishes and shrimps that did not manage to escape in time had their bellies turned white. Then they were completely corroded by the green liquid. Su Lin frowned. The acid spray of the water monster in front of him was already comparable to the black dragon of the Pentashade. Although the black dragon's combat power was at the bottom of the Pentashade, and adult black dragon strength was still at the legendary level. Haste! Sullen's body suddenly sped up and dodged to the side. However, the range of the acid arrow was too wide. Even if he tried his best to dodge, some of the acid still splashed onto the energy shield. Then he saw the area where the acid came into contact with the energy shield became thinner and corroded. In the end, with a soft sound, the energy shield and the acid disappeared together. The energy shield was a level 5 spell. It had just taken a hit from the soul thorn and now the acid arrow. Finally, it shattered. The acid arrow of the water monster was very powerful. If it were to hit a level 2 extraordinaire directly, not many of them would be able to withstand it. Just now, the area where the acid arrow had been shot by the monster had been cleared out. Strong acid attacks were not friendly to melee professions. They could corrode metal and cause great damage to the body. Even if one could pass the constitution test, there would be terrible scars after the wound was healed. Only melee professions with more than 20 constitution and advanced tenacity and regeneration could ignore this kind of attack. Seeing that Su Lin had dodged the acid arrow, the water monster turned its huge body and quickly rushed up. Although it was a little surprised by Sullen's escape, as the strongest overlord in the water, it didn't think that the little human would be a match for it. As a water monster, the lake was its home ground. It was like a fish in water here. Its fin-like arms waved gently, and the water monster rushed up quickly. At the same time, it spat out another acid arrow from its mouth. Summon wind elementals. The wind whistled on the surface of the water. 2 large wind elementals that were 5 or 6 meters tall appeared on the surface of the water. These wind elementals had electric arcs jumping on their bodies from time to time. As soon as they appeared, they rushed up under Sullen's command. Chapter 3:12. The whirling wind blew the acid arrows away, scattering the dark green acid in all directions. Only a part of it landed on the 2 large wind elementals, sizzling and emitting white smoke. However, compared to the wind elemental's height of 5 to 6 meters, the consumption was not even worth mentioning. The 2 wind elementals stirred up a gust of wind and rushed towards the water monster. The huge tentacles on the back of the water monster waved quickly, whipping the wind elementals. The huge body of the wind elementals only lasted for a few seconds before they exploded into a cloud of smoke. Thunderstorm. A rolling thundercloud suddenly appeared, followed by a blue lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket, striking the water monster. The powerful electric current directly shocked the water monster, causing its body to convulse and its tentacles to sway disorderly. However, the damage was not as great as Su Lin had imagined. More electric current was channeled into the surrounding lake water. Blue electric arcs jumped on the surface of the water and soon disappeared without a trace. 2/3 of the power of the thunderstorm spell dissipated into the surrounding lake water. As a legendary creature, the water monster had high magic resistance, and the greatly reduced thunderstorm spell did not cause any serious damage to it. At most, it made it feel a little uncomfortable and its body became numb. If this was on land, such a powerful thunderstorm would have at least charred the water monster black. Unfortunately, this was the enemy's home ground. After seeing that the thunderstorm was not as effective, Su Lin decisively cancelled the thunderstorm. The huge power of thunder and lightning filled the purple dragon halberd. Although the damage of the thunder and lightning was not good, the additional numbing effect was not reduced at all. After adding the water walk buff, Su Lin could walk on water as if it was flat ground. After seeing that the effect of the thunderstorm was greatly reduced, Su Lin tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and quickly rushed towards the water monster. Silver Dragon Inversed Scales Spear. As the purple dragon halberd was waved quickly, a silver dragon appeared. The dragon's body flashed with lightning, and in the next second, it directly rushed towards the water monster. The water monster that had just recovered from the numbing effect did not have time to dodge. Bang! The water monster's massive body was sent flying nearly 30 meters away. Its originally streamlined body was now riddled with bone-deep wounds. A large amount of blood gushed out from the wounds. Although the water monster looked miserable, its injuries weren't as severe as one would imagine. However, this water monster was unlucky enough to be paralyzed once again. This made using lightning attacks very annoying. Every attack would go through a test of paralysis. Once it failed, it would enter a state of paralysis. Lightning attacks had a very high chance of paralysis. Half Moon Slash. A crescent-shaped light blade flashing with lightning suddenly appeared. Then, it quickly rushed towards the water monster while sticking close to the surface of the water. After recovering from its paralysis state, the water monster immediately summoned a huge water shield. The light blade slammed into the water shield, splitting it in half. Then, it turned into countless water droplets and fell into the water. Although the light blade had broken through the water shield, it had consumed most of its energy. Then, it collided with one of the water monster's tentacles. After leaving a scar on the tentacle, the light blade completely dissipated. Sullen's body quickly glided across the water. In a breath's time, he had crossed a distance of 30 meters and arrived beside the water monster. In front of him, the water monster that looked like a mountain of flesh had just finished casting a spell. At this time, the water monster was in a state of exhaustion and had yet to recover its strength. Sullen's target was its chest and abdomen. From here, he could directly attack the water monster's internal organs. Although he didn't know where the water monster's heart was, and the water monster's body was too big, Sulen wasn't confident that he could hit its heart in one hit. So, his goal was to open its chest. Dark green scales covered its body. Sulen waved the purple dragon halberd, and at this time, the water monster forcefully dodged. At the same time, the tentacles on its back swept towards Sulen. Sulen quickly twisted his body and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, the purple dragon halberd in his hand stabbed towards the scales on the water monster's abdomen. Slash! It felt like a knife cutting through cowhide. Although there was a lot of resistance, the purple dragon halberd still quickly pierced through the scales, cut open the water monster's tough skin, and stabbed into the water monster's muscle layer. After piercing into the muscle layer, the purple dragon halberd was like a scalpel, quickly sliding upwards along the muscle texture. After Sullen's halberd broke through the water monster's defense and left a 1-meter-long wound on its abdomen, the water monster's tentacles frantically whipped towards Sulen. Sulen didn't take it head-on. His body flashed, and he pulled out the purple dragon halberd and quickly retreated. When the purple dragon halberd was pulled out, it also brought out a large piece of flesh, and the water monster's wound became even more serious. Dark green blood splattered, and some of it landed on Sullen's body. The water monster's blood was like a strong acid, and it had a strong corrosive effect. However, this kind of corrosive effect didn't have much effect on Sulen. With his legendary tenacity and 38 points of constitution, the blood only corroded a few black spots on his skin, and he quickly recovered. After dodging the water monster's swipe again, Sullen's purple dragon halberd drew an arc in the air, and then swept towards the water monster again. Flurry! The purple dragon halberd instantly split into countless afterimages, and these afterimages all pierced towards the water monster. Dark green flowers bloomed on the water monster's body, and for a moment, the water monster's body was covered in wounds. The intense pain caused the water monster to constantly hiss, and its sharp roars caused Sullen's ears to tingle slightly. It had to be said that the difference in size in a battle was very obvious. Sullen's attack on this water monster was like stabbing an adult with a needle. Although the wounds were bleeding and painful, the damage was not enough to kill it. Faced with the storm-like attacks, the water monster's eyes turned red. The intense pain made it even crazier, and the 8 tentacles behind it attacked wildly. Faced with the water monster's counterattack, Sullen's purple dragon halberd constantly blocked, and his body twisted to dodge, but he was still hit a few times. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and was not caught by the water monster's tentacles. Faced with the water monster that seemed to have 8 arms, Sulin was also a little tired. Who told him to only have 2 arms? With so many arms attacking at once, this was cheating, ambushing, and not caring about martial arts ethics at all. Thunder Domain. Powerful thunder energy quickly surged out from Sulin's body, and his body was covered in a layer of jumping thunder and lightning. The purple dragon halberd was completely covered in thunder and lightning, as if it was a weapon made of countless thunder and lightning. After activating the thunder domain, a 30-meter area around Sulin was completely covered in thunder and lightning. Within this area, except for Sulin, all the enemies would be attacked by the thunder and lightning in the air every second. Every thunder and lightning attack would cause some damage, and they would also be paralyzed. However, above the water, a lot of the thunder and lightning energy was dispersed into the lake, so Sulin's energy consumption increased by several times. Although the power did not decrease, the duration was reduced by half. After noticing the situation, Sulin did not delay and rushed toward the water monster again. The water monster, who was already in a rage, did not show any weakness. It roared, and the sharp cry shook the lake, causing ripples to appear everywhere. A powerful soul force appeared again, and then rushed toward Sulin fiercely. Roar! Sulin did not show any weakness. His eyes were red, and the energy in his body flowed, and then quickly gathered at his throat. In the next second, a loud roar came from his mouth, louder than the water monster's. The sound was like thunder, and it instantly exploded in his ears. The water around Sulin was splashed by the sound in an instant. War Roar, as an ability carried by Sulin's divine power, was also very powerful, and it was even faster than Soul Thorn when it was used. The thunderous sound rang in the water monster's ears. At such a close distance, the water monster, who was not mentally prepared, was instantly stunned by the sound. It felt as if there were 500 bees flying in its ears, and its mind turned into a pile of paste at this moment. The soul thorn that it released was also affected, and its power was greatly reduced. Sulin easily took it. Seeing that the water monster was stunned, Sulin waved the purple dragon halberd and quickly rushed forward. Although it was stunned, the water monster's 8 tentacles were still waving in front of its body. Seeing this, Sulin's purple dragon halberd flashed up and down, and the purple dragon halberd flashed with lightning quickly across the tentacles. The sharp purple dragon halberd continuously slashed across the same spot on the tentacle. In just a few slashes, a tentacle that was 7 to 8 meters long and half a meter thick was cut in half by Sulin. Dark green blood spurted out. The intense pain caused the water monster to recover from the dizziness, and the remaining 7 tentacles swept over from all directions. Thunderstorm. Powerful lightning fell from the sky and fiercely struck the water monster. Although the damage was not high, the additional paralysis effect appeared again. Sulin did not care and madly attacked one of the tentacles. In the blink of an eye, the other tentacle of the water monster was cut in half by Sulin. After 2 tentacles were cut in half, the water monster's attack power was reduced by a level. Facing the attacks of the remaining 6 tentacles, Sulin was not exhausted. Acid Spit. Seeing that Sulin was tangling with the tentacles and was beginning to gain the upper hand, the water monster once again spat acid at Sulin. However, Sulin, who had activated his thunder domain, did not dodge this time. The distance was too close, and the water monster's acid had a wide range. The effect of dodging was not good. Dazzling lightning exploded from Sulin's body, and the powerful electric current formed a lightning screen in the air. The dark green acid and the lightning screen collided. Lightning flashed, and the acid churned, and then suddenly exploded. A large amount of lightning power exploded in an instant. Sulin only felt a sense of emptiness in his body. This was an illusion caused by a large amount of energy consumption. Before he could let out a sigh of relief, the 6 tentacles once again swung over. Sulin's purple dragon halberd swept out and directly cut one of the tentacles. Then, his body dodged the tentacle behind it, and the tip of his foot kicked off the tentacle, and his body sped up again. Chapter 313. Cold Poison Purgatory. A dark green liquid suddenly appeared in front of Su Lin. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the dark green liquid. The venom was highly corrosive and had an extremely low temperature. Su Lin was charging forward at this time. He could not leverage himself in midair and was hit in an instant. The cold was followed by pain. Su Lin's body was frozen in an instant. The venom and corrosive power were constantly trying to destroy Su Lin's body. However, as soon as they entered Su Lin's body, they were directly destroyed by the lightning power in his body. The water monster paid a great price and finally killed Su Lin. The few remaining tentacles rolled up the dark green ice around Su Lin, preparing to kill Su Lin completely. Crack! At this moment, the sound of ice breaking came from the ice. Before the water monster could react, a large number of ice cubes suddenly shattered. Su Lin's body was wrapped in lightning. A terrifying lightning power gathered around him. Entanglement. 6 tentacles suddenly rushed over, wanting to completely strangle Su Lin. However, as soon as they came within 3 meters of Su Lin, the explosive lightning power paralyzed all the tentacles. Lightning flashed all over the sky. Su Lin's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and instantly broke through the encirclement of the 6 tentacles. He crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared near the water monster's body. Then, the terrifying lightning power gathered on his weapon. With a splash of blood, Su Lin's purple dragon halberd sank more than a foot into the water monster's chest. The water monster's huge body trembled. Then, the arms and tentacles on its body swung wildly. Su Lin was sure that he had pierced the water monster's chest. He might have even pierced its heart. However, the water monster did not die even after its heart was pierced. One could imagine how strong this water monster's body was. Su Lin's face was a little pale. He did not expect the enemy's vitality to be so tenacious. Although the explosion just now was powerful, the aftereffects were also serious. In just a short period of time, Su Lin had consumed more than half of his energy. The water monster's tentacles swung wildly. Su Lin's arm exerted force and pulled out the purple dragon halberd. Then he slashed at the water monster's head fiercely. Blood splashed in all directions while lightning bolts boomed in the air. The purple dragon halberd's crescent edge deeply pierced into the water monster's head. A third of the water monster's head was cut open, and large streams of hot blood gushed out. This attack had severely injured the water monster once again. With such a serious injury, even if the water monster's body was strong, it was still made of flesh and blood. Its vitality was quickly fading. The tentacles that were wrapped around Su Lin's body loosened weakly. A few tentacles began to twitch irregularly. Finally, with a bang, they fell into the lake. Blood dyed the lake dark green. Most of the lightning on Su Lin's body had dissipated. His clothes had become tattered. Many parts of his body had become pitch black. A fishy smell wafted out. The water monster's counterattack before its death had caused him quite a lot of damage. If it were not for his strong vitality, legendary toughness, and intermediate regeneration, just the poison and acid alone would have been enough to make him suffer. After there were no more enemies, Su Lin's body began to slowly recover. The black poison spots slowly faded away. The areas that had rotted into rotten flesh also began to scab. Although he looked very miserable, his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Just now, when the water monster had the home field advantage, Su Lin still managed to kill it. Continuously killing experts of the same rank made his aura even stronger. Even a legendary expert would be affected by it. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a legendary water monster. You have obtained an epic victory. Your name has spread far and wide in the northern wastelands. Prestige plus 10. You have completed the random mission, Raging Water Monster. Your city Mirror Lake City's stability plus 20. Popular sentiment plus 15. Your citizens fear you more. You have obtained a gold treasure chest. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a legendary water monster. You have obtained 45,800 experience points. You have obtained a silver treasure chest. You have obtained a legendary talent point. You have obtained the item, Spring of Vitality, *1. Ding! The host has killed 3 legendary experts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title, Legendary Slaughterer. Legendary Slaughterer, Special Title. Acquisition requirements, automatically obtained after killing 3 or more legendary experts. Wearing this title can increase the host's deterrence. During transactions and negotiations, the host can obtain better conditions. Damage to legendary enemies +1. There is a chance of enraging the enemy. Ding! After arduous training, you have mastered Weak Poison Resistance. Weak Poison Resistance. During the battle with the legendary water monster, you have been eroded by poison multiple times. Moreover, with your strong physique and regenerative ability, your poison resistance has increased. From now on, you will be immune to poison damage up to 5 points. When receiving magic or physical attacks, any damage with poison effects will be reduced by 5 points. Ability requirements: 20 points of vitality or 15 points of vitality and the ability to regenerate. Ding! After arduous battle, your ability, Intermediate Regeneration, has been upgraded. You have obtained the ability, Advanced Regeneration. Advanced Regeneration. You have fought in a harsh environment. While resisting the cold, poison, corrosion, and pain, your body has been further tempered. You have successfully passed through these extreme environments and defeated the enemy in the end. During this process, your body has undergone a further transformation. At any time, your recovery speed has increased by 15 points. Ability requirements: 25 points of vitality and the ability to regenerate. After the battle ended, they quickly returned to the water area. The huge body of the water monster floated on the water. Su Len first used ice magic to freeze the huge body of the water monster. Then he got 2 people to tie the water monster up with ropes and slowly drag it away on the fishing boat. The corpse of a legendary water monster could be said to be priceless. He did not intend to throw it away. After arranging all these, Su Len closed his eyes and sat in the cabin to check the rewards of this battle. He opened the storage space. At this time, there were 2 treasure chests in the storage space. Su Len took a deep breath and chose to open them. A beautiful special effect flashed and the cold voice of the system rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained 1 storage space upgrade voucher. Storage space upgrade voucher? Su Len's eyes lit up. He then asked the system, how big will the storage space become after each upgrade? After the upgrade, the storage space will increase from the current 10 cubic meters to 50 cubic meters. Do you need anything else? What is the success rate? Su Len asked with a happy face. Because the host has obtained the storage space upgrade voucher, you don't need anything else for this upgrade. The success rate is 100%. Then hurry up and upgrade. Su Len said directly. His storage space was now a little small. For example, the water monster just now could not be put in. The space magic in this world was still very good. Basically, all the wizards had a space bag or other space equipment. An ordinary space bag was half a cubic meter to 1 cubic meter. Currently, the largest space equipment was only 15 cubic meters. Su Len's storage space had increased to 50 cubic meters. Begin the upgrade. With a flash of light, the storage space upgrade voucher disappeared. Then, Su Len's storage space began to expand in all directions. It only stopped when it expanded to 50 cubic meters. As the flash of light dissipated, the storage space expanded by 5 times. The originally crowded storage space became empty in an instant. Su Len calmed himself down and opened the remaining gold treasure chest. With a flash of light, the cold voice of the system rang in his ears again. Congratulations, host, you have opened the gold treasure chest. You have obtained the skill, Thunder Prison. Thunder Prison, a new skill evolved from the system's skill, Thunder Prison, after combining with the rules of this world. It can create a thunder cage to trap the enemy. During this time, the enemy will not be able to move and will be severely injured by the thunder. Detected that the host has the thunder territory. You can integrate the Thunder Prison into the Thunder Territory. Do you want to integrate it? Integrate it. Hearing that he could integrate it into the Thunder Territory, Su Len quickly agreed. The Thunder Territory was now his strongest state. This skill that could obviously increase the power of the Thunder Territory had to be integrated. Ding, the Thunder Prison skill has been integrated into the Thunder Territory. This integration will consume 1 legendary skill point or legendary talent point. Do you want to integrate it? Su Len gritted his teeth. Originally, he had planned to save the legendary talent point to upgrade his advanced regeneration to legendary regeneration or to upgrade his anti-magic skills. Now that the Thunder Territory integration also required legendary talent points, Su Len hesitated for a moment and quickly made up his mind. System, integrate. Begin the integration. As Su Luen chose to fuse, his soul instantly appeared in a strange space. It was not the first time he had entered this space. His soul began to expand rapidly, and endless power surrounded him. The faint lightning symbol in his soul began to flicker with dazzling light, and at the same time, the lightning symbol became more solid. At this moment, he seemed to have understood a lot, but also seemed to have understood nothing. It felt like only a second had passed, but it also felt like countless years. At this moment, a strong sense of repulsion appeared, and Su Luen's soul instantly left that space. The next second, it appeared in his body, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Congratulations, host, the integration is successful. Your Thunder Territory, Basic, has officially been upgraded to Thunder Territory, Intermediate. Chapter 3:14. Su Len slowly opened his eyes. After a tough battle, his empty body was once again filled with energy. Traces of lightning energy scattered from his body, and the wounds on his body had already healed. If it were not for the color of the wounds, it would be as if he had never been injured. Even the places on his body that had been corroded by acid and poison were quickly recovering. The poison had completely disappeared, and the black rotting areas were quickly scabbing and then shedding. In less than 10 minutes, these areas had returned to their original state. The advanced regeneration talent was indeed very powerful. With this talent, not only would wounds heal quickly, but it would also grant some supernatural changes. For example, as long as a broken limb was reattached to the body's regeneration ability would regenerate the limb and the body. It was said that with the legendary regeneration talent, even if a broken limb was completely destroyed, the body would grow again after a period of time. In other words, he had the ability to regenerate broken limbs. Su Len had only seen this talent in slimes and trolls. Su Len gently opened his hand, and a ball of lightning energy appeared in his hand. The violent lightning energy formed a ball of lightning in his hand. Su Len held the ball of lightning and gently tossed it up, then caught it again. Then he continued to perform various actions. The ball of lightning did not change at all under Su Len's acrobatic actions. It did not look like a violent lightning element at all. In the past, Su Luen couldn't do this. However, after fusing with Thunder Prison and upgrading his Thunder Domain, Su Luen was able to do this easily. Thunder Territory, Intermediate. You have begun to control the power of lightning. When you use lightning energy again, it will be more powerful. You are immune to ordinary lightning damage. The consumption of all lightning energy skills will be reduced by 50%, and the power of all lightning skills will be increased by 50%. After the territory is activated, you can create a world of lightning within 30 meters of yourself. All people or monsters that enter this area will be damaged by lightning. In this territory, your skills, strength, constitution, agility, and magic resistance will be increased by 100%. Su Len's Thunder Territory had expanded. Of course, his energy consumption had increased as well. Apart from that, his control of thunder and lightning had also become easier. Now, Su Len could easily control the thunder and lightning to kill the monster even if they were on the surface of the water. Previously, when he used the Thunder Domain, although it was very powerful, he couldn't control the thunder and lightning released. Now it was different. As long as he was in the thunder domain, he could control the thunder and lightning released. It wouldn't be like last time, when 2/3 of the power of the thunderstorm spell was channeled into the lake. For example, Su Lin could now adjust the plasma cannon according to his needs. If the succubus had high magic resistance, he could increase its power. The Phyllis was weak, he could reduce its power. Although its power did not increase by much, Sullen's combat power had increased by several levels. "Sir, we've arrived." Just as Su Lin was thinking about how to train his lightning control, Occam's voice came from outside the cabin. "Got it." Su Lin took out a clean and intact set of clothes from the storage space and threw away the beggar's clothes. He found a mirror and simply tidied up his appearance before walking out of the cabin. As soon as he came out, he heard deafening cheers from the port. Su Lin was very familiar with such scenes. After calming down these people easily, Su Lin looked at the other spoils of war. The corpse of a legendary monster. The corpse of a legendary magical beast was rare. Of course, although the value of this monster was very high, it was still not comparable to that of a giant dragon of the same level. The value of a giant dragon's corpse was shockingly high. The dragon's scales could be used to make high-level enchanted armor. This armor's defensive power was close to that of a giant dragon. Not only did it have strong physical resistance, but it also had high magic resistance. The dragon's skin could be used to make dragon's leather armor or dragon's leather robes. The dragon's horn could be used to make magic wands. The dragon's teeth could be used to make machetes or daggers. The dragon's blood could be used to make dragon's blood potions or hold a dragon's blood baptism ceremony. The dragon's heart was even more precious magic material. The dragon's meat was a precious magic ingredient. Even the dragon's bones could be given to necromancers to make bone dragons. However, if these things were seen by a giant dragon, it would be a big problem. Moreover, it was not easy to hunt a giant dragon. It was not easy to be a dragon slayer. Although this monster was also a legendary magical beast, its value was far less than that of a giant dragon. In order to deal with the corpse as soon as possible, Su Lin personally dissected it. At the same time, a few barbarian warriors helped. The monster's blood was all drained and stored in a special crystal container. Although the blood was very toxic and corrosive, it was still a good material. Of course, this blood was very suitable to be used as a casting material for strong acid arrows. As for the monster's meat, Su Lin checked it. The meat was poisonous and inedible. He could only freeze it and give it to Hathaway to see what use it had. Although the meat was poisonous, the monster's tendons were very good. They could be used to make crossbow strings. As for the monster's scales and skin, they were all collected. The scales were tough and hard to cut with swords. The surface was smooth and could be used to deflect weapons. It was very good for making armor. Su Lin planned to let Hathaway try to make a set of dragon scale armor. The water monster's skin was as tough as a dragon's, and it also had a trace of mana on it. It was a very good magic material, perfect for making wizard robes. As for the water monster's 8 tentacles, they were huge. Each tentacle was more than 10 meters long and 1 meter in diameter. How was he going to make such a big squid leg? Coating it with seasoning and barbecuing it? How big would the barbecue grill be? However, thinking about how delicious the squid leg was, Su Lin decided to bring it back and let Frodo, the head chef of Northern Town City, try it. A huge water monster was quickly cut up. As for the magic core, he couldn't find it even after searching for a long time. The magic core was also very rare, just like the dragon crystal. Not every magical beast or giant dragon could give birth to one. There was only a very small chance of finding such a thing in the body of a magical beast. The rest of the monster's organs and bones were collected and processed. The last monster was dissected into many materials just like that. After solving the problem of the monster, Su Lin checked the work in Mirror Lake City and couldn't wait to return to Northern Town City. First, he ran to Hathaway's lab and handed the materials from the monster to her. Hathaway was the only master alchemist in Northern Town City. It would be a waste to give these legendary materials to someone else. After seeing so many legendary materials, Hathaway was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She put down her work and took the materials directly to the lab to study. Sulin shook his head and left the lab. The construction of Northern Town City was still progressing steadily. When Sulin returned to the Lord's castle, he saw a gargoyle golem working on the wizard tower that was under construction not far away. This golem was powerful, tireless, and could fly. It was the best tool. 996 and 007 were nothing compared to this golem. The golem could work 365 days a year. It didn't need to be paid and could work at any time except for charging. It was perfect. The only downside was that it was expensive to build. After killing the monster, Sulin was still a little tired. After returning to the Lord's castle, he had a simple dinner and found a few ladies to talk about life. In the next few days, Sulin didn't go out again. He wanted to take a good rest and wander around the city every day. On the fourth day, Sulin found some craftsmen to make something. After killing the orc chieftain, he got a crossbow talisman, which could be used to recruit crossbowmen. He also learned how to make crossbows. Compared to bows and arrows, crossbows were much better. It took 2 to 3 years to make a suitable bow, and it also took a long time for the archer to train. Crossbows were different. Although the structure of a crossbow was complicated, it didn't take as long as a bow and arrow. As long as the style and specifications of the crossbow were determined, they could try to standardize the production. Even if some crossbows were damaged, they could be used again with new parts. Crossbowmen didn't need to train for a long time like archers. As long as they had the strength and understood orders, they could line up and shoot. The range of a crossbow was also longer than a bow. The only problem was that it took a long time to load a crossbow. An archer could shoot a few arrows, but a crossbow couldn't shoot 2 arrows. Therefore, crossbowmen had to line up and have enough people. He asked them to line up and shoot in turns according to the 3-stage shooting method. This method could make up for the lack of shooting speed to a certain extent. Sulin found some craftsmen to set up a weapons bureau and started to research how to make crossbows. The crossbows given by the system were the most basic ones. If the crossbowmen wanted to level up in the future, they could only upgrade by replacing them with better ones. Sulin planned to train the militia in the northern town to use crossbows. The regular army only had a small number of crossbowmen. Since the militia didn't have much time to train and weren't very strong, it was very suitable for them to use crossbows. They only needed to train the commands and formations, and they would continue to work during the rest of the time. When there was a battle, they could immediately equip themselves with crossbows. When they formed a crossbow formation, they weren't any weaker than archers. It was very convenient for defense. The weapons bureau was also built in the inner town, near the Lord's castle. Sulin purposely divided an area for his factory. No one was allowed to get close to it. At the same time, he arranged a large number of people to protect it. Weapons like crossbows were also prohibited from being sold. Chapter 315. The Weapon Bureau only took 2 days to complete, and the attributes were quite good. Weapon Bureau, Department for Research, Development, Improvement, and Production of Weapons. Research Speed +10, Strive for Perfection +8, Craftsman Spirit +10, Work Efficiency +10. Although the attributes were not much, the effects were quite good. Sulin arranged for 30 craftsmen to work on the Weapon Bureau. The first weapon they were researching was the crossbow. The crossbow Sulin had obtained was simple in structure, low in power, short in range, and slow in loading. It had no advantages over the centaur longbows and elven longbows. It was similar to the birch bows used by human archers. This level of crossbow had no advantages at all, so Sulin planned to research and upgrade it before equipping it. Of course, even if they wanted to research and upgrade the crossbow, they still needed to make the basic crossbow first. Many countries had crossbows, but they preferred the powerful ballista. There wasn't much research on small crossbows, and the cost of making one wasn't a small sum. Therefore, the popularity of small crossbows in various countries wasn't high. Normal crossbows were not a threat to knights. In this supernatural world, a knight could wear plate armor and charge back and forth on the battlefield. Normal crossbows could not pierce plate armor at all. Only large ballistae could pose a threat to them. However, ballistae were heavy and difficult to move. As long as they were discovered in advance, the hit rate would be even lower. They were more suitable for siege or defense. Because he had mechanical control and had made ballistae before, making a small crossbow was not difficult for him. Sulin asked the craftsman to help him and made the crossbow according to the blueprint. As long as the frame of the crossbow was made of metal, this part could be poured directly. The other parts were made of flexible wood, and the bowstring was made of cow tendons and other materials. The bowstring used in the crossbow was tougher than normal bows, so it was made of several pieces of cow tendons. When necessary, iron wire could be added to increase the strength. With the completion of the last part, Sulin finally finished making all the parts of the crossbow. After moving his body a bit, Sulin picked up the parts and started to assemble them. Compared to making the crossbow, the assembling speed was much faster. It only took him 10 minutes to complete the crossbow. In fact, the crossbow in the blueprints given by the system was an arm crossbow. However, the arm crossbow took a long time to load, so Sulin modified it and turned it into a leg crossbow. It was the addition of a pedal at the front of the crossbow. When drawing the crossbow, one foot stepped on the pedal and both hands pulled the bowstring. It was faster and more labor-saving than using both arms to draw the bowstring. Sulin tried to pull open the crossbow and put the special bolt into the crossbow machine. The bolt used by the crossbow machine was different from the bolt used by the bow. The bolt used by the crossbow machine had no feather and was shorter than the bolt used by the bow. After fixing the bolt, Sulin led the other craftsmen to a weapon testing field in the back. Sulin asked the craftsmen to place the targets at 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters, and 120 meters respectively. He began to test. He held the crossbow machine with one hand and the handle with the other. Then, he aimed the crossbow machine at the target in the distance and pulled the trigger with his finger. Bang! The sound of the bowstring vibrating was heard. The bolt instantly shot to the target in the distance and hit the bullseye. Then Sulin continued to load the crossbow and shoot. Bang bang bang. The sound of the bowstring was heard continuously. In a short while, Sulin shot out more than 10 bolts. Then he began to check the lethality of the bolts. The bolts on the 50-meter target directly penetrated the target. These targets were all made of hardwood and were 7 centimeters thick. It was not easy to penetrate them. The bolts on the 80-meter target also penetrated deeply. On the 100-meter target, the bolts on the 100-meter target were very shallow, only about 1 centimeter deep. On the 100-meter target, the bolts on the 100-meter target could be easily pulled out. Basically, the bolts on the 100-meter target had no lethality. Sulin used a force of 30 kilograms to load the crossbow. An adult could easily pull it open. The power was also SOS. The lethality was very strong within 80 meters. At 50 meters, it could penetrate armor. Beyond 100 meters, the power would plummet. The bolts were different from bows because they did not have feathers and were very unstable. Beyond a certain distance, the power would not be as strong. However, a 30-kilogram crossbow was only the most basic. Usually, the crossbow was more than 60 kilograms. At that time, the range of the bolts would definitely be longer and the penetrating effect would be stronger. In fact, a 60-kilogram crossbow only needed to be strengthened. The main body of the crossbow did not need to be changed. After Sulin tested the crossbow and confirmed that there were no problems, he let the craftsman research and design the bolts. Sulin did not plan to participate in the research and design. If he did everything himself, what would the craftsman do? As a lord, he was very busy. He only planned to take some time to take a look at the Weapons Research Institute and give some advice if there were any problems that he could not solve. When Sulin established the Weapons Research Institute, the corresponding training in the barracks had already begun. The militia system in North Town was now established. The militia was different from professional soldiers. The militia had a very low salary. They had at least 5 days of training per month. The rest of the time, they worked as usual. The militia's training had also been changed. It was now about formations and getting familiar with all kinds of commands and flags. In fact, military training was mostly about formations. Whether it was spearmen or archers, they all needed to know how to arrange formations. The soldiers in North Town City were currently training the crossbowmen in a phalanx. Once the crossbows were made, they would be able to fight very quickly. The soldiers did not need to go out to fight. They would usually stay in the city to defend. The crossbowmen needed the support of other troops when they went out to fight. The crossbowmen were only powerful when they were in a tight formation. Without a formation, or if the formation was loose, the crossbowmen were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At the same time, the crossbowmen needed other troops to protect their flanks. Otherwise, they would be ambushed from the back. The current militia in North Town City did not have the mental fortitude to do so. North Town City now had the security force, the regular army, and the militia. The total number of soldiers was over 10,000. The total population of Sullen's territory was less than 150,000. Of course, this did not include the goblins, kobolds, and other slaves. This ratio was already very high compared to the surrounding countries. The salary of the North Town City Army was also higher than that of the surrounding countries. The finances of North Town City were a little tight. Originally, the income of North Town City was enough to support so many soldiers, but there was too much work to do in North Town City. The most expensive thing in North Town City was all kinds of projects. Although many materials could be produced in North Town City to reduce the cost, many magic materials could only be bought from merchant caravans. For example, the magic materials shipped from the Roland via City Alliance would cost at least twice as much here. Moreover, many magic experiments required the consumption of gold. Gold was a commonly used material in alchemy, and Hathaway was also a huge consumer of gold. According to the statistics of some wizards, a legendary wizard could consume several tons to a dozen tons of gold in their lifetime. For example, the magic gold that wizards made was a substitute for fine gold. It required a lot of gold to make. Thorium, which was used to replace mithril, was also made with silver. Building a wizard tower would cost at least a few million kinnar. By now, most of the wealth in Sullen's treasury had been used up. Luckily, there were still gold and silver mines that were still being excavated. Every month, there would be a large amount of gold and silver coming into the treasury. The restoration of the secret realm had slowed down, so Su Len decided to build the wizard tower first. Since he was ready to establish a duchy, Su Len was also preparing to issue his own currency. The currency exchange in this world was very messy. There were more than 30 kinds of gold coins, and they all had different weight and weight. The most valuable gold coin was the wealth coin issued by the Church of Wealth. Because of the high quality of this gold coin, it was very popular throughout the continent. Merchants loved to collect this kind of wealth gold coin the most. On the front of the coin was the portrait of the Lady of Wealth, and on the back was the emblem of the Church of Wealth. It could be said that because of the pursuit of wealth, the Lady of Wealth had a large number of followers. Maybe it was because of the money, but most of these people were just ordinary followers. There were not many devout followers or fanatics. Those merchants were all speculators, and it was very difficult to make them believe in a god wholeheartedly. Su Len was going to make the coins with the wonders of his territory printed on them. As for why he did not put his own face on them, Su Len felt too ashamed. Also, because of the technology, the face on the gold coins was not very clear. Of course, because the Church of Wealth was rich, they used divine spells to help. However, Su Len did not have that many wizards to help him make the coins. He was going to print the image of the Arc de Triomphe on the gold coins, and the face value of the gold coins on the front of the coins. At the same time, he was going to simplify the exchange rate of the gold coins. 1 gold coin for 18 silver coins, 1 gold coin for 36 silver coins. These stupid exchange rates would all be eliminated. He was going to exchange the coins at a rate of 1 to 10, but the weight of the gold coins had to be controlled. He could not lose money. Unifying the exchange rate would make it very convenient for ordinary people to trade. The Northern Citadel was definitely going to develop its business. Su Len would not purposely make things difficult for him. The Northern Citadel already had experience in making coins. Now, They were just changing the coins of the Kingdom of Florence into the Northern Citadel's coins. In fact, gold coins were rarely made of pure gold. Pure gold was too soft and easily deformed. Therefore, some other metals were mixed in to increase the hardness. P.S. Sulen is going to establish a duchy. Asking for the name of the duchy. The Northern Citadel is too out of character. Chapter 316. North Town City. On the reserved land of the Sky Garden, there were all kinds of building materials piled up. Because of the lack of manpower, the Sky Garden had not yet begun construction. Su Len came here to do some preliminary research. Su Len had already made the blueprint of the Sky Garden in the Tower Spirit's 3D simulation. He had to admit that the Sky Garden's 3D model did look very shiny. Su Len was now thinking about adding a spring of vitality to the Sky Garden. Su Len got this spring of vitality when he killed a water monster. It had always been stored in his storage dimension. The spring of vitality looked very normal. It was a spring with a crystal ball wrapped around it. The spring kept pouring out water, but the water in the crystal ball did not increase at all. This spring of vitality was not a normal spring. It was a magic spring. Su Len wanted to put this spring in the Arcane Garden. Spring of vitality. This is a magical spring. It was born in nature. Its spring water has magical effects. The spring water has the effect of restoring life force. It can quickly restore stamina. Pure water plus 15, life recovery plus 15, stamina recovery plus 20, limitless plus 25. Magic spring water was very precious in this world. The most precious magic spring water in this world was called the Spring of Life. However, the Spring of Life only appeared in some records of the ancient arcanists. No wizard had ever seen it before. Many wizards doubted if the spring water really existed. The effect of the Spring of Life was very simple. After using it, it could heal all the injuries on the body and restore the body to its best condition. At the same time, it could also increase the user's lifespan by 1,000 years. Of course, each person could only use it once. The Fountain of Youth was actually the initial stage of the Spring of Life. It could heal all the injuries on the body and increase the user's lifespan by 200 years. Again, each person could only use it once. There were a few records of the Fountain of Youth on the continent. The most famous one was the legendary pirate king, Bartholomew Roberts. This pirate king was born in a noble family. He was a baron. Once again, he was captured by pirates during a sea trade. He joined the pirates and quickly became the leader of the pirates. This pirate king liked to wear a gorgeous black suit and jewelry. He looked gentle, but in fact he was ruthless. He never left anyone alive when he robbed merchant ships. This pirate king rose quickly like a comet. It was said that he robbed hundreds of ships and defeated the navies of the coastal countries several times. He also established the pirate law and became a pirate king. It was said that this pirate king's wealth was tens of millions of kinar. It was a pity that no one had discovered this wealth until now. This pirate king accidentally entered a sea after a robbery and finally came to a strange island where he found the Fountain of Youth. Unfortunately, he did not live to be hundreds of years old. He met another more powerful opponent, the ancient Red Dragon, who was now the Red Dragon Queen. The Red Dragon Queen defeated Bartholomew Roberts and enslaved all the pirates under this pirate king. Then, in a few years, she established the Red Dragon Kingdom in the Southern Sea and completely monopolized the sea trade in the Southern Sea. However, she was different from Bartholomew Roberts. The Red Dragon Queen encouraged trade and she collected taxes on every ship. As long as you paid the taxes, you could pass through the Southern Sea unimpeded. These ships would fly the Red Dragon Queen's flag, and the Red Dragon Queen would attack the pirates who attacked the ships flying the Red Dragon flag. Legend has it that Bartholomew Roberts used the Fountain of Youth to stimulate his life energy and successfully advanced to the legendary level. Then, his rise began. Some people speculated that Bartholomew Roberts hid all the gold, silver, and jewelry he robbed on the island where the Fountain of Youth was found. As long as one could find that path, not only could they obtain a huge amount of wealth, but they could also obtain a long life. Because of this, there was a period of time when a large number of adventurers rushed into the southern sea to find the legendary island. However, until now, no one had found it. Nature bred many treasures. The Fountain of Youth and the Fountain of Life were all bred by nature. Legend has it that when the world was born, there would be a world tree. The ancient elves used to serve the world tree. It was also because of the power of the world tree that the ancient elves had a lifespan of thousands of years and powerful strength. Of course, the ancient elves never admitted this because it was too long ago and there were no records left. It was a time when the ancient gods were active. Perhaps only the ancient gods hiding in some corner of the multiverse would know whether this was true or not. In addition to the Fountain of Youth, there were also petrifying springs and lucky springs. The petrifying springs could turn all kinds of objects into stone, so some people called it Medusa Springs. The lucky springs could increase luck. Although these springs were not as powerful as the Fountain of Youth, they were still precious. The Fountain of Vitality that Su Len obtained could increase the recovery speed of his HP and stamina. It could also be used to make magic potions. The success rate of making magic potions with this Fountain of Vitality was also high. Although in theory, the Fountain of Vitality could be placed anywhere, Su Len decided to place it in the Arcane Garden after asking the system. This was because the natural treasures were usually born at the central point where the elemental energy of nature gathered. Only in these places would there be a very low chance of being born. If someone wanted to move it, it would be very easy to destroy it. Of course, the Arcanists had found a way to transplant it. However, after the transplant, they still had to find a suitable place to place it. Once the elemental energy of the place was insufficient, the production of the Fountain of Vitality would decrease, and the Fountain of Vitality would gradually dry up. There was even a phenomenon where the Fountain of Vitality would be downgraded to a normal Fountain of Vitality. On the other hand, if the Fountain of Vitality was placed in a suitable place, there was a chance that the Fountain of Vitality would continue to grow. It was even possible that it could even level up. Of course, this possibility would take at least a few decades or even centuries. Su Len didn't want to level up the Fountain of Vitality, but he couldn't let it be downgraded again. Therefore, he planned to place the Fountain of Vitality in the Arcane Garden. The Arcane Garden was actually an artificially created treasure land. Through runic matrices, legendary elemental cores, and a special layout, a central point where the elemental energy gathered was created. It couldn't be more suitable to place the Fountain of Vitality here. Hathaway was a little busy during this period. In addition to making obsidian golems, she was also making materials from the legendary water monster. The scales on the water monster's body had been processed. These scales were originally excellent magic materials. After some simple processing, these scales were handed over to the Grey Dwarf blacksmith for processing. The Grey Dwarf blacksmith would use these scales to make a set of dragon scale armor. In fact, it should be called fish scale armor. After all, these scales came from the water monster and not a dragon. The production of the dragon scale armor had already begun. The one who did it was the most skilled blacksmith master among the Grey Dwarves. After some research, Hathaway found that the meat cut off from the water monster was still edible. It also had some special effects. It could slightly increase attributes by about 1 or 2 points. Of course, this meat was not for ordinary people to eat. It was so poisonous that ordinary people would be poisoned to death in one bite. If the poison was removed, although the meat of the water monster could be eaten, the effect inside would disappear. Only Cryopteris could eat the meat of the water monster, so Su Len fed all the meat to Cryopteris. Cryopteris inherited part of the dragon's blood and had a high resistance to poison. Although the toxins in the meat of the water monster were high, they didn't feel any discomfort eating it. The meat of the water monster was about 12 tons, and the one that ate the most was Sullen's ice Quetzalcoatlus. After eating the water monster meat, the Cryopteris grew stronger and their bodies grew a lot. The meat of the water monster also had the effect of accelerating growth. The blood and heart of the water monster were purified by Hathaway into a kind of bloodline potion. After this bloodline potion was integrated, one could become a bloodline warlock. However, because of the level of the water monster's bloodline, it was difficult to advance to the legendary rank after using this bloodline potion. Even so, it was very precious. It was not easy to integrate the water monster's bloodline because it was very poisonous and corrosive. The integrator needed a high enough compatibility. Only when the compatibility was more than 70% would the success rate be more than 50%. When the compatibility was more than 80%, the success rate would reach 70%. When the compatibility was more than 90%, there was basically no possibility of failure. Sulen didn't plan to integrate the water monster's bloodline. The water monster was no match for him when it was alive, let alone someone who integrated its bloodline. However, although Sulen didn't like it, it didn't mean it was trash. A bottle of water monster's bloodline like this could create a warlock family. As long as Sulen was willing to sell it, there were still many people who were willing to buy it. Not all wizards had the chance to advance to the legendary rank. In fact, 90% of wizards would never cross the threshold of the legendary rank in their lifetime. Therefore, it was acceptable to be called a bloodline wizard. If this bottle of bloodline potion was done well, it could be sold for at least a few million kinar. Sulen planned to put this bottle of bloodline potion up for auction when he had time. The legendary water monster's skin had been cut up. This legendary water monster was more than 10 meters long, and there were a lot of skin that was suitable for making wizard robes. Hathaway, Alex, Karina, and Grace each got a piece. As for the rest of the skin that wasn't suitable for making wizard robes, it would be made into leather armor. The skin of the water monster was much better than that of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. The remaining leather could be used to make about a dozen half-body leather armors. Some parts could be used to make belts, leg guards, wrist guards, and so on. Nothing was wasted. Chapter 317. Hathaway's alchemy shop was doing very well during this period of time. With the wizard apprentices as free labor and the magic plants in the secret realm beginning to mature, the alchemy shop had a large number of low-level potions. Many merchants saw that the price of the potions was not too high, so they would buy a batch. After the orc invasion, several surrounding countries paid a heavy price and finally drove the orcs back to their hometown. The trade in the North City began to recover. However, in addition to these caravans, Sulen also found that many adventurer teams had also come to the North City. These adventurer teams were preparing to go to the northern wilderness through the city. The northern wilderness was vast, and there were countless monsters and various tribes scattered all over the place. Although it was desolate, barren, and cold, there were still some precious magic plants and high-value magic beasts in many unknown corners. There were still many relics and buildings from the Witch King era and even the Arcane Empire era left in the northern wilderness. Most of these relics had become ruins, but there were probably many precious things buried in them. Among the adventurers, there would often be some lucky ones who found things left behind by ancient arcanists in the ruins and became rich overnight. Of course, such things did happen, but most of them came up empty-handed. Every year, many adventurers died in the various traps in the ruins. The life of an adventurer was not like the protagonists in the stories sung by bards. There were all kinds of thrilling experiences. Every time, they could turn danger into safety and gain a lot of benefits. Their strength would continue to increase, and finally, they would find the legendary treasure, gain a huge amount of wealth, and become a well-known adventurer on the continent. In fact, the adventurer's life was completely a business of life and death. Some down-and-out adventurers could not even afford to eat. Death was the most common thing among the adventurers. As for the treasure, many people had never experienced it in their lives. There were many adventurers in the North City, which made the city's security a little chaotic. Many adventurers were unwilling to follow the rules of the North City, so they could only let the security army educate these people. Of course, it was not a good idea to chase all of them away. The strength of the adventurers could be said to be uneven, with the weakest being a farmer who had just discovered a hoe, and the strongest being a legendary powerhouse. Moreover, these people were not only capable of causing chaos, but could also be of help if used well. Sulen had the town hall set up an adventurers' guild, which specialized in issuing quests and paying rewards for adventurers to complete. For example, clearing monsters, capturing goblins and kobolds as slaves, or purchasing special plants and rare magical plants. Of course, adventurers could also be asked to gather intelligence in the wilderness. On one hand, they were offering quests and rewards. On the other hand, they were cracking down on adventurers who broke the rules. The adventurers of Northern Town City quickly learned to adapt to this city. Due to the rapid development of the city and the influx of merchants and adventurers, the taverns in the northern part of the city were no longer enough. Therefore, Sulin opened 2 more taverns on the same street. There were now 5 taverns in the northern part of the city. At the same time, on a street near the Adventurers Guild where quests were issued, many adventurers spontaneously formed a small market there. Sulin would occasionally come here for a stroll. There were often some strange things in the market, but of course, most of them were useless trash. "Hey buddy, you're dressed like that. Are you going on an adventure?" Just as Sulin was strolling, a fat man in a dirty linen robe with a wretched face sneaked up to him. Because he was strolling, Sulin did not wear noble clothes. Instead, he was dressed like an adventurer. "Hey, let me finish. Don't be in a hurry to leave. A lot of newcomers like you have come here to try their luck, but most of them returned empty-handed. Some unlucky ones even lost their lives. The northern wastelands are still very dangerous. There are many places that cannot be conquered with brute force. You need more information. Also, you need to know which places are deadly. You must not go near them. Look, I have a map of the northern wastelands. With it, you will know which places are dangerous, which tribes you can trade for food, and which tribes you can't go near." As he spoke, the wretched fat man grabbed his collar with both hands and pulled it out. There were a dozen books hanging inside his windbreaker. Sulin roughly counted. There were maps of the wastelands, maps of the wasteland's ruins, maps of the wasteland's magical beasts, maps of the wasteland's territories, and so on. There were at least a dozen books. Information about the wastelands? Sulin glanced at the so-called information maps of the wretched fat man. Most of the information was fake, or something that one would know after living in the northern town for a period of time. These unscrupulous businessmen made these information books to cheat the newcomers who had just come here. Yes, this is definitely the latest information about the wastelands. Even the mayor of the northern town city bought it from us, Fat Ben said proudly. Sulin looked at the scammer in front of him and said, "If it's so good, then give me a copy. 1 silver NAR per book. I don't sell on credit." Fat Ben's eyes flashed. "Sure." Sulin flicked his thumb and threw a silver NR over. Fat Ben caught the NR with an agility that far exceeded his body. He then pinched the NR between his thumb and middle finger and blew hard on it. He then put it to his ear. After hearing a crisp sound, he opened his windbreaker with a smile and said, "Pick anything you like." Sulin picked up a book called Dangerous Wastelands. The book was written on paper that had been improved several times in the northern town city. The paper was yellowish and rough, but it could be written and read. The book only had a dozen pages, and it looked rough at first glance. He flipped through the pages. As he expected, most of the information recorded in the book was from the past. Sulin curled his lips and waved at a few security guards not far away. Fat Ben was still talking to Sulin about the rest of his books. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Just as Ben was trying to sell his books to Sulin, 2 security guards had already arrived behind him. Fat Ben looked behind him in confusion. After seeing that it was the security guards, his face changed and his body instinctively wanted to run away. "This man is selling fake information here. Arrest him." "Sir." Ben sensed that something was wrong and wanted to run away. However, as soon as he moved, he was subdued by the 2 security guards. "F***CK, you guys are trying to trick me. You have no morals. You guys are working together to trick me, Fat Ben. Throw this guy to clean the trash and public toilets for 3 months." Sulin said directly. "Sir, I'm really not a scammer. Please forgive me this time." Ben's face turned green when he heard that he would be punished to clean toilets for 3 months. He quickly begged for mercy. That won't do. Selling fake information and cheating people. You're lucky I didn't punish you for a year. Su Lin waved his hand and signaled the security guards to take him away. Sir, I'm not lying to you. It's true. I just got an important piece of information that I didn't have time to tell you. Seeing that he was about to be taken away, Ben couldn't care less and quickly said, Wait a minute. Su Lin took a few steps forward and stood in front of Ben. You said you have important information? What important information? If I tell you, you have to ask these people to let me go, Ben said carefully. Su Lin glanced at him. You have no room to bargain. If it's really important information, I can let you go this time. But if it's not, I swear, it's definitely important information. Su Lin waved at the two security guards and asked them to let go of Ben. Speak. Ben moved his sore shoulders and then said, Sir, this is the information I just got from an adventurer. That adventurer had a small team of 5 people. Except for him, the rest were all left there. Su Lin looked at him expressionlessly. Ben forced a smile and said, When the guy came back, he had a mental breakdown. He said they encountered monsters in a canyon north of the city. There were a lot of monsters and they were fearless. Go find the survivor. Su Lin frowned and said to one of the security guards. Soon, according to Ben's description, the security guards found the survivor in a tavern. However, the survivor was just as Ben said. He was mentally traumatized and almost went crazy. Monsters. So many monsters. Run. Where is the canyon? Su Lin asked Ben, who was next to him. It's northeast of the city, in the Sierra de Lotus. I named it the Canyon of Despair. There's a map in that book, Ben said quickly. Su Lin opened the book in his hand and found the description of the Canyon of Despair. There was a simple map at the bottom. The Canyon of Despair was marked with red paint, and the words, extremely dangerous, were written next to it. Okay, if this information is correct, then you've done a good deed. Your sentence will be reduced to 1 month. You'll only have to clean the streets, not the toilets, Su Lin said as he put away the book. Then, as Ben wailed, he signaled the security guards to take him away. Su Lin then waved his hand again, and another security guard came forward to greet him. Sir, what are your orders? Go and inform the people in the council hall to gather the basic information about Northern Battlefront City. Let the newcomers know more about Northern Battlefront City so that they won't be tricked. Yes, sir. Chapter 318. The Adventurers Guild was not a unified guild. Most of them were formed by nobles. There were no large guilds in this world that could be found all over the continent. Whether it was nobles or churches, such guilds were not allowed to exist. For example, the Thieves' Guild and the Adventurers' Guild were basically formed by the local people. After checking some information, Su Lin decided to go to the Canyon of Despair to have a look. According to the collected information, it was very likely that there were monsters in the Canyon of Despair. Monsters were different from magical beasts. They were a kind of mutated and distorted monster that had been contaminated by radiation. They had strong vitality and were very polluting. If they were given time, these monsters would evolve into evil creatures. It was said that the ancestors of these monsters were some ancient evil creatures. The wizard world did not have a conclusion about how these things came to be, but their danger level was on the same level as abominations and hatred. Ancient evil creatures were very difficult to kill. Their bodies were very strong and they were very polluting. Many times, when they couldn't kill these ancient evil creatures, they would choose to seal them. For example, the rune-sealing magic array of the sorcerers was specially prepared to deal with these ancient evil creatures. There were also many legendary monks in the monasteries, which also suppressed some ancient evil creatures. What Su Lin was worried about was whether the things that appeared in the Canyon of Despair were monsters. Many ancient ruins did not contain treasures. Some ancient ruins were used by the ancient arcanists to seal powerful creatures. Some evil creatures would gradually weaken under the seal of the arcanists and eventually die. There were also some monsters that had been sealed for a long time. Once the seal lost its effect, those monsters might break out of the seal. When that time came, these monsters that had been sealed for thousands of years would definitely make a big fuss. After putting on his cloak, Su Lin whistled. The Pegasus quickly galloped over. Su Lin jumped lightly and skillfully flipped over the Pegasus. Then, according to the mark on the map, he galloped toward the Canyon of Despair in the Sierra de Lotus. The Pegasus galloped in the air. In less than 2 hours, Su Lin arrived near the Canyon of Despair. A piece of black land appeared in front of him. Everything in the Canyon of Despair, from the soil to the rocks, was black. At first glance, the entire canyon gave off a ghostly feeling. Su Lin frowned. This place didn't seem to be simply polluted. It was mixed with the aura of death. This is the stench of the undead, and it has been contaminated. Su Lin grabbed a handful of black soil and squeezed it lightly. There's also the power of ice. What kind of monster is this? Su Lin frowned. Evil creatures were difficult to deal with because of their ability to pollute. They could pollute almost all living things, which was why there were so many types of evil creatures. Su Lin snapped his fingers, and the ring on his hand flashed with a spiritual light, and an energy shield enveloped him silently. Little fellow, you go play by yourself first. I'll look for you when I'm done with my business. Su Lin rubbed the Pegasus' mane. The Pegasus snorted and rubbed against Su Lin's body. Then, it turned around and went into the forest. The Pegasus was the darling of nature. The trees and vines in the forest would automatically avoid it, and they could even help it hide. Seeing the Pegasus leave, Su Lin turned around and walked towards the Canyon of Despair. As soon as he entered the canyon, he felt an elemental vibration. Someone is casting spells here. Su Lin immediately reacted. Then, he saw that not far from the entrance of the canyon, a man dressed as a wizard was fighting with 2 strange-looking corpses. A fireball the size of a soccer ball flew out. One of the corpses was directly blown into pieces. The other corpse was also blown away. Before the corpse could stand up, the man dressed as a wizard quickly rushed up and chopped off the corpse's head with his long sword. Then, with a few more slashes, he skillfully dismembered the corpse. After the man dealt with the 2 corpses, he looked back at Su Lin. Then the wizard frowned and walked toward Su Lin. Didn't anyone tell you that low-level wizards can't get close to this place? When you came out to explore the continent, didn't your teacher tell you? The middle-aged wizard seemed to treat Su Lin as a low-level wizard. Indeed, if one only looked at the wizard's level, Su Lin could only be considered a low-level wizard. The mana wave on his body couldn't lie unless he learned how to hide it. Su Lin didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell the wizard that he wasn't a wizard, but a warrior. In the wild, not many people would take the initiative to reveal their trump card, let alone a stranger. So, he just smiled at the wizard and didn't answer. Alright, whatever. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. After seeing Su Lin's reaction, the wizard was obviously dissatisfied. He didn't say anything else and turned around to walk into the canyon. Most wizards were more introverted. Only the wizards from the academy were relatively better. As for the wizards from the divination school, they were all like charlatans. In comparison, warlocks had much better communication skills than wizards. Perhaps it was because many warlocks were from noble families. Also, a warlock with a high innate charm could easily gain the favor of others. Su Lin watched the wizard leave. This wizard's strength should be a high-grade wizard, very close to a rank 4 wizard. What surprised Su Lin was that he should be a combat wizard. After all, although many wizards had learned close combat, there weren't many who were as proficient as this one. System. Scan the surrounding terrain. Create a 3-dimensional image. Following Su Lin's command, an invisible light spread out from Su Lin's body and swept across the canyon. Soon, a 3-dimensional image of the Canyon of Despair appeared in front of Su Lin. Warning! Undead magic creatures are approaching. There are more than 20 of them. Unknowingly, a fog rose in the canyon. After Su Lin entered the canyon, the fog became thicker and thicker. Now, it had affected his sense of direction. Ordinary people couldn't tell the direction at all. In the fog, there were some vague figures moving in the fog. From time to time, there were sounds that sounded like the howling of the wind and crying. Along with the surrounding fog, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Su Len swung his long sword and cut the thing in half. Looking at the monster on the ground, Su Len couldn't help but frown. This monster looked like a human corpse, but there were some twisted tentacles growing out of its body. There was also an ugly sarcoma on its head. Its body was as shriveled as a corpse. What kind of monster is this? Su Lun frowned as he saw that the monster that had been cut in two wasn't dead. Its two arms and tentacles seemed to be trying to reattach its body. Su Lun swung his sword and cut the corpse into pieces. The tentacles were also cut off, and he stomped on the ugly lump of flesh and exploded it. It really is a contaminated body. Dark brown blood flowed out, and a sizzling sound came from the ground. It sounded like acid corrosion. This enchanted weapon. Wizard armor. Su Len quickly cast a spell and buffed himself. He was now preparing to combine wizard spells with his fighting style. It was a bit similar to the fighting style of a combat wizard, but he was more like a warrior. Of course, this was also the idea of hiding his strength. In fact, many people had done this before. There was once a sword saint who was a wizard. He buffed himself with petrifying skin, haste, bear's tenacity, energy deflection field, and wizard armor. Then he raised his sword and slashed people. The sword saint's attack was already very strong, but their body's defense was not even as good as a wizard's. In the end, after buffing himself with so many buffs, this sword saint rushed into the crowd like a berserker. No, it was a sword storm. It was a massacre. Because sword saints gave up on defense and pursued the ultimate attack, their attack power could be said to be the highest among all the physical professions. They also mastered the eye of insight and weak point attack. Even the energy shield of an elite wizard could be broken in front of them. Once they had a chance to show off, it would be a nightmare. Therefore, on the battlefield, as long as the opponent was a sword saint, the first thing they would do was to focus fire on him. The death rate of sword saints was also the highest among all the professions. Of course, the number of enemies they killed was also much higher than other professions. Most sword saints died before reaching the legendary level, which was why legendary level sword saints were so rare. Most of the time, wizards looked down on warriors, but all wizards respected sword saints. Fireball. An orange fireball appeared in Sullen's palm, and he instantly flew forward. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The fireball exploded, and the corpse that was hit directly turned into pieces of charcoal. Even the other monsters around it were affected. Su Len dodged and dodged a black ray attack. Ray attacks were the fastest among all the spells, so they needed to be dodged in advance. After Su Len gained the ability to dodge, he could easily predict the attack. Su Len exerted force on his feet and jumped up in an instant. His long sword directly cut a monster in half, and a large amount of black blood gushed out. The blood of these monsters was very corrosive, just like strong acid. Luckily, Su Len had enchanted his weapon. Otherwise, he would have to change his weapon after a few battles. Other than these corpse monsters, Su Len also found a type of monster that had a sarcoma on its head that had turned into a giant eye. Compared to the monsters before, these monsters' bodies were no longer shriveled. They looked a lot stronger. Other than a mouth full of sharp teeth, there was also a giant eye on its face. It looked very disgusting. That eye also shot out a black ray. Chapter 319. In the era of the Arcane Kingdom, the ancient evils belonged to the most dangerous type of enemy. What was more dangerous than them were the abominations and the ancient abominations. The abominations were simply the children of the gods who died prematurely. The more powerful the life, the more difficult it was to have children. The children of the gods were born as gods, so it was more difficult to be born. The abominations were the children of the gods who died before they were born. There were also some abominations that were born from the corpses of the gods, but no matter which kind, they were very dangerous. Because they died prematurely, these abominations hated all life, and even hated the whole world. Every abomination had endless hatred. Although the abominations were not gods, they still had many godlike powers, which made all the abominations very powerful. As for the Archean abominations, these monsters lived in the same period as the ancient gods. In the knowledge of wizards, there was a special database for each Archean abomination. Of course, that database only recorded the Archean abominations that had been discovered. The most famous one was the abomination dragon. In the information of the dragon of hatred, there was a description: the abominations left over from the ancient times. They are the general name of a group of powerful creatures left over from the era ruled by the dragons. The dragon of hatred is the strongest among them. The oldest dragon of hatred can easily destroy everything, including the gods. Even other creatures of hatred are afraid of them. At present, the known dragons of hatred were the illusionary dragon of the color dragons, the Hui dragon of the metal dragons, the blue diamond dragon of the gem dragons, the stardust dragon of the spirit dragons, and the 38 pterosaur of the iguana dragons. In fact, the difference between the legendary dragons and the dragon of hatred was not big. The legendary dragons of the ancient dragon era were not weaker than the dragon of hatred, such as the time dragon of the ancient dragon era. In addition to the dragon of hatred, there were also centimanes, hydra, typhon, and so on. None of these monsters were easy to deal with. Since entering the era of the new gods, the abominations and the ancient abominations rarely appeared. Occasionally, some of the ancient abominations that appeared were sealed or exiled after paying a huge price. Su Lin killed the last demonic eye monster that had surrounded him. He shook his sword lightly to get rid of the dark brown blood on it. These monsters were not very powerful. The only troublesome thing was that the demonic eyes that had grown to maturity could use energy rays to attack. It was a kind of ray filled with corrosive and death energy. Su Lin guessed that these energy rays were likely to have the property of instant death. Instant death spells had a very disgusting ability, which was that they had a certain chance of directly killing the enemy. Among them, the most representative was the Angel of Death. This kind of monster that lived in the bottomless abyss was born with the ability to cast the gaze of death. In other words, it was the legendary ability to impregnate anyone it glared at. Of course, the instant death rate of this kind of spell was very low, about 1 in 1,000. Of course, if the level difference between the caster and the target was too big, the success rate would also increase. In addition, there were many factors such as divinity, the opponent's physique, and so on. The wizard's finger of death spell was said to be a spell that imitated the gaze of death. These demonic eye monsters in front of him had a similar disgusting ability. Although the probability was very low, when there were enough of them, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. If Su Lin was unlucky and really bumped into them, he would not even be able to cry. A missile. By Yubiubiu. A series of arcane missiles shot out, directly turning the demonic eye monster that dared to sneak attack into a sieve. Su Lin piled the bodies of these monsters together, then took out a special die used to assist in the release of fireball and directly ignited the bodies of these monsters. Although these monsters' bodies were already dead, they were still very polluting. The simplest way to deal with them was to burn them. After cleaning up these monsters, Su Lin continued to move deeper into the canyon. Soon he found a lot of human remains. These corpses were badly damaged, and there were many badly damaged swords and equipment scattered around. According to the information Su Lin had obtained, these people had died at most a week ago. It was very likely that the surrounding fog had caused them to become like this. Damn it, why is there a monster here? Fortunately, I found it early. If I had waited for it to grow slowly, it might have become an evil creature, and then it would be even harder to clean up. Su Lin pursed his lips. The most disgusting thing about monsters was their corruption, pollution, and rapid evolution. As long as there was enough flesh and blood, it wouldn't take long for an ordinary monster to transform into an evil creature. Of course, it was still very difficult for an evil creature to transform into an ancient evil creature, but it was still very fast compared to other creatures. It seems that I still need to send more people to investigate the surrounding area in the future. This time I was lucky to find it. If I hadn't found it and given them enough time to grow, the losses would have been great. Su Len calculated in his heart. Bang! There was a loud noise. Sullen's figure flashed, and he ran toward the place where the sound came from. After passing through the mist, he immediately saw the figure of the magus from before. However, the magus seemed to be in a sorry state. There were a few corpses of demon-eyed corpses scattered on the ground. There were also 2 monsters that looked like mountains of flesh. There were more than 20 eyes of various sizes on the mountains of flesh. These monsters could make a person's sanity level drop by just looking at them. However, at this time, the 2 monsters had become a pile of mud, and the wizard's face had become a little pale. Obviously, this guy was not doing well. Su Len looked at him and said, "You're not in a good condition now. It's better to leave this place as soon as possible." The wizard did not answer. Instead, he took out a bottle of potion and raised his head to drink it. "Can you solve the problem here? You should have seen those monsters. They're monsters. If we don't get rid of them as soon as possible, they will grow into evil creatures, and we will be in big trouble." Su Len looked at the wizard with a little surprise. He never thought that as a selfish wizard, there would be someone who would sacrifice himself to save the world. "Don't look at me like that. The monsters in this canyon were originally sealed by the wizard school I belong to. Since the day the school was established, we have made an oath to seal this monster forever. Although thousands of years have passed, and the school I belong to has withered to this point, the responsibility on our shoulders does not allow us to retreat. For some people, an oath was more important than their lives. It was very sacred, and many oaths had magical powers. The most typical example was the monk. The commandments they followed were actually a kind of oath. This wizard in front of him had made an oath to seal the monsters in this canyon. Su Len put away his long sword and said slowly, "Can you still fight? Let's work together to clear out the monsters here." The wizard looked at Su Len suspiciously. Su Len did not mind. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Len, the Lord of the Northern Town." "You are the Lord of the Northern Town?" the wizard said with a surprised face. "Let's go." Su Len did not answer. He took the lead and walked into the canyon. "Right. What's your name?" "Lorraine Anders." Su Len chose to go with Lorraine not only because he wanted to help her, but more importantly, Lorraine knew about the monsters sealed in this canyon. She must know more about the situation here than Su Len. With Lorraine's help, things would be easier. Su Len originally thought that there was a monster here, but now it seemed that there was a big monster sealed in here. The monster was at most a small boss. The monster was sealed in the deepest part of the canyon. As they continued to move forward, they encountered more and more monsters. However, these monsters could not resist Su Len at all. The lightning wrapped around Sullen's weapon easily electrocuted all the monsters into ashes. Even the Flesh Mountain monster eyes were hit by Sullen's lightning spear as soon as they appeared. In the deepest part of the canyon, there were many traces of corrosion on the ground. This was the sign that the sealed monster's power was corroding outwards. Screech! A sharp sound was heard. The energy barrier in front of Su Len flickered a few times, and then with a bang, it shattered like glass. Su Len felt a sharp pain in his brain. Soul howl! At this moment, sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, trying to pierce through Su Len. Su Len suddenly felt a sense of danger. Although his brain was in pain, his body instinctively dodged, and he just happened to dodge the spikes. At the same time, he summoned a lightning spear and threw it at the ground. The ground shook, and then a large amount of black blood gushed out. "Be careful, this is a corrupted prowler." Sullen's brain quickly recovered from the pain, and he did not stop. He quickly threw out a few lightning spears. Seeing that Su Len was fine, Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The soul howl just now must have been caused by that evil creature. We made a mistake in our judgment. That monster has transformed into an evil creature." The main target of the soul howl just now was not him, but he was also affected. Su Len was unharmed, but Lorraine's wizard robe was pierced, and his body was injured. Evil creature? That's even better. Su Len grinned, and then took out the purple dragon halberd. In the depths of the canyon was a huge crypt, filled with chaotic, corrupt energy. As soon as the two of them stepped into the cave, a large number of devil-eyed corpses and demonic eyes of flesh appeared before them. Next, they furiously attacked the two of them. Tens of negative energy beams shot out in an instant. Su Luan's face sank and he instantly stuck close to the wall to hide behind a protruding rock. Lorraine's reaction was just as fast. With a flash of light, Lorraine's figure disappeared from the prime material world and entered a crack in the dimensional space. A large number of negative energy beams hit the rock, but it was a pity that the rock was not alive, and only some fragments fell off. Chapter 320. Su Len didn't dare to take the risk of being killed by dozens of negative energy rays. He could only dodge for a while, but he soon came up with a solution. Roar! Or roar! A loud sound came from Su Luan's mouth in an instant. This kind of sonic attack exploded in the narrow cave and its power was even stronger. The sound waves reverberated throughout the cave and the sound was deafening. A wave of sonic attack was like a tidal wave. The demon-eyed corpses and demon-eyed corpses that were originally gathered together were cut down in rows by this sonic attack as if they were grass. If one looked closely, they would see a large amount of black blood spurting out from the eyes, mouth, and ears of these monsters. In fact, their brains had been shattered into paste by the sound wave attack just now. A wave of clearing. Su Len was relieved. He felt a little uncomfortable from the wave of attack just now. After all, sound waves couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. Did you do this? Lorraine came out of the dimensional crevice and looked at Su Luan in shock. Not far away, there were hundreds of monster corpses lying on the ground in disarray. Who else could it be other than me? Su Len glared at this guy. He wasn't very powerful, but his ability to escape was top-notch. That spell just now, even if there was a nuclear explosion here, it wouldn't affect him at all. Of course, this kind of spell had a counter, such as space-time shield and dimensional anchor, which were specially designed to deal with this kind of escape spell. Lorraine pretended not to see and pointed at the depths of the cave. Let's go. Let's quickly get rid of the thing inside and then seal it. If we delay too long, that monster will break out of the seal and we'll all be in trouble. A large number of strange sarcomas appeared on the ground in front of them. These sarcomas looked like hearts, beating very rhythmically. There was also a slippery carpet on the ground around them, which looked very disgusting. Seeing this, Lorraine said with a serious expression, "This is an evil creature hatching monsters." Chain of fireballs. Bursting flames. Lorraine waved the staff in his hand, and in the next second, a dazzling light appeared. Fireballs flew past one after another, and a dull explosion sounded. Scorching flames rose up, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The carpet on the ground quickly withered and died. The sarcomas were burned into charcoal by the flames, and there were traces of melting on the ground. Be careful. Do you want to be buried alive? Su Len said as he patted the falling stones. Using an explosive spell like fireball in this kind of underground environment was a test of the cave's structure. If they weren't careful, the cave wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse. At that time, the two of them would be buried alive. It's too late. That evil creature is mass-producing monsters. We don't have time to waste, Lorraine said anxiously. Let me know the next time you cast a spell, so I can dodge it first. Su Len glanced at him, and quickly rushed through the cave where the ground was still hot. A thick smell of blood came from the cave, and a huge blood pool appeared in front of them. It was about the size of a basketball court, filled with a viscous liquid that looked like fresh blood. In the middle of the blood pool, a huge meatball with a diameter of 3 meters was beating rhythmically. Tentacles like blood vessels went deep into the blood pool, transferring all kinds of energy to the meatball. Purple veins bulged on the meatball, and in the middle of the meatball, a humanoid creature was rapidly growing. This was an evil creature that was evolving. This kind of evil creature would create all kinds of monsters, and then used these monsters to collect all kinds of nutrients for itself. Finally, after receiving a lot of nutrients, the evil creature would continue to evolve into an ancient evil creature. Of course, the evil creature in front of them wasn't evolving into an ancient evil creature. There weren't enough animals and humans around for it to devour. If it wanted to evolve from an evil creature to an ancient evil creature, it would need at least a few 100,000 people. There weren't enough animals around the Sierra de Lotus for it to evolve. The evil creature in front of them sensed danger and changed from its incubation state to its combat state. However, it changed a little too late, and the two just happened to bump into it. Lightning spear. Sulen reached out his hand, and dazzling lightning appeared in his hand. A spear made completely of lightning energy appeared in his hand. Compared to the lightning spear before, Sulen's was more powerful this time. A huge amount of lightning energy was compressed into the spear. The spear emitted a violent aura, as if it was going to explode in the next second. Even the meatball in the middle of the blood pool sensed danger. A large amount of energy was quickly extracted from the blood pool, and the meatball shook even more violently. Go! The lightning spear turned into a ray of light, and instantly hit the meatball in the middle of the blood pool. Boom! Dazzling lightning instantly exploded, and the entire blood pool was shrouded in lightning energy. The flesh and blood turned into charcoal in an instant, and a large amount of blood evaporated. The original meatball exploded under this attack. However, such a serious attack didn't kill the transforming evil creature. After the meatball exploded, the half-transformed evil creature gave up on its perfect state and ended its evolution prematurely. The lightning energy wreaked havoc on its body, and the evil creature's body was charred black. However, the charred areas were quickly covered by new flesh and blood, and the evil creature's injuries began to recover quickly. What tenacious vitality! Seeing this, Su Len flipped his hand, and the purple dragon halberd appeared. In the next second, his body was shrouded in dazzling lightning, and countless lightning energy appeared around him. Su Len was like the god of thunder, and directly rushed toward the evil creature. The flesh and blood around the evil creature was quickly withering, and its body was quickly recovering. Sulen's body was like lightning, and he instantly passed through the blood pool. The purple dragon halberd stabbed out with endless lightning. A dull sound was heard, as if a balloon had been pierced. The purple dragon halberd and the crescent halberd next to it stabbed into the evil creature's body. A large amount of lightning energy instantly poured into the evil creature's body. After a short moment of silence, there was an explosion. The whole body of the evil creature burst open in an instant. A large amount of purple-black liquid burst out in all directions, and the surrounding flesh and blood quickly withered at this moment. With a flash of lightning, Su Luan's figure appeared on the edge of the blood pool. His body was surrounded by lightning, and all the flesh and blood near him were electrocuted into a mass of charcoal. In Sulen's hand, there was a huge head, and in the middle of the head was a terrifying eyeball. It was the evil creature's head, and its body had been completely turned into nothingness by Sulen's attack. Soul extraction. Soul-sucking technique. After seeing the evil creature, Lorraine's staff shot out a purple light. A mournful scream was heard, and the sound seemed to be able to penetrate the soul. In reality, this was an illusion. The evil creature was already in a soul state, so it couldn't make a sound. However, this evil creature's soul was very powerful, and it had reached a level where it could interfere with reality. The evil creature's soul was pulled out without any resistance. It was a huge mountain of flesh, and its body was covered with tentacles and eyes. Looking at it made one's scalp tingle. A large amount of souls rushed out of the mountain of flesh, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain of flesh shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a strange ball of flesh with a dense evil aura appeared in front of them, and in the next second, it was sealed in a gem by a ray of light. The souls that regained their freedom instantly woke up. They calmly said something to the two of them, and then under the guidance of a strange force, they turned into countless fluorescent lights and disappeared. Ding ding dang dang. A messy sound was heard, and gray soul crystals fell to the ground. Although they couldn't hear the voices of the souls, From the shape of their mouths, it seemed like they were saying thank you. These souls were lucky. They hadn't been digested by the evil creature yet. If Su Len came a few days later, these souls would have been digested by the evil creature. Su Len looked around and saw about a dozen gray soul crystals on the ground. This level of soul crystal could be used in many experiments. It was a good material. Here you go, these are your spoils of war. A gem was thrown over. Su Len raised his hand and caught it. He opened his hand and saw that it was the gem that imprisoned the evil creature's soul. It's a pity that it's not a legendary rank, but it's still a top-quality soul crystal. Su Len nodded at him and played with it for a while. Then he put it away. Oh right, you rest first. I'll repair the seal here. He didn't even need to do anything in the battle just now. Su Len had taken care of the evil creature. This evil creature was very difficult to deal with for wizards below the legendary rank. It had powerful recovery abilities and many attacks. It would take a long time to kill it. However, Su Len could kill it in one round. Lorraine was shocked by Sullen's power. Soon he found the seal rune circle in the cave. At this point, many of the runes on the circle were damaged. Many places were corroded by the corrosive energy, and a powerful polluting energy kept leaking out. On the rune circle, a pale golden light was fighting against the corrosive energy. It was because of this energy that the polluting evil energy didn't continue to expand. This energy was absorbed by the fungus and transferred to the evil creature. It was because of this that the evil creature was able to transform into an evil creature so quickly. Lorraine took out some silver metal and summoned a flame to melt it. He then added some other materials. Finally, a silver liquid with a strange glow began to flow down the rune circle. The damaged area was quickly repaired. The corroded area once again flashed with a golden spirit light. The golden spirit light quickly expanded, completely dispelling and suppressing the corrosive energy in the surroundings. Done. Where are you going next? You still haven't decided? Do you want to come to North Town City? I'm going to build. Sure. Chapter 321. Seeing that Lorraine agreed, Su Len felt that things seemed to be going too smoothly. What? Are you surprised that I agreed so easily? Lorraine laughed. Indeed, Su Len said. Lorraine shrugged and said helplessly, Sir, wizards also need to eat. The materials to strengthen the seal cost about 300,000 kinar. I'm broke now. Another wizard who doesn't know how to manage money. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a hero. Lorraine Anders, loyalty, 78 profession, wizard alchemist rank, high-grade wizard strength, 12 agility, 10 will, 26 vitality, 17 charm, 15 characteristics, talent elemental affinity, strengthened will, spell casting exemption, focus, calm, talent for magic, lightning reflex skills, magic trick, mage hand, illuminate, hypnosis, charm person, arcane missile, grease, shield, featherfall, web, burning hand, acid arrow, invisibility, scorching ray, protective arrow, bull's strength, cat's grace, bears. Endurance, chain lightning, rune craft abilities, proficient spell casting, silent spell casting, magic penetration, talent for magic, spell proficiency, spell enhancement, battle spellcasting weapon proficiency, sword weapon 80, staff technique 103 employment salary, 20,000 kinar per month. He looked at Lorraine's attributes. She was a grade 3 wizard. Her attributes weren't outstanding, but they weren't bad either. However, wizards were a rare profession, so 20,000 kinar per month wasn't cheap. The battle is over. You have successfully killed the evil creature, Magic Eye Aberration. You have won a glorious victory. You have completed the random mission, Broken Seal. You have successfully avoided a city destruction. You have received a buff, Blessing of the God of Craftsmen. You have received a golden chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil creature, Magic Eye Aberration. You have received 11,200 EXP. You have received a golden chest. You have received Flesh Essence X2. Blessing of the Smith God, special buff. Increases the construction speed of the city after use. Buildings have a chance to acquire better attributes. Effect lasts for 1 month. Construction speed increased by 200%. After seeing the attributes of this buff, Su Len immediately decided to use it on the northern fortress city. 1 month was enough for the northern fortress city to finish building the city wall. Even the main structure of the wizard tower was almost done. However, when Su Len chose to use it, the system notified him that he needed to return to northern town to use it. Flesh Essence. The power extracted from the life and flesh of the demonic eye aberration. Using it can speed up regeneration and increase lifespan. However, because it is made of evil, it will increase the chances of bloodline aberration and cause slight contamination to the body. It can be reused. Note: reusing it will double the chances of bloodline aberration and contamination. Increases lifespan by 10 to 15 years. Permanent +3 recovery speed after use. Chance to obtain regeneration talent. Chance of bloodline mutation increased by 3%. Pollution +1. The flesh essence looked like 2 red gems. It contained a powerful life force. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary item. After looking at the attributes of the flesh essence, Su Len was a little hesitant. This thing could increase lifespan, but the side effects were also very strong. 3% chance of mutation and contamination. He didn't want to become as ugly as the aberrations he killed. Bloodline mutation was irreversible. However, he could ask Hathaway to try and see if it could be made into a potion to reduce or eliminate the side effects. In fact, the best thing to increase lifespan was the Fountain of Life. It had no side effects and increased lifespan by a lot. It also had other benefits. Unfortunately, Su Len couldn't even find the Fountain of Youth, let alone the Fountain of Life. However, even with this disadvantage, the flesh essence was still a very rare treasure. As long as he was willing to sell it, many people would be willing to take the risk of becoming a flesh aberration to use it. In addition to these things, Su Len also obtained 2 gold chests, some low-level soul crystals, and a high-level soul crystal. Su Len opened the storage space and opened the 2 gold chests. With a flash of inspiration, a system prompt sounded in Su Len's ears. Congratulations, you have opened a gold chest. You have received 3 skill points. Congratulations, you have opened a gold chest. You have received a treasure, Moon Dew. Moon Dew, dew condensed from absorbing moonlight energy. It has a magical effect. It can purify the energy in the body and slightly increase elemental affinity. The moon dew was stored in a palm-sized crystal bottle. Through the crystal bottle, one could clearly see the silver-white liquid shining with moonlight. There was about 50 milliliters inside. After opening the chests, Su Len and Lorraine checked the surroundings. After making sure there were no more survivors, they burned all the corpses and used mud to rock to seal the cave. Only then did they walk out of the canyon. At this time, the fog in the canyon had dispersed. However, the black rocks and the ground didn't change at all. Su Len didn't change much either. He could only wait for nature to slowly adjust itself. Other than the druids, only the priests of the goddess of nature could deal with this kind of pollution. However, it would still take a lot of time and effort. Moreover, there were some places that were so polluted that even the druids and priests couldn't evolve. On the way back, Su Len didn't let the Pegasus fly. After all, Lorraine's flying spell was too slow and he didn't have any magic items that could help him fly. He couldn't keep up with the Pegasus' speed at all. Su Len didn't have a special hobby of sleeping with men. Naturally, he wouldn't bring him along. Therefore, they could only walk slowly. Luckily, Lorraine could summon a mount. Although it wasn't as fast as the Pegasus, it was still much faster than a normal horse. After the end of the Orc War, the northern city became more and more prosperous. There was an endless stream of caravans at the city gate every day. A melodious camel bell rang. A caravan from the Desert Kingdom was entering the city. The northern city didn't collect entrance taxes now. However, the caravans that came to trade had to pay taxes in the market before they could trade. Of course, They also had to pay taxes when they bought the goods. This way, they actually collected taxes twice. Even so, there were still many caravans that came to trade. After all, the other lords collected more taxes. Also, there were many good things that couldn't be found anywhere else in Sun. The Desert Kingdom was rich in all kinds of preserved and dried fruits, such as dates, walnuts, raisins, and all kinds of enchanting female slaves. The female slaves of the Desert Kingdom were very popular in kingdoms such as Florence. Many taverns would buy a few on purpose. Sullen's eyes wandered around the graceful bodies of the female slaves. Then he looked away reluctantly. He planned to buy a group of dancers in the Lord's castle. The dancers of the Desert Kingdom were very good at belly dancing. Lorraine was astonished by the prosperity of the city after he entered the city. He did not expect such a prosperous city to exist in the northern wasteland. What surprised him even more was that there were several magic buildings in the city. Wasn't it a little too exaggerated? There was also the wizard tower that was under construction. Was this a wizard tower? That was the extent of the floating space tower. When he saw that the wizard tower was still under construction, Lorraine was already thinking about what to do after he took control of the wizard tower. However, before he could think of a name for the wizard tower, he looked up and saw a few female spellcasters walking towards him. What surprised him even more was that these spellcasters had a higher level than him. My name is Lorraine. I'm an advanced wizard of the North Wind sect. It's a sect, but in fact, I'm the only wizard left in this generation. Originally, I thought I would die in the fight against the evil, but a legendary strongman came to help me complete the seal and invited me. I agreed. What I didn't expect was that I would become the chief wizard of the northern city. In the end, I became an ordinary wizard in the northern city. The whole wizard team had one chief wizard, 3 team leaders, and 1 ordinary member. Sulan didn't care about Lorraine's self-pity. He directly threw him into the laboratory to train the apprentices. Then, he took Hathaway to another laboratory. This time I got something special. See if you can use it. What is it? Hathaway's eyes lit up. She stared straight at Sulan. She knew very well that Sulan often had some precious magic materials in his hands. Sulan took out 2 pieces of flesh essence from the storage space. That's it. Take a look first. Hathaway looked at the 2 pieces of ruby-like flesh essence in surprise. What a rich life force. This is a strange thing that can increase one's lifespan. However, there's also a dark force entangled in it. The side effects should be severe if you use it directly. Yes, this is flesh essence. It's obtained from killing the magic eye aberration. It can increase one's lifespan by 10 to 15 years. However, there's a chance that it will cause the flesh to be aberrated, and this kind of thing is contaminated. See if you can make it into a potion to remove the side effects. If you can't remove it, then try to minimize the side effects as much as possible. Hathaway picked up the flesh essence. A light flashed on her finger. After a while, she slowly exhaled. The dark force isn't too serious. I'll give it a try. Oh right, there's also this. Sulan handed Moondew to Hathaway. This is Moondew? Yes. Great. Hathaway took the crystal bottle and said, if I only had a 30% chance of success before, now I have at least a 70% chance. Moondew has such a great effect? Moondew is said to be a gift from the Silver Moon Lady. It's a rare material specially used to purify the dark force. Hathaway shook the crystal bottle and said, the Silver Moon Lady and the Dark Lady are sworn enemies. The power of the Silver Moon can purify the dark force. Chapter 322. Hathaway closed the lab after she got the flesh essence and Moondew. It was very difficult to make such high-level magic potions. She needed a better environment. The construction of the northern battlefront city was still going on. During this time, there were some refugees who came here with the caravans to look for opportunities. The population of the northern battlefront city had been slowly increasing. Since the army often went out for training and captured many monsters as slaves, The labor shortage in the northern battlefront city was slightly filled. After arriving at the northern battlefront city, Su Lin inspected the various construction sites. The fastest progress was the third phase of the northern battlefront city. The residential area and the city wall were mostly completed. The wizard tower was also built to the second floor. It would take some time to complete it. If the city and the city wall were completed, the wizard tower would be built much faster. As for the mathematical Olympiad garden, the materials were almost ready. Moreover, he had captured many slaves during this time. He still had a lot of manpower. As long as he wanted to, he could start immediately. After inspecting all the construction sites, Su Lin opened the system panel and chose to use the blessing of the craftsman god buff. An invisible light flashed from Sulin's body. Then, a strange energy swept across the entire northern battlefront city. Outside the northern battlefront city, in the Wisdom Temple, the Wisdom Priest was praying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange energy spreading out from the center of the city. It quickly enveloped the entire city. This energy is God's power? A deity has blessed this city. Wei Na looked at the sky in shock. At the same time, the priests of the other churches also felt the same way. At this moment, these priests were all wondering which god had sent a miracle. It seems like we have to change our attitude toward that Lord. Wei Na thought to herself when she felt the god's power in the sky. A lord with a god as his backer also had great power. It was completely different from a normal lord. Su Lin didn't know that his blessing of the craftsman god buff had caused the churches to misunderstand that he had a god behind him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't clarify it. Sometimes, hiding things like this would make the other party believe him more. With the use of blessing of the craftsman god, the construction speed of the various construction sites in Northern Town City began to increase. The efficiency had increased by a few times. None of the workers were lazy anymore. All kinds of construction were completed quickly under the guidance of the craftsmen. The work that would have originally taken 3 months could now be completed in 1 month. The fastest progress was the city wall and the residential area in the market. According to the original schedule, it could be completed in a month. Now it seemed that the city wall and the residential area would be completed in 10 days at most. In northern Battlefront City, the city walls and residential buildings took up almost half of the manpower. If these people were freed up, the construction of other buildings in northern Battlefront City would progress even faster. At the same time, the Arcane Garden was also under construction. The Arcane Garden was built using a lot of stones. There were all kinds of fountains, flower beds, and statues in the garden. Su Lin had transferred a lot of master sculptors to work on the garden. At the same time, he also drew water from the underground veins to form the fountains. While the construction of the Arcane Garden was going on, the third phase of the Northern Citadel was finally completed. Sturdy City Wall. This is a sturdy city wall. It has high resistance to all kinds of attacks. Despair when faced with a city wall like this. Sturdy plus 40, defense bonus plus 38, attack range plus 35, impregnable plus 37, tall and majestic plus 36, stability plus 38, comfortable residential house. Clean and tidy houses make people happy and can provide a sense of belonging to the people. Comfort plus 21, indestructible plus 26, tidy plus 24, people's allegiance plus 25, peaceful living plus 25, population growth plus 20, security plus 23. Su Lin was very satisfied with the attributes of the city wall and residential buildings. After the construction was completed, a lot of manpower was released. Su Lin assigned half of them to the construction of the Wizard Tower, and the other half to the construction site of the Arcane Garden. The Arcane Garden required a lot of stones to be built. According to the blueprint of the Arcane Garden, this building was supposed to be 30 meters above the ground. There were all kinds of canals on top of it to transport water from the fountain to various places. Su Lin planned to place the Fountain of Vitality at the very top of the Arcane Garden. It had not been built yet. All kinds of materials were quickly transported over from the northern citadel. The foundation of the garden was completed in just a few days. Apart from the foundation, the arcane garden also needed to bury many energy channels. Fortunately, the crystals on the crystal beasts in the arcane garden had matured. These magic crystals would all be used to create energy channels. At the same time, a large runic array was also being constructed. Apart from Hathaway, the other adepts came to the arcane garden to help with the construction. Fortunately, the arcane garden's runic array was not very difficult to construct. The most important part of this runic array was the elementium core. After the runic array was completed, the arcane garden began to build all kinds of platforms and stairs. This step required a lot of stone. It was also the most arduous part of the entire project. After all, the development of civilization in this world was still in the middle world. Piling up large amounts of stone could only be done with crude tools and manpower. Fortunately, there were a dozen large hunchbacked beasts in the northern citadel. These hunchbacked beasts were very suitable for moving large amounts of stone. The construction of the arcane garden went very smoothly because all the materials had been prepared beforehand. Su Lin could finally breathe a sigh of relief during this period of time. The arcane garden's construction time was tight. Su Lin planned to complete it in a month. In truth, if it weren't for the spellcasters and the blessing of the god of crafts, Buff, it would take at least half a year to construct such a magnificent structure, even with 30 to 40,000 people working on it. Currently, there were already more than 50,000 workers in the arcane garden. For some reason, the temples in the northern citadel had also expressed their willingness to provide some manpower to help with the construction. The 7 temples had each provided 2 spellcasters and 100 craftsmen. With the addition of these people, the construction of the arcane gardens sped up again. Other than the arcane garden, the construction of the wizard tower also sped up. Hathaway had made 2 gargoyles and golems. During this period of time, more than 30,000 workers and even more monster slaves were working on various construction projects. The main body of the wizard tower was not difficult to construct. Most of the time, it was difficult to transport materials. After all, in this era, it was not easy to transport materials up to a tower that was dozens of meters tall. In order to speed up the construction of the wizard tower, Su Lin temporarily suspended the repair work of the secret realm. He called the harpies from the secret realm to come to the wizard tower to help. The construction of the wizard tower was very boring. It didn't need to carve the rocks and consider all kinds of art styles like the arcane garden. The wizard tower was like building blocks. It was slowly stacked in a fixed shape. The wizard tower required a large amount of obsidian. This work required a lot of obsidian. This work required stone to mud to fuse the materials that originally did not want to be fused together. Next, stone to mud would be used to turn the soft materials into hard stones. Then, it was necessary to cast hardening to make these materials as hard as steel. In fact, Sulin's original plan was to build the entire wizard tower with obsidian. The problem was that there was a limited amount of obsidian in the northern citadel. Su Lin could only settle for the next best thing. Only a part of the obsidian was used as a material. At the same time, many areas were just ordinary rocks. Su Lin planned to wait until he had money in the future to replace these rocks with obsidian. The main material of the wizard tower at the floating space tower level was obsidian. Then, the wizards would cast hardening on the obsidian. The defense of the wizard tower built in this way would reach a very high level. The wizard tower in the northern citadel did not cast hardening for the time being. He planned to cast hardening on the entire wizard tower after the main body was built. Although the casting requirements of hardening were not too high, such a wizard tower would need to be cast at least thousands of times to complete. In the next 10 days, Su Lin began to cast stone to mud and stone to mud. He cast at least dozens of spells a day. Every time his energy was exhausted, he would take a magic potion to recover. The recovery of the magic potion was limited, and there was resistance to the magic potion. Every time he took it, the effect of the magic potion would be reduced. The resistance would only gradually disappear after 24 hours. Many times, Su Lin could only rely on meditation to recover his magic after his magic was exhausted. The frequent use of spells made Su Len realize that the time he took to cast spells was shorter, and he was getting more and more proficient in casting spells. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have cast a lot of spells, and after in-depth study and research, you have finally mastered the talent of instant casting. Currently, the spells that can be used for instant casting are Stone to Mud and Stone to Mud. Just after Su Len cast Stone to Mud again, the system prompt sounded in his ears, reminding him that he had acquired the talent of instant casting. The difficulty of instant casting was very high, and Su Len had only mastered 2 of the spells. If he wanted to learn other spells and achieve instant casting, he would need to train for a long time. I'm so tired. It almost killed me. Those wizard apprentices must finish their studies as soon as possible. And I need to recruit more spellcasters. It's too difficult to build a wizard academy with so few people. Su Len was lying on the sofa in the Lord's castle, looking exhausted. Ankra and Annie were giving him a full-body massage. Ankra and Annie had also mastered some low-level spells. Combined with grease and various massage techniques, it was absolutely wonderful. Chapter 323. The construction of the arcane garden progressed quickly. Tens of thousands of people were busy but not in a mess. Under the effect of the blessing of the god of crafts, Buff, the workers, slaves, and the management system of the entire northern town seemed to have become more efficient. The tens of thousands of refugees and monster slaves on the construction site were like a colony of ants. All the work was carried out in an orderly manner. Although the effect of the blessing of the god of crafts was extraordinary, it was not perfect. For example, the consumption of food had increased by 5 times. However, it was still a good deal to trade food for efficiency. The main construction of the arcane garden was almost completed. Su Len came to the platform at the top of the arcane garden. From this position, he could see the entire arcane garden. The arcane garden looked like a hexagram. In the middle of the garden was a high platform, which was lowered level by level. The 6 corners of the garden were also 6 slightly lower platforms. There were also domes and fountains on these platforms. Although it was not completed yet, the whole building was elegant and mysterious. The entire arcane garden was connected by a large number of canals. These canals continuously transported water from the fountain to various parts of the terrace. The terrace of the garden was built in a 3-dimensional manner. Solid rocks and stone pillars were stacked up layer by layer. Each layer was supported by a marble pillar. Every layer was built with palaces and lofts. Looking from the bottom of the arcane garden, the entire garden extended to the sky. A large number of plants and statues were planted in the garden. When the plants and statues were completed, the palace and attic here would be surrounded by trees and flowers. The whole garden was a perfect combination of nature and art. It was magnificent. Each layer was connected by stone passages. These passages were built with domes and arches. There were various animal reliefs on the doors and pillars. There were even artificial waterfalls in some places. There were many exquisitely carved animal heads in the channels. The water on the upper layer would flow through these animal heads. Below the water flow, there was a beautifully shaped flower bed. There were a total of 6 exits in the garden, each 12 meters tall and 8 meters wide. Exquisite patterns were carved on the doorposts, and there were statues of arcane creatures on both sides of the gate, such as Pegasi, griffins, angels, and so on. The ground was decorated with colorful bricks that were arranged into geometric patterns. To prevent water seepage, Su Len had set up protective circles between each layer. As long as these circles were not destroyed, the layer would not be damaged. Therefore, special soil was needed to be piled on top of the layer. At the same time, some energy pipes had to be installed here. Many magic plants needed sufficient energy to grow. Su Len came to the highest platform in the center of the arcane garden. The basic construction here was almost complete. The flower beds, fountains, and domed corridors were all completed. However, the various flowers and plants were not yet planted. There were also some places where the carvings were not completed. All of this needed to be done by the workers in a while. He was now preparing to place the mouth of the fountain of vitality here. Taking out the spring of vitality from his storage bar, he found that it was still stored in a crystal ball, and the mouth of the crystal ball was constantly spewing out spring water. Su Len snapped his fingers and went to the location that he had checked before. He then chose to use it. Are you sure you want to use the fountain of vitality here? Note, once used, the fountain of vitality cannot be moved. With Sullen's confirmation, a light flashed, and the crystal ball flew from Sullen's hand. In the next second, the outer shell of the crystal ball quickly melted, and the mouth of the fountain of vitality that was wrapped in it slowly floated to the ground. The moment it floated to the ground, it directly merged with the earth. Sullen's spiritual sense clearly sensed that there was a water vein that contained a strange energy extending into the earth. In the blink of an eye, it extended to an unknown place. At the same time, a trickle of water began to flow out from the mouth of the fountain of vitality. Soon, more and more spring water gushed out, and a layer of water gathered in the marble pool. Ding! Installation of the fountain of vitality successful. The fountain of vitality can produce 30 liters of fountain of vitality per day. After hearing the system's prompt, Su Len nodded with satisfaction. 30 liters of fountain of vitality sounded like a lot, but in fact, it was equivalent to less than 2 barrels of water in his previous life. However, it should be enough to make potions. Activating the protective circle of the fountain of vitality, an invisible energy barrier instantly appeared, enveloping the entire spring water and the pool, and then disappeared. After installing the fountain of vitality, Su Len began to use the underground spring to create other fountains. Unlike the fountain of vitality, the purpose of these fountains was to irrigate and beautify. Half squatting on the ground, Su Len stretched out his hand and pressed on the bottom of the marble pool. A wave of energy instantly ignited from his hand, and in the next second, a strong stream of water gushed out from the ground. The clear stream of water rushed into the sky, and then exploded into countless water droplets. For a moment, the sky was filled with mist, and a rainbow appeared above the fountain. Then, Su Len began to summon fountains in the arcane garden. In addition to the fountain of vitality, there were more than 100 fountains of various sizes in the arcane garden. Su Len spent 2 days to finally guide all the fountains out. At the same time, the construction of the arcane garden was coming to an end. The basic building was all completed, and only some carvings were not completed. These parts needed time to be carefully sculpted, and the arcane garden was also preparing to plant magical plants. Now, there was not a single magical plant in the arcane garden. Su Len came to the center of the arcane garden. This was an inconspicuous palace. In the palace, there was a runic circle, and the runic circle exuded a mysterious aura. At this time, Su Len was standing in the center of the runic circle, and there was a fist-sized gap. He took out the legendary earth elemental stone from his storage space, and a wave of energy flowed from his hand into it. The entire stone emitted an earthy yellow light, and a heavy aura like the earth spread out. Then, the stone gently flew up and then slowly spun a few times in the air, and then quickly fell. With a soft pop, it was perfectly embedded in the runic circle. As the stone fell, the entire runic circle was instantly activated, and a surge of elemental energy gushed out from the earth. The energy of the earth veins gathered, and the entire runic circle emitted a dazzling brilliance. A huge amount of elemental energy flowed through the energy channel that had been created long ago, and the entire arcane garden lit up little by little. In just a few breaths, the entire arcane garden was lit up. Soon, the huge arcane garden was shrouded in a mysterious aura, and then the elemental energy quickly expanded, enveloping the entire city, and then disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the arcane garden has been completed. Arcane garden, sky garden. This is a beautiful garden that is exquisitely made, filled with a mysterious aura and power. With this garden, the chances of a spellcaster hero being recruited will be increased to 1% within 30 miles of the city. At the same time, all magical plants will have A+4 production rate, And all spellcasters in the same faction will have a 200% mana recovery rate within the city. Elemental Land plus 35. Arcane Aura plus 35. Indestructible plus 37. Delicacy plus 35. Rapid Growth plus 33. Mana Pool plus 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to the influence of the Arcane Garden, the elemental energy around the Spring of Vitality is abundant, and the production rate of the Spring of Vitality has increased by 20 liters. What a good thing! Sulen was a little surprised when he heard the system notification. With the help of the Arcane Garden, the Spring of Vitality could produce 50 liters of spring water every day. The other attributes of the Arcane Garden were also very good, especially the one that Sulen cared about the most. It could increase the chances of a newborn becoming a wizard after birth. In other places, the chances of a newborn becoming a wizard were between 1 in 3,000 to 1 in 1,000, but here in the northern town, it had increased by 10 times. In a few years, there would be a lot of children with wizard potential in the northern town. These children would be the apprentices of Sulen's building Wizard Academy. The strange phenomenon of the Arcane Garden naturally attracted the attention of several churches. After seeing the beautiful Arcane Garden, they were also secretly surprised. They could clearly feel the huge elemental energy around this beautiful and magnificent building, but they all tacitly agreed not to peek. Su Lun had proved his strength, and there was a god behind him. They didn't want to cause Su Lun to dislike their church because of these things and make enemies out of nothing. They also felt that after the Arcane Garden was built, the elemental energy around it had become a lot denser, which was a good thing. After the Arcane Garden was built, Sulen began to arrange for people to plant all kinds of magic plants. At the same time, he also announced that he would be buying magic plants at a high price in the Adventurers Union. Although there were many magic plants in the Arcane Garden, there weren't many types. Sulen could easily get a lot of them by spending some money. Sulen planned to give some of the production of the Arcane Garden to the northern town's spellcasting team as a benefit. Sulen planned to give each spellcaster an area, and the harvest of this area would belong to the spellcasters. As for how they would grow it, that was their own business. The plants in the Arcane Garden grew much faster than in other places. It was almost the same as the planting area in the Arcane Garden, but the land in the Arcane Garden was limited. It was far smaller than the Arcane Garden in the Arcane Garden. However, other than planting, the Arcane Garden could increase the spellcaster's mana recovery speed by a few times. It could also increase the chances of summoning a spellcaster hero. If Sulen wanted to build a wizard academy, it would be too slow if he only relied on Hathaway and the others. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.